As always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Hate is funny. We make fun of people who come in here and be like, bro, fucking go kill yourself, you fucking tranny whore, buzz, fucking... And I'm like, okay, first of all, let me ask you, why do you believe what you believe? And is there any way I can change your opinion of belief? And first of all, I am just a cross-dresser. So then I'd, go into the spew about, what do you call a woman who wears pants? Well, normal. What do you call a dude who wears a dress? A cross-dresser. Well, at some point in time, that's not going to be the case. At some point in time, it's just going to be acceptable that you can just wear whatever clothes you want. And if you want to wear makeup, just wear makeup. Gotta go check on our food. So close to dead. Nice, right in the face. What an ending. What an ending. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Oh, well, I guess we can, we got a bunch of new shit. So if you want to check out the new emotes and the new commands, we also got timed messages now. 33,259. Holy shit, bro. Blow me out of the water. I'm like, where the hell should I put Garuda? I also made commands for abbreviations, so you can just write !T. I also did this one. You can go 8-ball. Don't know your Dragon Ball Z lore, bro? Magic Ball shows that Cute Muffin is going to write an abject failure of a Horus historical story. Better get right and get that one over with. And then there's in the bestiary, there is like 10 or 15 races that have a high class. There's like, 5 in the world of their species have like the lowest level of intelligence. Yeah, I added emotes. You are currently the only one who can use that though, because only subscribers can use the Gooner emote. A story that's got like AI imagery and then it's me telling the story. We've got a story that's AI imagery with text to speech. And then we have me reading a short story, and another AI-generated imagery with AI reading a short story. Because who doesn't love a lurker? Lurkers are the best. I just love the roach out because I stacked 36 lurkers, and I just unburrowed them, and I was like, all the roaches scattering everywhere. Oh, it was fucking so good. So good. Always, thanks for watching, guys. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. We got some new shit. Check this shit out. So we got bouncing emotes now, boys. It's not as good as ChatGPT. My dad has ChatGPT. I'm just not. It's great for being free. Into Mr. Ballin. That's the idea. He's been here forever, man. He's the OG, bro.
Finally. Jeez. Come on,
No
Speedy.
intoxication OMFG.
Wow. He's really on there good.
Thank you so much for the subscription, Smokey. Welcome to the fucking club, bro. You are, he's the second, bro. Here you go. I gotta upgrade you to everything. Thank you so much. Feel free to be god of the channel now. Oh my god. I don't know why the points thing isn't working. I was gonna give you a shit ton of points. Okay? There should, I don't know, a breakout success of a mystery story. What? I didn't care what the message was. I wanted it to say my name, because I wanted the streamer to say my name. Why won't the streamer say my name? It's not fair. I'll give him money if he says my name. Thank you so much for watching, guys. It has been a blast. Today was a fucking amazing day. Shout out to Smokey for the subscription. You are the fucking man, bro. You've been around forever. Thank you for popping in every now and then and keeping faithful to the channel. I fucking appreciate you, good sir. And as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. So now we have to write a description, basically, of this scene. And see how close we actually get with all 10 of those points. Ooh. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Hopefully your power level is a bit better. Ooh. Breakout success romance. It's gotta be spicy. Right? It's some spicy stuff. Drop it in the Discord. And this. Backflips. Everyone do a backflip. Yes, that is... I did that before the stream. Okay. Fuck it, let's go! Okay. Oh, that one was a lot better. There we go, and then that was the one. I'm out. Bitch. Wait, did they change it? Oh my god, they changed the loot filters within the last day. Yesterday, these things did not show up on the loot filter, and I lost one. But either way, remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Oh, beta test data, yes! Yes. I don't want to have to remake my character. Oh, fuck, yes! Yes. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm an idiot. Yeah! Ooh, so good. Creation in this game, I wanted to try Chargeblade. And with the other, like, concepts for, like, the clashing and stuff like that, thought was freaking awesome. So, I don't know what the the actual wake-up move is supposed to be, but we killed him. I need to do that tomorrow. I need to remember. Oh, we got the tail! Yes! Nice. Hit them all. Let's go. Levi, can you create account on Kick? Hey, man. He's dead. Off. There we go. Now he's dead. Yo, yo, yo. We back, boys. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. So, we're gonna be doing some Titans off the bat. With Levi. Let's do old school. Guess actually we want this overlay. And do we get a collab or do we need to present a collab? Let's see. Knock.
Are you talking to talk? 'Cause I can't hear you.
I am
there you
now.
are. Talking to
Yo
talk?
yo.
'Cause I can't hear you. Okay, because
There you go.
it didn't do a join notification sound.
I hate it when it doesn't do that. This collab
Yeah.
thing's kind of a little sketchy sometimes.
I mean, for the Discord, it didn't do the join sound. You know, I'm looking at the guide on how to fight this thing, and I'm trying to figure out what my best setup for it is.
Yeah, I've never even heard of this boss. Where is it?
It is in the Asgarnia dungeon / Karamja dungeon, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
As in connecting the two? I don't know exactly either.
Well, this will be fun.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's out behind the... Oh, actually... Yeah, you do get there from the Asgarnia Ice Dungeon by the look of things. But, like, lore-wise, it's right between the two. Yeah, it's a Tribrid boss. And my melee gear sucks for it. I don't have, like, any high-end melee weapons. I will be stuck using the Abyssal Tentacle. Alright, missing... You know what? Let's... Oh.
Well, I'm gonna do something I've done in a long time. My dailies and my freaking herb run. See if I remember how to do this.
Alright, Defender. I need to bring the Defender as well. I'm looking at my...
I need dailies first.
That. 6 of these. Construction cape.
No, that's not what I want.
Rune pouch. Right. And then you want to load up your rune pouch with spells for... Wait, with runes for the elemental spells. Also, it occurs to me, since I'll be using the Smoke Battle Staff, I don't need to bring at least 2 of the types of runes. That's gonna be good. Do you have a Smoke Battle Staff, or do you have something else? Multiple?
I can get that. Easy.
Yeah, because you need to be casting,
How many?
the, well, it says... So, you want to be casting fire wave and water wave during the fight.
Oh, okay.
Just because of the way the fight is.
Thought it would be funner to go into this blind than watching a guide, so...
I've not watched a guide, but I've read like a bit of the strategy, you know, just to know what the attacks are. But I've also not studied up either.
Wait, where's my mouse?
Where is your mouse?
What the fuck?
Like, is it missing from your desk or from your screen?
No, it's not a Dragon Centaur
Is it
anymore.
not? Oh,
When did this happen?
I don't know.
Oh no.
Because, yeah, I can make mine a scimitar with minimal work. Did you disable the plugin somehow?
No, I know what I did. I'm an idiot. I deleted the original file.
I mean, just get the custom cursor plugin.
I know, but that only works with RuneScape.
Oh yeah.
That's where I originally got the idea to just because I always had a Dragon Centaur in RuneScape. And I was like, you know what? I want this just to be my mouse, but I friggin' emptied my downloads folder and I forgot all of the files were in there. So I was just cleaning up shit on the PC. It feels so weird not having the thing, but at least I know why. 'Cause I'm an idiot. Yeah, well.
Well, it looks like you want... Actually, looks like the Blood Moon armor is quite recommended if you have that, but if you don't...
Never even heard of that.
You haven't done the moons yet?
No, what's that?
It's in Valimor.
Oh, I haven't done anything in Valimor.
At the back of Camtorum, there's...
Like, I literally haven't even played since the Valimor update.
Oh yeah, it's pretty good content.
Yeah.
A 6-way switch to range and a 3-way melee switch. And that should be plenty good. The thing does say, oh, maybe bring a fighter torso, but the fighter torso is not that big a bonus. What is the bonuses on fighter torso like actually?
It's like 3
Full melee
strength.
strength, that's kind of good. That's kind of... Actually, what are the bonuses on the cape like? Because I'm also not going to bring the cape. I don't know. The cape's a better choice than the torso, but also at that point I may as well just bring both. Make it a very annoying 5-way switch.
So what is it weak to melee wise?
It's about equal.
So should I bring the Bandos God Sword with a fang?
It looks like you want to bring DPS spec weapons, but it's probably not that significant either. Fang should be fine though. Maybe. The wiki doesn't recommend Fang explicitly. It's recommending Abyssal Tentacle or the Blood Moon stuff or like high-end stuff.
Yeah, alright. So Burning Claws for spec weapon?
Yeah. Burning Claws. That's what it recommends. Burning Claws or Zarite Crossbow.
Okay, how do I get the face guard for my Helm of Neasnot?
Oh, actually, do you want me to show you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna go there on my screen. So Boots of Stone, I'm teleporting to Premonic. And then it's this guy here. Are you watching?
No, I can't find your
Try you.
stream.
Ah,
Why?
Come.
Why is it not on this fucking list? It should be at the top because Oh, okay, I understand why. There we go.
it should be at the top.
Where is this? Where do I need to go? Like, what's
So
the
this
teleport to get there?
I used my sea boots. So this is Relica. Premonic sea boots. It's a grind, I will warn you. Premonic sea boots. I could have actually much easier. Actually, no, it wouldn't have been easier. But you could Woodbirth teleport and then take the ship back to Premonic. Or, you know, Lyre as an option. Or, very annoyingly, GKS Ferry Ring and head out west. Speaking of west, I should probably hop to a US West world.
Yeah, what world do you want to do this on?
I'm gonna go to 429 because that's kind of my US West home. Also, did you see they got sailing alpha worlds now? Where you can try out sailing.
Oh, really? I was just hoping
Yeah.
sailing would be something that was like, what do you call it? Land of Stone?
Yeah.
Never been here before. That I remember.
Yep.
Like, unlock underwater stuff. Like, you know how you can do the underwater seaweed and stuff like that, right? So,
it's these guys.
imagine it.
And I think it's like a 1 in 4,000 off task, but only a 1 in 1,000 on task
Okay.
to get the Basilisk Jaw, which you combine with the face guard and you get like
And you can't buy it?
5 melee strength. I think you can buy it. I'm pretty sure you can buy it.
Oh, then I should just go buy it. How much is it?
Yeah. I'm gonna guess 10 mil,
Okay.
but I don't know.
I forgot my
I don't-
rune pouch. Cause I'm an idiot.
I will. I brought my construction kit with me. The place I never go. The gig. Shield. There's a Black Dragonhide shield. What a strange piece of equipment to be using. Black Dragonhide shield, an accumulator, and a smoke battle staff, and also void gear. Which, I mean, the elite void makes sense. I think it's elite. I can't tell them about easily.
Basilisk jaw. 23 mil.
23 mil. Kind of worth it though.
Let's see what I got.
Yeah, and then you need to go talk to Olaf about it, and then he tells you how to. He tells you how to do the thing with it. It is a very good piece of equipment. I can't remember what the upgrade on the regular.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything to sell.
So it's got a +6, which is a 3 over the Nader's Not Helm, and then it's also slightly better defensively. But you know the big things: 3 defense bonus, 3 strength bonus, and like negligible defenses. Defenses don't matter.
Yeah. Oh, I wonder how much this is. This is what
It
I
is
was
also
looking
slightly
for.
heavier, and also you can remove the drawer at any point.
Oh, that's
So
only
it's not like
3 mil. That's not nearly enough. Yeah, there's no way.
Okay, well, it doesn't seem like it's a very melee heavy boss, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so smoke battle staff.
Yeah, smoke battle staff.
Oh, I
Because
have a
it's got a
smoke
bonus to
staff. I need a battle staff.
yeah, smoke battle staff. I think has a bonus to damage on.
2
Actually,
mil. Jesus.
I wonder how much. I wonder how much the
Holy
staff from the Royal
fuck.
Titans is.
Well, now I'm broke.
Actually, yeah, the staff that you get from the Royal Titans is like 7 mil,
Nice.
and it will be better here. But
for ranged,
it's-
which I bring weapon-wise.
blowpipe.
Okay.
I'm gonna check my blowpipe. How am I doing on? I'm below on darts, but there should be. Words. Do I have any darts that I can? No. I can always switch to dragon darts if I run out. AIQ. Yeah, it is AIQ. Bam! I know fairy rings.
Okay, so we got this.
And then for melee gear, whatever. Ooh, minigame teleport rack that also works. Or Remington House portal, but who has the house there? Oh wait, you know what? I can teleport to the Remington House portal. Just I
Wait.
forget that my thing lets me do that.
Wait. Whoops.
Actually, that's not particularly close. Where? AIQ would was that?
I said, where was my house again?
I'd say just do fairy ring AIQ. Do you have a house fairy ring?
Yep.
Yeah. So it kind of doesn't matter where your house is. Just do the house fairy ring.
Wait, AIQ.
AIQ, yeah.
Haunted Woods? Oh, that was L. Okay, I was like, wait, what? This is not right.
I was thinking, have I somehow gotten a fairy ring code wrong?
Mud Skipper.
I would never do that. Yeah, that's a good point. And then, you know, Asgarni Ice Cave. I'm gonna look at your stream real quick just to see what your
Food. What do I need for food? I just have my gear. I don't have any food or anything.
I'm bringing with me 6 prayer potions, super attack, regular range. There's no super range. And I'm bringing anglers because I've got hella anglers. I mean, I need to get those divines at some point.
They're so good.
I am quite actually.
Doesn't leave much room for stuff. I got 3 shark and 4 prayer pots.
Don't bother with a Sears ring. Just don't bother with the Sears ring or the boot switches. Don't boot switch. Just wear your prims.
I don't have prims.
Just wear your dragon boots. Also, don't bother with the helmet switch either. because the helmets mostly just offer like a little bit of attack bonus, but since the Nizzy doesn't offer any debuff, it's just fine.
So like that?
Yeah, that looks good. Why is it not symmetrical?
And,
I'll just arrow, I assume.
I need to be able to cast what spells?
You need to be able to cast a fire wave and water wave.
Okay, so I need wrath runes.
You could use the blast, the surge spells instead if you want.
Surge spells.
Those are the wrath runes one. I just said the blood rune ones because I am an Iron Man and I don't have easy access to wrath runes.
Yeah, no, I could totally use wrath. I could get rid of my nature runes that I don't like. I wouldn't need those, right? Because that's just for Alchemy.
Well, it is worth considering you don't need to bring fire runes if you're using a smoke battle staff.
You're true. I have lava runes in here, though. Do I need earth runes?
No.
Okay.
It's water spells and it's fire spells because they're a fire and ice themed duo and you use the alternating things.
There we go. That ought to do.
So I don't even have my room pouch full right now.
Why didn't that?
Which I did not.
Oh, I changed the configure because I'm a fucking idiot. I don't want the configure. I just want to change the actual runes. This is what I want to change. Deposit all. Grab wrath runes. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So few dust runes. I have like a billion dust runes. You get them, like, you get a mountain of them from everything. Oh,
Should I have an autocast?
I would say set your autocast to be one or the other. I don't think it makes a difference. I say set yours to be water because I've got mine set to be the fire one, but it doesn't, you know. I don't know how the boss works exactly. I just know that you want to use magic sometimes.
Oh, well that sucks.
What?
Without the earth, I don't have house teleport.
Ah. Okay.
Which doesn't really matter. I just put one in and then teleport to my house.
You could, if you swapped out, I mean, you could swap out your mist runes for mud runes. That would work. But I don't know how expensive mud runes are. I think they're fairly because of Bones to Peaches.
Yeah.
Uh, 110. That's not the worst, but I wouldn't want to be using it for combat.
Alright, where do I go now? Over here?
Down the hole, and over to where I am.
Okay. And this is the boss?
Correct. The boss is this way. Oh, it's a scoreboard. I don't know how the worlds for this work, whether it's how does the system work? Hold on, I gotta figure out how to do the joining though. I'm gonna walk up and enter. Oh, yeah, your friends will be able to join you is what it says. So if I start, then you enter. Or you join, sorry.
Yeah, right click join.
I'm gonna go yes and do an ask again on this thing. Yeah, so join. I don't know what to pray
Whose
here.
fight would you like to join? You must enter. You must be on their friends list, so it doesn't just put them in. I need to actually put your name in.
I don't know what.
About to begin encounter Royal Titans. Dying during the encounter will not be considered a safe death. Quick escape.
Oh.
Tunnel. Yes, and don't ask again. Do I need a prayer on?
I don't know. Okay, can you... I think you need to use your magic to blast those. But also, I'm gonna just... Huh? Okay, these ones you need, these look like... Oh, wrong attack.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How do we damage them?
Now you just attack them. Although I think maybe they switch between...
Yeah, because like every attack has splashed so far, and I've attacked them like 10 times.
Also, yeah, I've realized I should switch to having my air runes on me. Air and fire runes on me. Just... because I do not have...
Oh, I did some damage, I think. It gave me XP. More XP than normal. But it still says it's splashing.
I have my filter tab open. It might be... Oh, you know what I think it is? I think we need to get the health down at roughly the same rate. I'm also not sure what the, I'm not sure what the condition to use... Oh. I need to set my filters to only show combat spells that I can cast. Oh.
Yo, say hi to my friends on my stream. Hey Muffin, how's it going? We're doing a thing with Levi here. Playing some OSRS. Yeah, I saw you had some people watching you, bro. Good for you. Hell yeah. How's the stream going? Most of them are friends from school. Nice. I can't reach that. Is he too far away? Oh, I don't have my fill plug on. What the hell? Why did it...
Oh, I should have done the other thing first. Yeah, I'm not doing... Oh. I just do this. Save myself the hassle. Why did they just set up like that? There was a douse option, but there's no... It doesn't auto do the thing. In other places, the douse option does auto do.
Oh shit. What now? What's that? Oh god,
I have no
that's-
idea.
Is this the melee phase?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, yep, there we go. I'm dead.
Yeah, same. We might be supposed to cast a spell on that. I need to sort out my runes, though. Let's read what the thing says, because it's very unintuitive. Okay, so... You're incentivized to attack with melee whenever possible, but like, that's a pain. Also, I need to go grab my stuff back before I really re-get. I'm gonna need to make a trip out, and then make a trip back. Also, actually, yeah, stuff's all engraved. So, phase 1... While out of melee range, the Titans will will conjure the stuff. Ones can stack on each other. Do not have clear. And so much text.
Just queuing for ranked at the moment. Nice.
So I just realized I forgot to drink my potion in that fight.
Alright, I don't have freaking GE teleport.
Okay, so... Okay, the guide does not properly explain what that little orb thing on the ground is.
Yeah, do we have to like launch a spell at it? That would be like...
I'm gonna just watch the video. Oh, I just want to stand there. Okay, so it's a
Like DD?
it's a safe tile. It's a safe tile, but they don't describe that properly. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna change my loadout. I'm gonna do the sensible thing, and I'm gonna switch to voice. Even though I've got some really nice gear, I'm struggling with the switches, so void it is. Do I want to bring void melee? Probably, anyway. Okay, so I want to deposit.
Okay, there we go.
These.
So I got
this.
Lava, Law, Wrath, and Mist. That way I can teleport, and I can use both the fire and water spell.
I'm just gonna watch. Let's see. Okay, so you want to be using range to deal damage to the bosses when they're stepped back, or melee when you're up close. But it might be easier to just not bother with melee during that phase. And then yeah, so I got some full-way switches this time around. And also, do I have any good combo runes? I do have a lot of smoke runes, actually. I'm just gonna puzzle my nature runes, grab out air and fire runes, just in case I don't get the switch in time. Nope. That was the wrong thing. Okay. Why am I not wearing a blessing? Where's my blessing? There it is.
Ooh, a genie.
Oh, nice. See, I'm bringing a lot more food this time around. That's what occurs to me. That. What might be a smart idea is if we each pick a type, pick an element that is our job to deal with. That way we're not both blasting the same wall all the time. Because a lot of the time we were both blasting the same wall and it was a waste of action for both of us. I'm ready to go in again, if you are.
I'm just heading out there. So I have 2 prayer pots and a ton of shark now, with a pre-pot for anglers and my divines.
I did not bring a pre-pot. I should have brought an angler just so I could bring, just because I got the dragon defender switch anyway. So how's my whip doing? 3,365 more attacks. Not great. Also, it occurs to me I don't think shared chat's working right now. Let's, but I cannot suggest shared chat, but I cannot see the shared, you know, because you're the host.
Do we not have shared chat set up?
It's not on right now.
How do I turn it on?
In the collab window thing.
Where the hell is that thing?
I can look at the chat from here. It's not showing my
Start.
OBS.
Why does it not automatically start as shared chat?
I don't know. Anyway, I've not now be able to respond to the to Chattington. Anyway, I'm ready if you are.
Just gonna take a toke. No, I'm actually watching Muffin. He's streaming.
Oh, right, yeah.
He's got 8 viewers, man. He's popping off.
Ooh. Yeah, saw him get a new PB earlier.
Nice.
He went from like 64th to like 40th.
Nice. Hell yeah. He's just sitting in queue right now. He's smart. He got a bunch of his RL friends to freaking watch him.
Yeah, I wish I had those. My IRL friends would not be interested in reading and writing content.
My RL friends aren't
Actually-
interested in watching me at 12:30 at night.
Also fair. Yeah, it's easier if you're at school.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
We've all got the same schedule.
Alright, I'm ready.
Okay. Okay, so the switch isn't necessary if you're just blasting the walls by the looks of things. Also, it's very annoying how long it takes for the for them to be an attackable thing.
Yeah.
I think it's necessary for this. Oh, I didn't get them both.
What the hell? Why is it not killing them? What the fuck is this?
I don't know. Oh, they cancel each other out.
Yeah, so if they pop on top of each other, then you're good.
Yeah, these guys hate each other. So it occurs to me why am I casting that from the spellbook, man? Run that way. I have it as my auto cast. And then last phase, we want to get them down in health at the same-ish rate. Huh? Ah, my auto thing's just been disabled because I died that one time.
Attack them! Why?
Huh?
Okay, here's the scary part.
Okay, let's stay on the tile. On the tile. And we wanna...
Why are they not dying?
Oh, on the tile.
I'm dead.
And a big heal off of the I'm getting close to the end of the fight. So I should have... One of them's down to 90 and the other one's also quite low. Let's just finish him off. Hey, kill's done.
Nice.
524. Any loot? Where do I get loot? Oh, I get to pick which one to loot. Why do I get to loot both? Do you not feel worthy enough to... Okay. And now I get to leave and wait for you to come back. I didn't use enough supplies for it to be worth resupplying for me.
Alright.
As in, I used like a prayer potion and a bit. But I'm still good on food. I should bring less food next time because you don't take that much. You don't take that much damage if you're avoiding things correctly.
Alright.
Yeah, so what you can do is have it so that you know, make sure your spell staff set to the right thing. So you really need to swap gear to attack the minions, but then you only need to, you know, click from your spell book to attack the walls and stuff. But you don't need to do the whole switch. Anyway, let's start the fight again. Oh, actually, you can just swap the gear. You can just swap staff to do the...
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was just swapping staff.
Yeah.
Oh, my spell's not on.
Alright, when you die, that happens. So I need to get back to... Oh. I keep misclicking on the... Oh, right, I gotta get these for you. Oh. Oh, you can just spam out those.
Yeah, if you double click,
It's,
it'll just keep spamming. I'm like, this kind of feels like a waste of runes.
Oh. Yeah, so you gotta be sure to actually stand on the tile when they do the thing.
Yeah.
No, they do 3 attacks. Shit.
No. Oh my god.
Okay, I think you do need to play melee against that stomp, I think, yeah. Ah, shit, I missed. Insane, because I've got... Ah.
Where's my melee? Oh, my gear is all
Let's run back,
fucked
run
up.
back, run back. Yeah, you, so that one died way too quickly. So now we're gonna deal with a sort of enrage phase. Okay. And then... Okay, so you get to loot one of them.
Yeah, I got 21 fire orbs and 4 grimy irrit.
41... Oh, I can actually see what your loot is. Okay, let's just switch back to this.
Okay, I need to reset my shit.
Okay. Oh, I thought I was out of that. Oh, damn it. Not wrong. Oh, I gotta drop the, don't break those walls yet. If we get some guys stuck behind walls, it's probably best if we actually, you know, kill them before we break the walls.
Okay.
As long as they're not, like, robbing us of all of our space. So let's see how much health it goes at. Yeah. Oh. Alright, good. Great.
die again.
Okay. Oh, right. I'm dumb. Okay, we need to get the red one down more. Because we don't want to drop the, Oh, shit. God damn, I'm so used to other bosses where it would just be one thing. Oh, shit. Sound thing? Oh, nice. It takes too long.
Nice.
I do need to resupply at this point. Yeah, I'm gonna loot the... Oh, 2 Mystic Wood... Actually, 2 Cadentine seeds. Kinda nutty with it.
Well, that was
Take pages
fun.
option.
We actually did it.
Yep. Yeah. Same tick.
You know you're good when.
Yeah, I do need to get into the flow a bit more.
Okay, melee gear.
Okay. Angler. Yeah, so each time I take a stupid hit off of, you know, the final phase, that's an entire food.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Okay, I'm starting my mage gear so my swap isn't all fucked up.
I'm trying to think if... Oh yeah, people do just pray melee the whole time.
Yeah, it seems like praying melee and not having to worry about running out of that area is like optimization wise the best way to go. I'm not even gonna use Piety or Rigor.
No, I've been using Piety, and Eagle Eye.
Ready?
Oh. Hold up. Ban that guy. Yeah, I'm ready.
Alright, let's go.
Oh, right in the doorway. that is technically movable through, right? No.
No?
Why did...
Yeah, see, every time I go to break it, they spawn.
Oh, ah. Why don't you stand? Let's attack this guy. Oh. Thank you, Eldrick, for that. Why did the full-on swap? Now I need to do it. Ooh. Oh, there's the thing.
Oh, shit.
Hey, there's a firewall right in front of, okay, never mind, it's gone. Yeah. Yeah, just stay on Eldrick for a moment. I'll off before. Oh, ah, shit.
Struggle is real.
Yeah, that was a... what's it called? But I didn't land my weapon switch. Oh.
Are we good?
Yep.
Nice.
Let's... Ooh. Ranar seeds
Avento.
on the ground. Avento and Ranar seeds, both worth keeping, because I'm in. Inventory space trouble. I'm just gonna drop this for a moment. Don't steal my prayer pot.
I didn't even know there was one on the ground, because I can't see them if they're
Okay.
under 4.
Alright. Yeah, it's a... I have a single dose of prayer, just... chill in there, because I... Maybe I should drop the... I think a 4 would activate with a prompt. Those things just not damage you, I thought...
Nope, nothing can hurt you through the prayer. Except for the minions. And the fire.
Sorry, my inventory is there. Ooh! Was that... I should bring my heart as well.
Yeah.
Good point. Although actually, it doesn't do much, because we're not using... We're not really using the magic for the damage stuff. I instinctively dodge them, just... Ah, there's a CA for avoiding all of those, though. Oh, a CA that requires involving all? Yeah. Okay, this is suddenly a very chill fight.
Yeah. These
I'm not
zeros are
hitting
fucking bullshit, though.
Oh, there we go. There was something. On the spot.
Oh,
Spot.
shit.
Eat up.
Managing my friggin' inventory.
Yep. Not the time to do it.
Why is it so fast?
Oh, ah, shit, sorry.
I have Spec. He's dead. Or not.
I got him.
Nice.
Coal and Avanto seeds. Nice.
Ooh, clue scroll.
Oh! Also, desiccated pages.
What are those for?
Tome of Earth.
Oh. Okay, well,
Also, I think the
I
reason
gotta...
we weren't hitting those guys for a while might be because they have better defenses. Oh, you're leaving?
I gotta do the scroll.
Oh, fair point.
So one thing
No,
I hate about only being able to get one, you should be able to stack them. That would be so
Oh,
nice.
yeah,
Then you wouldn't have to go back every time you get one.
another guy showed up to shill best viewers.
Alright, it's been a while since I've done a scroll. What do I need?
I have scrolls in my bank that I need to do. I'm gonna do them until I'm asked to go into the Wildy, because I'm not going out into the Wildy right now. But
Fuck
I do
the Wildy.
have... I got nests, right? So I have a hard, a medium, and an easy nest. Do I have any geodes? I bet I do. No. Okay. Anyway, we've got the hang of this boss now.
Yeah.
King Lax's camp. Red's bedroom. South of Shazian Wall. Let's start with Shazian Wall 1. I need to get my spade out, and I need to get my Book of the Dead. So that's the closest teleport that I'm aware of off the top of my head. Oh, you're gonna have new clue steps that you can't do because you don't have the items for them.
Fun.
Like, I think there's one that requires the I forget the boss's name. The worst boss in the game. Not a Moxley Idol, the other one. Let's figure out the name of this again. Huey Coatl.
Never heard of that one.
Yeah, he's not very good. But there's he drops like a mid-ground upgrade between Blessed and, like, armor. In terms of ranged gear. It's better prayer bonus, but it's like, you know, it's just ranged armor. Forthos Dungeon, Red Dragon, let's go. I didn't bring any bank teleport. What the hell's wrong with me?
Welcome to my life.
Do I have any... I don't have any bank teleports on me. My closest thing is POH teleport, and then... because I need to grab a Dragonfire Shield for this next step. Apparently my brother did, like, opened a couple hundred clue caskets today
Damn.
because he finished his imbued heart grind.
ALP.
How much is an imbued heart worth now? Because you've got one. And I'm pretty sure they're like 200 mil or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Let's see. Yeah, 100 mil. My third most expensive item. Well, I guess stack of items. Is counting my 2 Hydra Cores one thing on the bank value plugin. Did I bring a blade? Yes, I put a blade. Oh, wait. Sandwiches. Any type of sandwich? Ah. Not baguette. Sad. I just want a baguette.
Shit, I don't have a... Oh, wait, no, I do. Never mind.
Ooh, so we just got a BGS ornament kit.
Ooh.
What's that from? It's not a clue item, is it? Surely it's like trying to think of the word. LMS shop, maybe?
Alright, here we go. We got the casket.
I gotta go to the bank again. I got the Northeaster Berg de Rot, which is a nice, easy one. I'm just gonna
143k. Rune body, black d'hide chaps, 9 purple sweets, and a lobster.
Let's grab my crafting kit. It's a good bank teleport.
Alright, let's re-gear.
I will be a minute. Because I'm also doing a guide. Blue.
I'm also going to be taking a toke, so...
I wonder about minimal gear switches. No.
I do.
Slot they bring actually very little for the magic switch, or
I'm like, if I just
Nothing's magic.
splash, then I'm fucked.
also with best in slot gear you don't even bother bringing oh. Wait, you're supposed to stand over there and magic me from a distance. Anyway, it looks like for best in slot gear you don't even bother bringing spells to deal with the boss's mechanic. What do we got here? Mountain camp, this is a pain. And I got poisoned, which is actually not that big a deal.
Yeah, I guess I don't really need to bring the saturated heart for a little bit more inventory space. Might as well.
Yeah, saturated heart doesn't do much in the fight. Okay. So apparently if you have more than 70 mage accuracy, it makes it so that it's an auto kill on the what are they called?
The summons.
Yeah, the summons. Which means I can probably swap out.
Let's see what that equates to. Okay, if I have
it will mean you'll need to switch out of your ranged gear, because ranged gear tends to have huge negatives.
Yeah.
Fighting a double agent right now.
Oh, just with the body and legs, I'm at 67.
Oh. I wonder what my...
Oh, but that's without the
ancestral.
Avern. Oh, but that won't be on. So, with... Yeah, with the bracelet, the body, and the legs, 71. So I can do a 3-way swap. Or technically 4-way swap because of with weapon. Instead of 6-way. Which is a lot easier to manage.
Oh, my brother's getting all sorts of crazy stuff. Okay, no, so... Occult Ornament Kit. Big money in that. Hell yeah. Alright, so... Oh. Damn it. Okay, at this point I'm just gonna... use the home teleport. I accidentally left-clicked. Yo! Yo, insane pull. What the hell? Guess what item my brother just got?
Dragon Warhammer?
No, he's opening master caskets right now.
Oh. A third age?
Yeah. But you know, not all third age is made equal.
Yeah, exactly.
Third age longsword.
What is that, like 50 mil?
Max cash.
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah, according to the tracker.
Holy shit. I thought something like that would be like one of the cheaper. Like
Anyway,
maybe one of the cheapest, but then I don't know what the cheapest third age is.
I'd guess Coif. Coif isn't very expensive. Apparently it was the Mimic reward as well. Anyway, I'm about ready to jump on back in. Just gotta... Actually, I'm gonna look at what my mage gear is like for this. So I can manage a 3-way switch. That would be kind of cracked. And then the helmet, it would be Nizi Helm 64. So it has to be a 4-way switch anyway. But actually, you know what? I should probably do the 4th way. Occult? Yeah, okay, so it'll be a 4-way switch, but I've got a better 4-way switch than doing Void.
Okay.
And I think it's fine having a bit more going on with my melee switch, because that's only last phase. Really?
Yeah, I'm wondering if I should just drop the cloak and the cult.
The cloak.
My imbued Ceridome and cape and my occult necklace. Because if I'm not going to be
I'm using the
them
occult
for a
because
swap.
I'm using the occult because the occult's got a pretty fat attack bonus on it.
Well, it's like if we're not using it for
Magic attack bonus.
if we're not using it for damage, then what's the point?
What's the other thing you're swapping out for the getting over the threshold?
I'm just using the Tormented
Oh,
Bracelet.
wait. Barrow's close.
Tormented Bracelet with Arium's body and robe skirt. Gives me 71.
Oh, actually, I forgot. So I don't need the occult to get 70 exactly. So let's... This on, I've got a 3-way switch, actually. Put it down to 3-way switch. Let's go.
Yeah, see, if I don't use the fire
wait.
cape, if I use Ava's, I actually don't need the tormented either. I can just use a 3-way. So I'm
I
gonna...
do need to not be wearing my defender, though. That's annoying.
Oh, I also have the defender on. Yeah, if I have the defender off, then it's
If I have my-
77. So I can have the defender on and still have a 3-way switch, but I'll be between blowpipe for the first phase. So yeah, that'll work perfectly. And then just get rid
There's a
of
bigger difference.
tormented and fire cape.
What's the difference in Tormented? Tormented's barely anything in terms of magic attack difference.
And then that just gives me more room for food.
Yep. I'm bringing less food now because I'm switching off of the void.
I am bringing the burning claws though, because those do fuck tons of damage.
It's 85. I might be wearing this as well. Yeah, I definitely have to switch out of the Missouri. Yeah, so it's a 4-way switch I've got still. But it's just a slightly more stacked 4-way switch. I feel like I'm missing something for my melee gear now. But that is a 5-way switch.
Yeah, this feels a lot more manageable. I ain't no pro. 6-way switches with a tribrid, trying to keep your inventory steady is really difficult.
Yeah. Things should be good for me though.
I am ready.
I've just gotta head out.
Sounds good. Maybe we can do 3 kills this run.
Maybe. That should be very doable if we don't
Fuck up.
screw ourselves over on the phase 2. Man, I need to get me some bandos. That would be nutty.
Yes, Muffin, I am still on your stream. Did I miss something? Because we were talking. Oh, you can't see it because it's underneath. But yes, I am.
I'm still lurking there, but I'm not sure whether it counts me as viewing because I'm also lurking.
Yeah, I'm lurking in my stream, I'm lurking in your stream, I'm lurking in Muffin's stream. Oh, but now I'm glad being affiliated, I don't have to worry about that shit anymore. Super nice. Being like, oh no, that one day, and then I'm fucked. But no, we're good.
You ready?
Yep, let's do it.
Yeah, so I think they are very weak to melee when they're in melee, but you just need to get the opportunity.
Yeah. Like this?
Yep. Am I... Yes, that is shredding.
No, everyone but you left. Ah, that's how it goes, Muffin. You win some, you lose some. Okay, now I gotta get my gear straight.
Okay, off.
But yeah, you were popping off there, Muffin. Now I have 11 followers. Didn't you have 12 followers?
I think I had 12 viewers, maybe?
No, he had 8 viewers. Sorry, he had 12
Oh.
followers.
Huh?
Oh, I'm just gonna kill him.
Let's get
Kill
on
him.
this from
Oh.
okay.
No, it wasn't worth it.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I have inventory space for my
Yeah.
shops now.
Very true.
Or I have an excuse to, you know, I'm just gonna leave those coins on the ground.
Deadeye prayer scroll?
Did I prayer scroll?
The fuck is that?
I have no clue.
What? There's a new prayer?
Maybe.
What the fuck? Who would have guessed? Well, okay then. That's insane. What the fuck? Deadeye prayer scroll. Never heard of that before. I think I'll just do chess stream tomorrow and see how many views that gets. Yeah, man. All about experimenting to see what works best, right?
One of them survived.
One of what did?
There's a fire element along.
Oh, I can't see it. My bad. Bad angling.
No, I'm gonna scooch over a bit so they stack up. Oh wait, I need to take these guys out. Oh, ah shit.
My bad.
Oh.
Sorry. Okay, I gotta pay more attention to that.
Yeah. I could have dealt with it, but I'm too reliant.
Oh my god, what am I doing?
What are you doing? Get on the... Also, eat up. Make sure you don't perish right at the end here.
Lose that prayer scroll somehow. Would be my luck.
Damn it.
Dead.
Alright. Hey, desiccated pages.
Nice. Gold ore and landing team seed.
Lantadine?
Yeah.
Lanadine. Huh? Am I stupid? Oh, they have pathfinding. Oh. We gotta shred this guy real quick before we get...
Personal
Hey.
best.
2 minutes, almost flat.
Yep.
And 1 takeoff.
Water runes and law runes.
Solar runes, that's junk. I'm just gonna drop the UC. The money doesn't do anything for me, and I'm 99 farming pretty. Just like everyone else. Huh? Clicked the wrong ones because they're crossing over each other. Okay. It's fine, you don't need to...
Just instinct now. Prayer potion. Nice.
Nice. Do I care about water orbs? No, if I wanted water orbs, I'd go to Maltzliadel. I also don't care for Chaos Runes, but they're not, like... They stack better, and I'm more likely to actually use them.
Oh, I don't have ground. I'm dumb.
real quick by picking out some. Also, am praying piety. It's not that big an issue for me right now. Like, we're doing pretty good at not taking a lot of damage right now.
Yeah.
Oh, can you get the, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, champion! Woo.
Nice.
Hey, dwarf wheat seeds.
Blood
I
runes,
have
not
way
bad.
too many of those. You go through so much dwarf weed. Well, you go through so many dwarf weed seeds in Iron Man, and you never use any of it because, dwarf weed. Oh boy, what am I gonna make? Menafite brews? Now, this is a very annoying arrangement of them.
Fuck. He just immediately runs away.
Oh, he's sticking around. I thought he was gonna piss off like that. Oh, ah, damn it.
One spawn on this side. I should have hit that one first. Fuck. Fucked up the spec.
I think I missed my attack. Gotta get this fire guy down a bit more, but if it's not that urgent, you can, you know how to how to get off enemy before they're dead.
Nice.
Oh, perfect.
That's
You got
insane.
perfect Royal Titans. I don't know what the difference there is. Blood runes, I can put those right in the pouch. Palm tree seed. That's a bit
15k
less
and some
garbage.
Irit seeds.
Anyway, this is a. I've got food that I'm just not eating.
Yeah, I mean,
You know?
the food I'm eating is because I'm using my potions, and they take 10 HP per potion. So that's each dose is one shark. Oops. Forgetting to pray.
There's a CA for doing this without losing any prayer points, and it doesn't sound that difficult.
Yeah.
I attacked the wrong one of the lot.
Fuck. My last doses of potion and my last food.
Okay. Alright, the southern side opened up.
Oh shit, I didn't mean to kill it. I didn't think I should do that much damage.
I think we...
Oh, on tick. That was beautiful. Maybe we should
145.
loot this guy. Maybe we'll get something special. But I feel like,
Maybe.
like my thing is like, if there's a choice between something, always do the same thing over and over, because if there's ever a chance that that's the thing that has the purple in it, then you'll never be like, oh shit, you know, it was the other one, not this one.
Resupply time, I take it?
Yeah.
Just teleport it out.
So you're not gonna take any of these?
Nah, my inventory's full.
Okay, I'm taking them. It adds up. Okay, let's see what the hell this Deadeye prayer scroll is.
Yeah, I don't know the first thing about that. That was news to me. Oh, each of them has a different prayer scroll on them. And it looks like... Actually, I'm not going to tell you what they are. I'll let you discover for yourself. Although, man...
Wait, it replaces Eagle Eye?
By the sounds of it, yeah. So I could really do with getting that because I don't have...
Is it better, or should I just sell it because I have rigor? Or like, is it useful in certain situations? Like, how much is it? Let's see that first. Oh, you can't trade it on the Grand Exchange, so it doesn't matter. I use it either way. I can't sell it.
There are cases where it's better to use a lower thing because they've reduced the costs of them.
Yeah, I'm like, if it was under 20 mil, I was gonna use it. If it was over 20 mil, I was gonna sell it. That's like my threshold. Okay, let's see.
It looks like it just adds a defense boost. And a slight, it's a slight number upgrade and a defense boost. That's a good way of doing it. And also, you know, it's not...
Oh, okay. I mean, it doesn't show it in my prayer list either way because I have all those lower tiers turned off. Oh man, I have 3 bank slots left.
They massively reduced the amount that the very low level prayers drain.
So you can use them a lot more?
Yeah, I could have Burst of Strength and Clarity of Thought on for half an hour.
Damn.
And just the gear I'm wearing right now, which is not rare gear, of course.
I'm just gonna bring normal super combat and ranging because the divines don't seem worth using here. And I'll just use preserve because I'm barely using any prayer. What else do I need?
I'm gonna swap my mantas for sharks.
I think that's good.
Oh, do you think they added new best food?
What, really?
Yeah, it's new food that works differently. It heals more, but you can't use it to heal up quickly.
Kind of like the opposite effect of like a Karambwan?
Yeah, so... with the... Actually, I need to look at the... So it's hunter meat. And... So cooked dashing Kebbit, total heal 23, and 10 run restore. But cooked moonlight antelope, that's the good one. 26 total healing.
Holy shit.
But so it's a little bit more than manta rays, but the way it works is you get an initial heal and then a secondary heal 7 ticks later.
So you could
And
still
you
use
want-
it with Karambwan as long as you're not maxed out, and you could heal like 60 HP. Or 46 HP.
Let's see.
Or I guess it would be 44, because it's 18 for a Karambwan, right?
If a second meat is eaten, the secondary kick will not be cancelled when eating.
You're not
cooked
looking at chat,
Karambwan.
are you? Oh, I'm sorry, Muffin. What did I miss?
Sorry, I was also zoned out. Change the title, reload. Okay, yeah, we're not looking at your stream right now because we're doing.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out this boss. And all the mechanics and urchin that goes along with it.
Hmm.
Playing shorts
It's a
with
pretty
me,
good boss.
myself, and I. Nice.
Anyway, I do need the better. I could do with Deadeye because I don't have rigor, so I'm gonna keep stealing from the ice stew.
And I also figured out today when I was doing all the changes and everything why it seems like my automated messages don't work sometimes. It's because there has to be 5 lines of chat within the last 5 minutes to activate the bot. So it only says it if people are in chat. Wait,
Right, 5 lines of chat
wait,
in the last.
what just happened here?
What happened?
UniHQ sent a message on my kick stream, but it's not in my chat.
Oh damn! I
What?
always have.
Welcome, welcome,
I didn't give it a-
UniHQ. Sorry, I don't know
Maybe
why
give it a
my...
layout. Yeah, of course. It
That's
doesn't show
so
up in
weird.
the,
Maybe I missed it from a long time ago and I'm just looking at it now because I just did an emote and it popped up.
There already.
I just have me, you, and 2 unknown people watching. Possibly a bot. Yeah, just probably a lurker. Doing their thing.
I'm gonna pot up now.
I'm gonna take a toke before we go.
Okay. In which case, I will not pot up just yet.
Alright, let's go.
All right. I forgot to step up. Oh well. They do the walking away thing first. So I need to pray.
No, I trapped myself. Ah, I didn't get the spec off. Yes, I got him with the
Love fighting.
spec.
Nice. Ah, damn it. I should be keeping an eye out for the, some standing. Hey!
Nice!
Bro.
Congratulations! Fuck yeah, dude. That's epic.
Woo! Finally a prayer upgrade.
Yeah, that's insane. This boss is pretty cool, though.
Yeah, my clanmates asked me if I've got rigor, which I do not.
I'm an idiot. I forgot to pray.
No comment. You know what I'm gonna say? You're strategically using your food, so you'll have more inventory space.
Yeah, exactly, right?
I'm still at 116. I have not taken any damage. I'm not to blame for your being over there during the brief melee section. Oh, damn it.
Nice.
Oh, nice. And loot time. I'm still gonna keep looting this one because I don't care as much about. I have augury, so I don't need.
What's this amulet?
Oh, nice.
Giant
That is
soul amulet.
a teleport.
Oh!
Right outside.
How do you charge it?
I don't know. I assume I'm gonna guess fire and water runes,
Okay.
but I'm not sure. But fire and water runes seems. I mean, fire, water, law, of course.
Yeah. You charge it with big bones and law runes. Goofies.
Okay.
Welcome, welcome, good sir. How is it
Yo,
going?
Goofies. Thanks for the advice, man.
Hell yeah, brother. I can't believe all of those hit 0. That was bullshit. An entire spec of claws. 0. Doing some titans also. Nice. Yeah, man, this is our first go at it. We've been at it for like what, an hour and a half? Took me 86 to get there. The Ami, 1 in 16. Yeah, we both got the fucking prayer scrolls now, and we've done it like 10 times. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, I think I assume what we got was the 10 KC CA over there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty great to have it. I'm no rigor having. So
Only
actually
have
very
gotten the
significant.
Ami and Pages, 106 KC, and seen 4 pets though. Damn. Are there like 2 pets? Can you get like 1 of each of them?
I'd assume it's a transmog.
I guess so, yeah. Tick perfect.
I can afford one more big hit on this guy.
It's 1 pet that you can change. Ah. Dead.
Actually, do I want to switch to the other one now?
Yeah, I'm like...
I don't have any specific loot from that guy on me right now. Oh, Rune Scimitar. Just gonna drop that. It's a garbage amount of money, and I'd need to go through the effort of actually help.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'll keep it on me because I got space, and it stops things from getting bounced around my inventory.
Didn't quite get that.
They both chose the same item right at the start. Very nice. I should be changing to these pants for the melee just because it's slightly better accuracy.
Holy shit, you missed it. What, Muffin? What happened?
Did we get a new
New PB?
new world record? New world record would be insane. Oh,
Whoops, my bad.
I fear I ran out. Wait, god damn it! I got stuck clicking on the guys. What am I doing?
Not just a PB. Top 7 in the world now. Holy shit, Muffin. Told you, keep going, man. Get that fucking top 1. Let's go, buddy. Muffin's gonna be fucking famous, and we're gonna be able to say that we knew him in the beginning before he was famous.
Gold and Lantadime. I'm gonna eat a shark just to get in space.
Renar Seed and Death Runes.
The loot from this is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy with the amount of loot I'm getting. The supplies are at least paying for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, those the other ones, right? I'm gonna go down some health. I think when they're below 300, they do the thing. I'm not sure. We're about to get the thing. Right?
Yep. Looks about that. So when they're both under 300. Oops.
Right. This guy. Oh, shit, I missed the weapon switch part. Oh, damn it.
It's always so close.
More Branda stuff.
Man, good thing I'm getting a lot of coal, because it's saving a lot of inventory space. I'm just gonna drop these two shark either way.
You know, it'd be a good idea to bring that I didn't bring, but just the Holy Range. That Holy Range is kind of a goated item.
Yep, it really is. And with now that we're like not limited by supplies, it's probably actually, because I was gonna mention that earlier. I was gonna be like, should I just bring the wrench instead of the heart?
I'm not praying.
Strategic damage taken, right?
Maybe.
Whoops.
I have not been using my blowpipe specs because of the idea that I'll get health back on the on these.
I mean, you could always bring blood spells too, right?
No.
Have one person have like supplies for the other person. Bring blood. Have one person
Well, I mean,
do blood.
you want the spell book so you can use the.
Yeah, I just know. Just one person would be on one spell book, one person would on the other. One would have supplies, and then the other one would.
Yeah.
Oops. Oh, that's why I'm running out of prayer. I have freaking piety on.
Shit. My bad.
I got some kind of
really-
air trick.
We gotta really shred this guy now.
I got much sorted.
Oh.
Speed.
Nope.
Oh shit. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, we're a bit. Because I accidentally killed Branda way too quick. Oh, nice coal. I need a lot of coal for smithing reasons.
Yeah. Levi, you on my
Okay.
stream?
Probably. I'm not sure if it'll count me because I'm also in Italk's stream.
Yeah, we're kind of all over the place, so it might not count us as viewers. It's the way that Twitch
Yeah.
is.
Try melee? Hey, yep, there you go. Damn, your guy's still got so much health.
Yeah, but are you seeing this replay? I'm watching it, Muffin.
I'm not watching it right now because I'm in the middle of this fight. It's not a very intense boss fight, so it's the kind of thing where I...
Can I clip it? Yeah, sure. Just give me a second. We'd have to like end this, cause I'd have to basically close RuneScape over, cause it's not gonna show it over top of it, cause RuneScape's always on top.
We're gonna exit for a moment? Is that what's going on?
No, just whenever we're done here. I can probably do 2 more runs.
Yeah, I've got 2 prayer potions left, and that should last me a good, at least 2 fights. Those prayer rejuvenation are supposed to be really good here.
Yep. These things are fucking expensive though.
So you know about prayer rejuvenation potions, but not about the new boss that drops us supplies for them?
Nope.
Or the new...
I only used them
minigame
once,
that
and I
kills
was
single
using
players.
them for Thermonuclear Smoke Devil to do redemption.
Hey, could I get out of here?
Thermonuclear Smoke Devil, great band name. Yep.
True.
Muffin just got top 7 in the world, bro. And he streams now. Go check him out.
We're about to get the thing, I think. You better deal with that. But if we could get... I'm gonna go deal with my guy.
Okay, well that didn't work. Yeah, I don't know why that shoutout didn't work. There, go check out Cute Muffin.
Heaven toes.
Nice.
So, one more?
Yeah, probably. I got one more dose of prayer pot.
One more dose of prayer pot?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm at
I
full
got one more
prayer.
prayer pot.
So. And I'm not using, well, I guess I can during this one if this is the last one. I can use rigor and piety. Valium boy, welcome, welcome. Welcome. How's it going, bro? So we got everything set up, Valium boy, at least, like, somewhat. Some things don't work that I have to fix, but pretty much everything is set up. So you can now do this on Twitch.
I think we're about to get the, phase change.
Oops. What do you mean, yeah, what? I got all the stuff set up. So now we can do emotes on Twitch. Oh shit, he's not even close to dead. Now he is. Did like 45 damage.
Yeah, I was saying he's not, like, terribly far from death. He's... Oh, Mystic Fire Stars, let's go.
Alright. Let's go back.
That was some good loot we got. The coal's always good. The, seeds are good. The upgrade to my ranged prayer is good.
Hell yeah.
So I can do more damage with my Tiva. Yeah,
So where's your
huge,
replay, Muffin? Where you gonna do the replay so I can clip it? Or no? Cause you're playing now, right?
Oh yeah, we're watching Cute Muffin do something.
He's playing. Alright, I have no bank space. Let's go.
Is that what's on screen right now or not?
Nah.
No, he's just sending attempts right now.
Yep. Just trying to get better.
Okay. I mean, it'd probably look a lot like any other run to me. Realistically. Oh,
Yeah.
that was a clean start there. I can tell when a start is clean. Okay, I gotta re-gear now. Oh, not re-gear. Re-inventory. What are my words? I need bank space. I need to buy more bank space. Let's get one of these.
So I have this giant sound amulet. And I can use it to teleport instantly there?
Yeah, just outside.
Nice.
I have to take the long way anyway.
Yeah, it's just kind of good to have, right? I'm not going to bring it with me, but it's good to have.
Yeah.
But
You know, it's 21.
my
bills.
inventory, my bank is fucking full.
Oh, you notice there's a sacrifice option on the guys?
There's a what?
Sacrifice option on the bosses.
Oh, for the pet?
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
I quite like it as a design choice.
Yeah. Because what if you
It
don't
makes-
need the loot, right? And what if you're just pet hunting?
It makes pet hunting a supply drain rather than a just goods flooding into the economy because people are grinding for the pet.
Yeah. Valiant Boy, what is... I don't know why XP doesn't work. It should work. Or maybe you just did it too fast.
Right, I know the exclamation point too.
Huh.
What? There it is. My key was sticky.
Okay, apparently that part of the bot is broken. No, it should be working on Kick. It's just a Twitch thing.
My thing says broadcaster and not moderator because I comment in my own chat, not in your chat. Crystalline
Oh, it might have reset everything. It might have reset everyone's levels and everything.
shadow. No. Well, I was 6, Valium was 6, and Muffin was 10.
Yeah,
I don't know if you can manually do that.
I can.
Nice.
Yep.
I can't remember. Was Cupchair like 4?
Something like that.
We'll have to ask. I just put my agenda for the day is wrong. So I should hide that. You know what I should do to make streaming a bit easier? Is it in all settings?
I have no idea where to find...
There it is. I'm gonna.
Oh, here's a leaderboard for points.
30%.
But I don't know
Okay,
how to...
That's gonna be much better for the stream, making all my HUD elements bigger.
Yeah, I don't know how to figure that out. Or I will search if there's a problem somewhere. Yeah, figure out where points come from and how to activate levels on Stream Elements. Because I'm not seeing it anywhere. Because if the XP doesn't work, that means levels aren't turned on. But I don't know why that would be. No, I'm just gonna bring my Falador shield.
Oh, that's a good idea. Actually, I forgot to bring that stuff. To be fair, my limiting constraint is inventory space, not prayer.
Just the more prayer I have, the more I can use piety. And
Yeah, I've been using piety the whole time. I'm bringing 8 prayer potions with me.
damn.
How many prayer potions do I have? I don't think it'll show up in the bank. Yeah, it doesn't show up in the
Well, I
bank
guess I
memory because
could
they're not in my
bring
bank.
more prayer pots. Because I shouldn't be getting hit.
Yeah, you shouldn't be getting hit. What's wrong with you?
I'm an idiot.
I'm gonna have to be right back. Give me a second.
Yep, no worries. Oh, my law runes. Hey! Hey! Oi.
I'm back. I just saw the strangest lights in the sky.
Ooh, interesting. Oh, dude, that reminds me. You know what I was gonna react to today? I don't know if you ever heard of this channel. It's called Secure Team 10, and they do like UFO shit and stuff. And he came up with a new video.
Ooh. Sounds like fun.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, it was vaguely UFO-y. So there were two things that crossed my mind. It could be someone with a projector on the ground, because it's, it's lots of cloud coverage. Or it could be something above moving very quietly, very fast, which makes a bit less sense. Because how is something that quiet and that fast? I don't know, there wouldn't be like stealth planes over where I live. But... And they also had like it was an arcing motion. It wasn't like a straight line, so I think it was a projector of some kind. But it must have been a very bright projector. Or like maybe spotlights pointing up. I don't mean like literal spotlights, but some sort of light sources from the ground pointing up. Must have been.
It says that this should work, but it doesn't.
Was it length or was it wheels? Ooh. That's an interesting fit that the guy's got. Zombie X.
Okay, that's why.
Also crystal.
I figured it out.
Ooh, less hair.
Oh, and Valiant Boy, you can cheer now. I fixed it. I fixed everything. Did it not save? I had to have saved. Oh, I'm on the ignored list because, yeah.
Oh, that is a good fit. This guy's got Virax skirt, Blessed hide, but still got the Anguish ornament. To be fair, Anguish is something you should get. But Anguish before Bloodlight?
I have Anguish.
No, I mean as a rule, not you specifically.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Like,
it
Anguish is
says
the kind of
points
thing you
are
should get.
on. Points. User has points. And then XP
Go back and grab my wrench.
isn't on here. So there isn't a command for XP. And then if I go down to the loyalty settings, it says that the loyalty is enabled. But I don't know if that has anything to do with levels. So I don't think you actually have levels on this. Oh, there it is. No, it's just not turned on. Set a viewer's access level. I don't know what that means. That's not... I don't think that's what I'm looking for. Oh. There's also, yeah, this. Is this how you do it? There we go. Had a good day. I go doing SC Go VR with a bro at 16 p.m. I will be crazy. Sounds good, Valiant boy. Yeah, I guess I don't know about XP or level, but points should work. But I don't know about levels. I don't think that's actually a function in here. My back still broke.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, I need to go down here. I'm like, where am I going?
You know, I gotta go to my clan drops channel on the Discord and give
Because
some kind of
of
insane
this,
reacts.
because of this dumbass dude who throw me and spamming front kicks on chest. Are you talking about like in real life? See, there you go. Except it doesn't pop up on the screen, which I don't know why, but if you actually use my emote, like if you go...
Oh hey, I can use your emotes and...
It pops up on the screen, but the ones that Stream Elements does doesn't pop up on screen. But if you do it on Kit, it pops up on screen.
I can use your emotes and like... Detox Cat?
Yeah, it's the Cheshire Cat poster on my wall.
Oh yeah, it's not very legible at thumbnail size. I've been thinking about what I would do if I got emotes, and the thing I'd want is just a walnut
A walnut.
colliding with a walnut colliding with a sheet of corrugated iron.
Nice.
Just because that is my plague right now. It's my personal Guernica. You know, I'm heading off to the spot. At this point, I should just be looking through my collection log, deciding on stuff to do. I've got... I'm almost dry for a DK's pet. Not any specific one, but just one in general. DK's is very chill.
Last pet I got
Dragon.
was gargoyles.
The last pet I got was it called Niv? The one from why can't I never remember bosses' names? The new spider boss.
Oh, and I was wondering,
Araxor.
for these...
The
Oh, is it just EMVM? Can you guys see those as emotes on your
it
side?
says-
Or are those
Um,
words on your side?
it shows up as words on my side.
Okay, so if you get this extension, it'll allow you to use emotes on Twitch, but only people that have the extension can see the emotes.
Okay.
It's called BTTV.
Oh, right. I might be able to see that on.
And then you can just go to it and install it on Chrome, and it will show up
So it's
with all of my
BTTV?
emotes.
Yeah, I think I need to update that because I haven't used it in a very long time.
Yeah. But if you do that, then you can see the words as emotes. I gotta put that in like a description at the bottom. Oh, did you guys see this? I put this in for you guys. I don't know if any of you saw this.
What are we looking?
Valiant
Look at
Girl
my
Twitch
stream.
is now following. Thank you for
Ah.
following Valiant Girl Twitch. I hope you're enjoying the stream.
What the fuck?
3 plus
Hi,
1.
sweetie. Hatred was just telling me he used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What?
Nice.
When did you start
you mean
smoking?
the thing below your?
1989-ish.
So you
The
have
novel?
been lying.
Oh, pillars.
Now makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine.
Marry me!
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice.
What the fuck? What? Yeah, Valiant Girl Twitch, welcome to the stream. What the fuck? 2 days of, this is some fucked up shit right here. But yeah, look guys, you guys are all the pillars of my community. You all have your name on a pillar.
Hell yeah.
People will really thought that's my girlfriend. Is that not your girlfriend, Valiant Boy? I thought that was your girlfriend.
Starforge PC specs.
Yup, that's my PC. Starforge PCs, best PCs in the universe.
I just made mine.
Nice.
I can't remember what's in it. But
Hell yeah, I hope. What
Alright,
the fuck,
7800,
Valium Boy? Yeah, Valium Girl. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It was meant to be. It was meant to fucking be. What a weird fucking timeline we live in, guys. The world is a goddamn conspiracy.
I don't know AMD graphics cards by name. Like, my brain can't place them where they, you know,
Oh,
compared to...
the 7700 is a 4060.
Oh, okay. Because I've got a 2080 Ti. I think that's... I think that'll still be better, despite being an earlier...
Oh, is she French, Valiant Boy? Here's the ultimate moment. Is she French? Oh shit. Shit's about to get real. That's a huzzar? Or really? Okay, are we ready to go?
Oh, I've been looking at my little collection loads page. I gotta get my screen set back up. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Alright, let's do this.
Zip up.
Oh,
I think it's
shit.
best to melee whenever possible, so I'm coming over meleeing your guy.
No! It's not on. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. There. It's on now. It's on now. I'm an idiot. Ow.
Oh,
That
damn.
That was not tick perfect.
One of these
Valium
guys has
Multiverse.
so much more health than the other.
Oh, I didn't see the flame guys. Well, that was a waste.
Didn't get greeted, that's good.
Oh, come on, kill
Welcome
it.
to the Valium Multiverse, Scotty.
Okay.
Oh, wow, you got my name. Congratulations. Not a lot of people can instantly get that. Thanks, Valium Girl Twitch.
Hey.
9 pages, nice.
Yeah. I'm just gonna eat my sharks. I've got 3 sharks left and I'll live with that. I'm not at serious risk of dying.
Yeah.
I got it in just in time. What I might do is stop bringing my armor legs. And just
I worked out it's your name backwards because I am a clever Frenchie.
Oh,
My family.
damn! Stream is real today, boys.
second.
Oh, did I not hit the right one? What the hell? I don't know why I moved. I'm an idiot.
What's going on today? Sorry, it's hard to follow chat while doing this. Valiumverse?
Oh shit. Oh, nice.
Give me the scroll. Do I even care enough to keep these?
Are you farming Eldrix? Yes. We're doing pretty good, I'd say.
Eldrix? Yeah. I mean, I want the thing from Branda just before I think Eldrick is the better one to kill or to get the loot from.
Oh, I don't have any inventory space. That's why I can't equip this.
Classic. Eldrick makes more sense to hit here just because it's got more.
Damn it, I missed that one. Should have been one more tick.
gonna risk it. Hey, that was a good risk.
Nice.
Always risk.
Ooh, another prayer potion.
Desiccated pages, that's nice to see. I don't care enough about 3 dwarf weeds to hold on to them.
Valium Girl Twitch, where are you from?
Hey, Billy, at least try to be subtle.
I don't think he knows how to.
Oh, ice, that's the line.
And you create this account because you saw Valium Boy.
No, pure coincidence.
100%. It's just, that's the way the world works, Valium Boy. You feel me? I can't believe that's a huzzar. Oops.
I'm not sure what a huzzah is.
Yeah, me neither. Is it like an expression? Like a French expression?
Like, we don't feel you because we don't know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Or at least I don't feel you. Maybe Itok can feel you despite not understanding you. I wouldn't be surprised if he had that strength.
I mean, I can attempt. An attempt was made. But I'm like super zoned in right now, so...
Oh,
That's a Mudlivers.
we got the full thing to knock that guy out.
Oh.
Royal Titan Adept, let's go. That's a full 25 KC. Garbage. I'm gonna drop these rune arrows. 25k in Elks is not worth it. 25k in Elks that I have to, you know, stand around an elk.
Bro, TTS just not active on Twitch. Wait, no, it did work. What did you do wrong, Valium Boy? It should frickin' work.
Okay.
See? It works. I don't know what you did. You did something wrong. It definitely works. That doesn't work though. Like I said, I don't think that's a function.
We could get some terrible spawns for the thing here, but no.
XP is cursed today.
Oh, that was maybe a bit too early. Although we're about to get... Oh,
Nice.
that went fine. That went more fine than I thought it was going to. Come on. Hard clue. I'm gonna just hold on to this for a minute. And I'm not gonna bother with the rune pickaxe either. Yo, can you
Oh,
spare me from?
oh shit! My blowpipe's out of charges.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's no good.
We'll still manage to kill. Easy.
$22K points Itox your cooked Valium can afford to forcing you spending a whole FCK in 3-hour stream without glasses or whatever else.
Ah,
Good luck.
Shit.
But
Valiant Boy might make me take my glasses off. Oh, that's not what I want. That's the wrong side.
how long does the last thing last?
5 minutes.
Nice. We can do some do some blind kills. That'll be
You
fun.
are so fuck lucky that he's kind.
Yes, I am so very lucky. Thank you, Valiant Boy, for being so kind.
Hey, more pages. So we're gonna get you some more charges in your blowpipe real quick.
Yeah, let's go back. I gotta... You wanna do that scroll?
'Cause I wanted to scroll. Let's see how far we get.
I gotta do
my.
my bank, so...
Do your bank?
Yeah, like, I have no bank space. So I gotta, like, sell shit. So if you wanna do...
Honestly, dude.
If that was me, I make day and Nightmare FCK humans, long life bots, and Maya Brotherhood.
Let's just get up my lore runes as well. Oh, there's probably new teleports I need to get in my house. I hate that they renamed the things in the Portal Nexus so that the old name is second. Because I look at this, so I go to the Portal Nexus, I'm like, I want to go to Centerston. And I scroll through and it's like, dig site? That's not it. No, dig site Centerston, yep, that's it. But I gotta go through the fake name for it before I get to the actual name of the teleport. Which I understand because it's silly to have a made-up word for the name. Ooh. I'm gonna drink my beer and eat my kebab.
Like a real man.
I just lost internet for a moment there. I was so confused because I was trying to headbang.
Oh, I wanted to add RuneScape emotes as my emotes. So, like, you know the one where it's like the two people are pushing up and sitting up, so it looks like they're fucking. And like
Oh yeah.
how like people do like the thing where you stand on top and then move over. Can I have mod, please? My name is Robert. Why would you want mod, good sir? You just come in here and ask for mod? I mean, I have said in the past, if you want mod, all you have to do is ask, but like, that's the only thing? That's a little odd, bro.
He's also on my kick, though. I wonder what his angle is.
Yeah.
I don't give people mod.
Yeah, no. Not some random person like that. I mean, if Mayo asked for mod, or Cuckchair asked for mod, I'd give them mod, but...
I would give Cuckchair mod. I don't think I'd give Valium mod on my channel.
He's a little, what's the word? Trigger happy.
Yeah.
But he was my first
approach to
subscriber,
moderation.
so I said he's God and he can do whatever he wants in the channel. So, you know.
Oh.
Yeah, and
Sounds
my
like a
bank
deal.
account too. Yeah, legit. Could I have the last 3 digits of your bank card? They're on the back of your bank card. And then could I also get your social insurance number and your email address? That would be lovely.
Social insurance. I don't know if that's a thing in Canada.
Yeah, it is.
Because normally, US is always Social Security.
Yeah. Ours is called
Very
social
heavy.
insurance number. SIN card.
I'm gonna use the Giant's Foundry teleport. Just to get to this... Oh wait, I don't have my spade on me. That was close, I almost wasted my...
Teleport.
Yeah, then I have to run there from Duel Arena.
Oof.
Oh, sorry, Emir's Arena. Because no one actually duels there. Oh, wait, something's happening in the party room. The bankers are yelling, party, party. Something's happening in the party room. I've not seen this before. Maybe I have and I just don't remember it. Because I cannot benefit from going to the party room.
Yeah. Alright, well we made like 7 mil. So that's not bad.
Wait, really?
Yeah, just from selling all of our loot.
7 mil.
Yep.
From...
Not from this. I'm saying like my
was thinking-
loot tab in my bank. Like I said, I have a loot tab in my bank, and
yeah.
like I was calculating how much it was before to buy the thing, and it was like 7 or 8 mil, and I was like, that's not enough to buy the thing because it's 23 mil.
Yeah.
And then I could sell all of this and this and this. Oh, not those.
This is looking like I'm not gonna have to go into the Wildy.
This and this
Be
and
good.
this and this and this and this and this and not the crushed nests. I think that's everything now. Oh no, not those.
I'm just gonna fight the wizard in melee. I'm too lazy to swap weapons. And I've
There
still
we
got
go.
the fat defense strength boost, all that from...
Lurk, Valiant. Finally a band deserve and not an error. Wait, what, Valiant boy?
What happened? Also, hard casket time. Garbage.
Oh, I wasn't even paying attention to my name is Robert, and apparently he's been spamming. I have no...
Oh.
I didn't even notice. Thank you, Valiant boy. I didn't even fucking notice.
Yo. Valium W.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just like, I just gotta clear my bank, because this guy's, like, spamming. Okay.
Anyway, I sure do love getting purple sweets that I'll probably not use for a very long time.
Remove all placeholders. Alright, 40 items gone. I have 900
Nice.
out of 40. So, we have tons of room now. And since I'm not doing my dailies... Oh, what about battle staffs? How many battle staffs do I have?
So many. Actually, how many battle styles do I have?
Levi is cutting
Only-
gems, just send
only
him a
about
tell.
1,000.
1,000.
That's not very many.
That's 10 days
Right.
worth.
Yeah, I'm at 2,500. I don't do the Zeph thing.
Oh, really?
Because... Yeah, I just don't bother.
Oh, well, I just made 9 mil.
Because the,
Well, it's not really that
GE
worth it for you.
values.
Hey, I have 24 mil. I can buy it.
Oh, the face guard?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I have a bond up for 11 mil. There's an extra 11 mil there.
Mm.
All right. Well, now I'm not completely broke on top of getting the basilisk jaw. So what do I need to do with the jaw?
Inspect it. And it'll say something like going to Olaf.
It's the jaw of a basilisk knight. Perhaps Olaf the Bard knows a good story about it.
So now you go to Olaf. Not Phalo, but Olaf. Lives
Yeah.
in the town.
Yeah. Oops.
Yeah. So I got my stack of 21 dragon plate legs that I could Hulk at any time for a quick 3.5 mil.
Nice.
My
Babo Violent. TTS, Levi's cutting gems. Just send him a tell.
I'm not cutting gems right now. You could look at my stream if you want to see what I'm doing.
I want to see this clip.
There's so many water battle stuffs. Let's go. Where's from again?
I didn't even notice. I'm not even paying attention. He's just I'm just like, yeah, okay, sell this, sell this, sell this. Make sure you don't press that collect button. Don't press that collect button and take that bond that's going to be sitting there, because then it has a chance of running out. Alright, so where's Olaf?
In the, he's near Brunt. So he's in the big long hole. He might be around the right side of the long hole.
Oh, wait,
Actually?
is it Nada's Knot, or is it from the...
Relica.
Relica, okay.
Yeah. So east, I think he's east of the long hole in Relica. He might be in it, I'm not sure. I could be wrong on either of those.
Oops.
So I'm gonna get around to, before I forget, actually, one thing I'm gonna do is get rid of this armor chain skirt.
Okay, I
It'll
don't
simplify
see
my
him
solutions.
anywhere. Down here?
I'm gonna look at your stream real quick. East of the long hole? Is he not east of the long hole? Because he's not where you're going. Because he's the music cake guy. Who's that?
I have no idea.
Go south?
Yeah, because I already looked over here.
No.
Oh,
East
there
of
he
the long
is.
hole,
No, he's right here. He's outside of a building. I didn't notice. He's just walking around.
So I'm looking at your stream with a delay. So yeah. So he's about where I see it, east of the long hole. But he's, yeah, but
I was looking inside of the buildings. I don't know why.
Okay.
Like I was on my... I walked right past him. So I've learned it, now I can...
Now you can
It's a
combine
jaw
it with
basilisk,
your...
it looks like it could be attached to the helm if Nate is not.
Yep. And now you can do that thing. I think you just use it on a Helm of Nate is not. I don't think you need a chisel or anything. But if you did,
Nice! Nate is not
it would
face guard! Shit,
just
bro.
such a good item.
Hell
My
yeah.
delay for watching a stream is very long. So I'm not seeing these reactions in real time. Yeah, I've added an inventory setup just for this boss. I have so many inventory setups saved. And let's do another trip.
Sounds good.
And you can just go straight there. I gotta go the long way. Where can I get some big bones if I get the teleport? Probably don't have any stored. I feel like there's something I killed that drops like 100 at a time. I'm not sure what it is off the top of my head. Is it Zulrah? Does Zulrah drop big bones 100 at a time?
I don't know.
Let's find Zulrah on this list. Surely I haven't killed Zulrah that long ago. Damn, I haven't killed Zulrah in a bit. Do you have the, I assume you have Augury because it's cheap as hell.
Yeah, I have all the prayers.
Ooh. Nice. Hey, someone in the clan just got a dragon pickaxe.
Nice.
Their second one in the past, like, 7 chat messages. 2 of which, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, second and last 6 chat messages.
Damn.
And 2 of those chat messages are Royal Titans PBs.
I'm like, what am I missing? It's my fucking anguish.
I wonder if... Yeah, I've gotten rid of the leg swap, so it's just a 3-click switch to get into melee, into mage gear, and also the ancestral legs are much better for melee than the armor legs.
Oh shit, I need more mist runes. I'm gonna run out of mist runes.
Oh, I've never had a decent supply of mist runes.
By 10,000.
Personal deaths here, 1. Global best time. Do you want to guess how long the global best?
Isn't it 23
short.
seconds? Or
24.
24 seconds? Yeah, it's insane. How do you even do that? Multiple
I'd
people?
imagine,
Multiple
yeah, I'd
people?
imagine it's a bunch of people with scythes. Because the boss is big, so it's got a multiple
Ah, yeah, that
hitbox
makes
thing going on.
sense. That makes sense.
And I guess if you get a really quick them walking forwards phase, you could chunk him down real quick, and then immediately chunk him down on the other side as well.
I'm just gonna bring a shit ton of these.
I'm not sure what you're bringing. Ooh, it's a much better drop. They just got the 60 Snapdragon.
I'm bringing Holy Wrench this time around.
Same, but I was bringing it before.
I was gonna
Yeah,
bring
the
it,
only-
but I just never grabbed it.
I have 9 prayer potions with me.
I only have
5
6, but
So I'll still have prayer potions when we finish.
yeah. I was debating on 8, and I was like, I didn't run out last time, and if I'm low, I just stop using offensive prayers.
What's my book doing? It's fine.
Oh, right.
Also, great thing about the ancestral
Oh,
rock bottoms is
I'm
that
gonna
they
say,
don't have...
we should world swap to reset
Why?
the timer.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
so we don't get
mm.
force logged out.
We're running at 3 hours.
I know, but
I'm not gonna be playing for another 3 hours.
wait, yours is 6? Mine's 4. Isn't it 4?
No, it's a 6-hour log.
I swear it's always been 4 hours.
No.
Okay. Then I'm just remembering wrong. 'Cause I was
Right.
like, I'm not gonna remember within another hour. I'm just gonna take a toke.
Okay. Always gotta ask with you. 'Cause it's always a tote.
It is always a toke. I'm sorry.
Hmm. It's always tote time somewhere.
Indeed. Alright, let's do it.
Alright, let's sip and sip. And I should switch into these. Quick easy start on the range cycle. Oop, I missed. And I'm not praying the right thing. Nope. I need to be rescued from this side of the map. I can do it myself, but it's sort of a...
Wait, what? Oh, I changed worlds, so it reset my spell. That's why. I was like, but I did!
was hoping to hit, and
Prayer pot, what do you know?
oh, gold and coal, the two good drops.
899 water runes.
Okay, they're very good at cleaning up after each other.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have stayed. I should have stayed just for the
It's all good, we got this.
getting the kill.
Another prayer pot. Well, now I'm really
Nice.
glad I didn't bring 8. Because I'd have 10 now.
Oh, very good wall placement there. On.
Pickaxe.
Runes. Hey, they stack. Although, I'm very annoyingly quite low on inventory space again.
Dropping all my shock.
I should draw the sharks at a one dose prayer potion, just because it's gonna be Oh, you know what would really speed up the kills for the PB?
What?
ZCB specs.
Really? What is that? What do they do?
It's an instant bolt proc, but with more damage.
Oh.
So you just get a better bolt proc. And it's like, you know, and it happens. None of that nonsense RNG shenanigans.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a thing there. I couldn't see it under the shark.
Oh yeah, my bad. Oh shit! I
Careful
killed
about the
it.
early kill.
Ow. Oh. Nice.
Hey, clue scroll, I'm not that concerned about doing it the right way. This is a good source of clue scroll, so that's always nice to find.
Mm-hmm.
3 Erit leaves, those are kind of worth it. Ah, damn it. If I'd known that was about to happen, I would have just not done the fight. I love how counterproductive these guys are being.
Yeah. They're like, I'll get it here. I'll get it there. No, I did it there. Oh man, this is bad.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
it's easy to miss.
I'm so like tunnel vision sometimes.
Oh,
I don't know why I did that.
oh, I followed your lead there.
We're just a couple of baddies being bad together. That's okay.
Couple of baddies.
Yep.
I'm so used to the other meaning of that word.
What other meaning? Another amulet? Jesus.
Oh, damn.
Can I put 2 amulets into each other, or is this just an extra amulet?
I'm not sure.
RNG.
It might have a disassemble mechanic.
Yeah.
There's a lot of...
Yeah, I need to not bring more shark. I'm starting to really not need it.
Yeah, we should try not to be trapped on this one side. But I guess it doesn't actually matter that much being trapped. As long as we've got a way to move. This fight would probably be a lot more exhausting with only one person. Just
Yeah. It's like, at least with gargoyles, it's like you fight one then the other. You're not really fighting both of them at the same time most of the
Damn it,
time.
I was trying to see if I could do that thing. It seemed possible, but nah.
I think
So once
maybe
it's
if it's
delayed when you
within
attack-
2 squares, but I don't know about 1. Oh my god, it's not letting me step on it. Oh shit, that was close.
I need to not
Zeros
take
are
any damage.
real.
Hey, I'm at risk of dying here.
Die. Oh.
Okay, it could just kill me here. Yeah, I need to go resupply because I, got rid of all my food because I didn't need it,
And then you got hit there?
and then and I started taking a ton of damage for no reason.
No worries.
Because I was trying to get in free damage.
Well, at least you tried, right? Now you know it's like, it's a little bit
It's not
tougher.
quite. Yeah.
Yeah.
I, let's open up the this just a bit. Click the filter button. Shucks. Also, hey, look at my 8 Berserker Ring imbued that I've got in my bank.
8 of them?
8 of them.
Damn.
That's 36.5 mil in imbued Berserker Rings, not counting the one I'm wearing. I do a lot of DKs,
Yeah.
no pet, but like you got to do them for pet chance, and they're only worth doing on task. Really, just because of the Tribrid Helm bonus. It's not just the Slayer Helm effect bonus, but it's also the fact that the Slayer Helm is essentially a Tribrid Helm in that situation.
Yeah. That's why I love Slayer,
it's-
because it makes that super nice for bosses like that. Like,
So much more consequential.
using Void and Slayer Helm on Araxor.
Void?
Yeah.
Void work Slayer? Anyway, I'm back at the door. You still in there, or are you,
No, I'm ready.
Oh, there you are.
Thing.
Yep. Oh.
Didn't mean for that to actually kill him, but oh well. It is what it is.
Let's get this prayer. Okay, the Mystic Fire Staves are nice. I do like having alkables that are like decently sized. And also, you tend to get tons of Mystic Fire Staves, so it's never a pain to go around and elk them. In the way that, like, Rune Plate Skirts kind of are, because you've usually got, like, 10 of them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave those guys behind the wall. Oh, damn. And I still want to get the scroll for, like, completionist reasons. Also, I accidentally sip it from different potions. There's gonna be an empty vial, and you can't just smash vials. Bombs away taking.
So many prayer potions, holy shit.
I'm gonna pile on this one. Hey, yeah, careful, buddy. I'm just gonna knock,
Ow.
Was that 1? Did you just hit a 1 there?
Yeah.
Damn, we were so close to that fight sucking. If I'd hit 1 higher earlier, you know.
Yep. It's always how it goes, right?
Hmm. Oh, hey, you can get a hit off like that. I need to pray. I missed the most important part of my melee switch, which is the weapon. Huh?
I still have 8 potions, prayer potions.
I'm at 7. Oh, prayer potion. Nice.
Ooh, ice element staff crown?
Nice. Now you need to start fighting from the other guy.
So now I need to start looting the other one.
Yeah, because they drop different pieces of the staff.
And that's like a good item?
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. It's also worth like 6.5 mil.
Oh,
And
that's not too bad.
I think the crowns might be untradeable
Okay.
as well. So it's the kind of thing where you gotta get both halves of the untradeable item to be
Yeah.
able to actually sell it. Kind of like a solar axe, I think. Where it's like, yeah, we gotta make the whole dang thing. Come whack this guy now. Let's go for as fast as we can. That was a fast kill. How fast though? Not even close to a PB.
Yeah. Felt good, but just wasn't.
It'd be very fun if you got a duplicate of that crown piece there.
I'm an idiot. I'm just so used to it. Okay, I gotta start doing
I
fire.
got another prayer potion and also some. Hold up. Let me. Those. Hey, I just DC'd for a moment there.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't know why my internet's been getting really spotty at this hour.
Yeah, I used to have it where like the witching hour, like 3 a.m. my internet would like always cut out. Like a year and a half ago. Well, I realize I don't have any food in my inventory. Because I dropped it all for drops.
You'll be fine. Don't kill it too quickly.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I was on the wrong square. I'm an idiot. Worth.
Ooh, rune pickaxe. That is a droppable thing. I need to change up my rune pouch from bringing, the
Oh
right
wait,
runes
all
next
my
time.
shark is gone. What happened to my shark?
Despawn?
It shouldn't have. It is like 10,000 seconds. Well, I have to. We have to go. I'll die.
Okay, there's a quick exit, a quick escape back here. We can just teleport out. Did you get out safely?
Yeah, I'm out.
Nice.
That was weird. I swear I had more shark than
Yeah.
that.
Maybe it's not an instance.
No, because it's. I have the timers. It says 10,000 seconds.
Yeah. I swear
Maybe I
did
just
not.
miscalculated it. That's very possible.
That was definitely not 10,000 seconds.
No, I mean that I ate too many of them. But I swear I didn't eat like 8 shark. I only ate like 5. But doesn't matter. It is what it is. Okay, so I got 8 shark and or 10 shark and 7 prayer pots. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah, I just gotta change up my... I'm gonna bring elks this time. It's a heavy fire staff.
That is actually a good idea, because all I need is gnats.
Yeah. So let's get all my nature runes out, and let's get Do I need
Well,
to-
actually, I can just bring my ring for now. My explorer's ring. For
Actually,
my-
you know, I should call it a day here because I've got work tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. Well, this was great. We had a good time. We fucking cleared that shit. Look at the first kill and look at the last kill, right?
Yeah.
Once you get the groove of it, it's pretty decent. I thoroughly enjoy it, though. It's pretty fun. Nice chill boss. Just chill out.
Easy.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Indeed. Thanks for having me, bro.
yeah, I'll see you around.
Sounds good. Peace out.
We have to keep doing these.
Yeah,
Maybe
for
get
sure.
some viewers on it.
Indeed, right? Especially now that I have an incentive because I need more. I need that other half.
True.
I'm halfway there. Let's go.
It's gonna be teleport, but it's not a big a deal because it's long trips and it's a short rollout anyway.
Yeah.
What are the other use cases for that? It's not a place you need to be. Like it's kind of an alright way to get to skeletal wyverns, I guess. But even then, it's not that much better. What else is there? Close scroll. That's kind of close by. Yeah, it's a not a useful location. Oh wait, no, there's other teleports on it.
Okay.
Have you checked out the other teleports on it?
No, I haven't.
I can't remember what they are. Or what you mean, I can only vaguely remember what they are. Yeah, oh, those are good. Those ones are good. That is actually a best way to get to a specific clue scroll. And then are there other locations on it? Or is it just those three?
I don't know. I left the game, so I can't check.
Yeah, it's just those three locations, of which only one is kinda useful.
Yeah.
And that it's the closest teleport to Vanikit. Which is, it's maybe useful as well for doing, air orbs, is it? Air orbs ones in the worldy? The potential use case? I wouldn't do that, but you can do it. Spider task location, if you want to kill red spiders instead of just doing the easy ones. Yeah, anyway. I'll see you on Twitch.
Sounds good, bro. Have a great day.
Yep. Good night.
Peace. All right. Let's change this. I gotta take a piss, take a toke, and then we will be doing some things to do with lore. All right, be right back. Just gonna incarnate Spotted. Seen some pretty epic maps on them for sure. I'll be right back. Alright, so we're looking at histories and lores and how, like, convergences work.
The year is 2941 of the Third Age, and Middle-earth stands on the brink of war. Tensions run high between the men of Esgaroth, Thorin's company of dwarves, and the Mirkwood elves, with the golden horde of Erebor at stake. And yet, approaching from the northwest is an army of goblins and wargs, out for blood following the murder of their king. This is the Battle of Five Armies. In the year 2770 of the Third Age, the mighty dragon Smaug descended upon the dwarven kingdom of Erebor, hearing of its vast hidden riches in gold and gemstones. Only a lucky few were able to escape. 171 years later, the exiled king of the dwarves, Thorin Oakenshield, returns to the Lonely Mountain to claim his birthright. Believing the men of Esgaroth helped Thorin's company face down against him, Smaug went out and lay waste to Lake Town, in a hell of fire and water. But Smaug, amidst the chaos, was slain with a single black arrow by a man called Bard. With the terror of the Lonely Mountain gone, the woodland elves of Mirkwood and their allies, the men of Lake Town, led by Bard, head towards the mountain to claim the vast wealth of Erebor. Fearful of the forces outside his gates, especially the elves, Thorin sends a raven to Dane Ironfoot, Lord of the Iron Hills to the east, and Thorin's second cousin. At the same time, King Thranduil set up a camp between the River Running and the western arm of the Lonely Mountain. You see, the men and elves believed Erebor to be unguarded, and that Thorin's company had been slaughtered by Smaug before he even got to Lake Town. But they found them very much alive and the single entrance to Erebor fortified with a wall of stone. Surprised, Bard arrived with a company of spearmen and demanded 1/12 of the treasure of Erebor for the people of Lake Town. For not only had he slain the dragon Smaug, but it would help rebuild his town, and much of the treasure that lay there had once belonged to his people. Unable to trust Bard with an elven camp led by King Thranduil right outside Erebor, Thorin refused to hand over any riches.
Begone! Ere our arrows fly!
Faced with the king under the mountain's stubbornness, Bard declares Erebor besieged. He then ordered a small contingent of a few hundred Esgaroth spearmen across the other side of the River Running to hide in the rocks. King Thranduil in turn sent a company of 250 archers to take up the eastern ridge above, making any escape along the eastern bank from Erebor near impossible. However, it is only after acquiring the Arkenstone, the ancestral stone of Thorin's forefathers, with the help of Bilbo, the hobbit that joined Thorin's company, that Thorin agrees to hand over some of his vast riches in Erebor. However, before any gold, silver, or gems can be taken by the men or the elves, at the break of dawn the following day, trumpets sounded. A host of 500 heavily armored dwarves arrived on the eastern ridge of the Lonely Mountain, led by Dane Ironfoot. They were armed with heavy pickaxes, broadswords, and large round shields. Most of them would have been experienced, veterans of the War of the Orcs and the Dwarves, just over a century earlier. Thorin's strategy was simple. If this small but experienced force could enter the mountain, then they could survive any siege by the elves and men. A heavily manned entrance would provide a bloody choke point for enemy forces, nullifying their numerical advantage. At the same time, they could open one of the other entrances to Erebor that had been destroyed by Smaug, allowing them to flank the enemy with raiding parties, and forcing Bard and King Thranduil to encircle the mountain, which they did not have sufficient forces for. Bard knew this, and he could not afford to let Ironfoot's forces reach Thorin. The 500 dwarves then began moving along the eastern bank towards Erebor. The elves and men prepared to ambush them from the right, before the dwarves suddenly veered to charge across the shallow river. They had caught wind that the elves were withholding the Arkenstone, the most precious stone of all, and they had grown angry, vengeful. The elves and men had not been prepared for such an attack, and their eastern flank was unformed and loosely guarded. The elvish archers began firing from the upper ridge, and the Esgaroth spearmen charged out of hiding for the rear of the dwarves. They would be taken entirely by surprise, outnumbered and encircled. But before the forces could clash, legend has it that a storm gathered overhead, lightning cracked, and Gandalf the Grey appeared suddenly between them, demanding that they halt in his thunderous voice. Gandalf had learned that a vast army of goblins had gathered in Mount Gundabad, and they were marching around between the southern and eastern arms of the Lonely Mountain, hoping to take dominion of the north from the men and the elves, as well as seeking vengeance for the death of their king earlier that year, the Great Goblin. Realizing
Common Gandalf W.
them all, the armies of the men, elves, and dwarves marched to meet this new foe fast approaching. Their strategy was rudimentary but simple. Use the height of the spurs of the Lonely Mountain to their advantage, luring the goblins into the valley and attacking them on both of their western and eastern flanks, pinning them against the river. Being the largest of the three forces, the elves manned the southern spur of the mountain. Thranduil's army was comprised of several hundred archers, which he placed along the ridge, giving them a vantage point of the whole battlefield, as well as at least 1,000 spearmen, which he placed on the bottom of the slopes. King Thranduil positioned himself at Ravenhill, at the base of the southern spur. Likewise, setting aside their differences temporarily and combining their forces, the men and the dwarves manned the eastern spur. The couple of hundred Esgaroth archers positioned themselves along the ridge, while the remaining light infantry of the men of Lake Town and the 500 heavy infantry of the dwarves set up a position on the slopes.
What is the
Bard
story?
also sent a small company to the ruined city of
The
Dale,
story at this
where the
point in
goblins
time
would
is
likely
setup.
strike first.
How do you
It turned out
set
that Bard was
things
indeed
up
correct,
that
and the
they,
vanguard of the
you
goblins
know,
was a cavalry
turn out
brigade
being
of
multi-layered?
Is now following.
They rode into the
Thank
streets
you
of
for
Dale,
following Blue
and while they were
Maps.
narrow enough to prevent any
I hope you
cavalry
are enjoying
charge,
the stream
Bard's
less
small
than
company
4
defending the
less
city
than
was
3
quickly
Hi,
overrun,
sweetie. The
and their
patron was
remnants
just
fled
telling me he
both
used to arch
sides.
Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Oh,
You.
why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. Now makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice?
Blendrit Naps TV. Thank you for the follow, bro. How is it going? Welcome to the stream. NGR7. Wait is the story. Story is the 5 armies from Lord of the Rings. Well, The Hobbit, but Tolkien universe. You can stop doing that, Blend. Yup. I mean, if you'd said it once, I would have done it. But the fact that you keep saying it makes me not want to do it. So, you actually lost a subscriber there. And the only reason I'm not doing it is because I can't touch the keyboard because my hands are covered in orange juice. So I'll be right back. Yo, Valium, you on Twitch? Kick. Yeah, if he's not there, I'll do it. Sorry, bro. You're being really annoying. If you just say it once, it's all good, man. You can promote yourself. Just don't be fucking retarded about it. No one likes spam. Everyone saw your fucking message.
The main body of the goblin force, led by Bolg, son of Azog, then flooded into the valley as planned. Bolg's army was comprised of several thousand light infantry, an unknown number of war cavalry, and a flock of vampiric bats in the skies. It was the elves that attacked first, and Thranduil's forces charged, sending volley after volley of arrows at the goblins. The goblins were caught by surprise with this move. They believed that they would be the ones to catch the men, elves, and dwarves at unawares, and their forces were relatively unorganized in comparison. And though the elves managed to press hard against the goblins, eventually Bolg's forces managed to push the elves back towards the spur. It is at this time that Dane's 500 heavily armed and trained dwarves charged, crying Moria.
There's a decent way to do self-promo, which is to chat with a streamer about what you do and not be annoying about it. Hell yeah, Levi's 100% right on point. So, if anything, just use this as an opportunity to learn and conduct yourself in a more professional way. And then people will take you more seriously.
Name of their fallen kingdom all those years before. The men of Lake Town joined them on their northern flank. The goblins were then thrown into disarray, pinned between two enemy forces and frantically trying to fend off them both. This allowed the elves to press in closer again, and in the chaos, the goblins lost control of dozens of their wargs, these wild wolves then turning and feasting on the goblins within their own ranks. Victory seemed to be close at hand as the goblins fled from the valley, until the elves, men, and dwarves realized that they too had been flanked. A string of goblins had scaled the mountain behind the spurs, and they were now firing down upon them with arrows, crawling down the mountainside to slaughter them on the ridges. The loosely defended mountain spurs were in chaos. The elves were pushed back all the way to Ravenhill, where King Thranduil was making his final stand. At the same time, Bard's forces were almost entirely slaughtered on the eastern spur, and no longer afraid of their arrows, large vampiric bats fed on the footmen on the ground, harrying them from above. The forces of the Free Peoples were fractured, and they were no longer able to support one another on the battlefield. At this point, though, trumpets sounded. Thorin and his company of 13 dwarves broke down the barricade and charged out of Erebor into the fray of the battle. Elves, men, and dwarves rallied to him in an arrowhead formation and plunged into the goblin forces. This worked for a time, being both reinvigorated in seeing their king, and it was a surprise to Bolg. Thorin then confronted Bolg himself, the leader of the goblins, and the company engaged in a bloody and fierce battle with his bodyguards. But eventually, the forces of the Free Peoples were scattered, and Thorin and his company were completely surrounded by the enemy. It is here, in the direst hour of battle, that Thorin Oakenshield was dealt a mortal wound. It is unknown if it was one of Bolg's bodyguards, or Bolg himself, that dealt that final blow, but Thorin was struck down on the battlefield, unable to fight anymore. His two nephews, and the last of his line, Fili and Kili, went to defend their fallen uncle and king on a small hill. But cut off from their allies and surrounded by their enemies, Bolg killed them both on that fateful day. It seemed all of Thorin's company were doomed to the same fate until the heavens broke with light, and a host of eagles descended, throwing the goblins from their high points on the mountain. This attack freed the elves and men on the spurs to help their dying brethren in the valley. They swept in, arrows and spears flying, crashing into the goblin flanks. However, still outnumbered, the battle could have been lost if not for Beorn, who came from the south and slammed into the goblin rear, unstoppable and ferocious in his mighty bear form. He tore through their ranks and lifted the mortally wounded Thorin from the battlefield, taking him to safety. Seeing the creature take his kill from him, Bolg and his bodyguards went to face down against Beorn. And Beorn fought tooth and claw with the gigantic goblin, but Bolg was no match, and he was crushed beneath Beorn's foot. With their leader killed, the goblins began to scatter, turning on their fellow houses, clans, and tribes, held together only by that one figure. Those with wargs fled, but others were hunted and slaughtered. In total, 3/4 of the northern goblins had been tracked down and killed. Thorin would not die till after the battle, but the last of his line had fallen, and Dane Ironfoot would become the new king under the mountain. The treasure of Erebor would be divided to assist the men of Lake Town, and Bilbo, that hobbit, would return to the Shire incredibly wealthy. The Battle of Five Armies was done.
So there's like no analysis to go with this. It was just an analysis of the battle itself and how it all played out. Now take that and turn that into a myth or legend of the future, like we did with the stories that we have a couple of them of like the octopi coming out of the water and attacking the people on land and stuff. So, weird myths. So, let's get out our notes. Excuse me. And see what weird myths. But like I said, there's Bilbo's mithril shirt is said to be worth more than all of the Shire. Yup. I'd believe that.
Aphrodite springs from the white foam of Uranus's Okay, have you actually thought about how strange some myths are? Aphrodite springs from the white foam of Uranus's genitals fully formed, or the world is on the back of a turtle, or the world is born from the body of a dead god, their bones becoming the mountains, their flesh the trees, and the whole universe is made from water and held together with duct tape. Or what about the legends of those who join my Patreon down at the link in the description below, or pick up my books, On Writing and World Building Volumes 1 to 3 if you love this video, you'll love this book, or read my book, A Catalog for the End if you...
That was a 5-hour stream. I'm tired after playing one thing for 5 hours. Yeah, Muffin, that was insane. Well done, man. Congratulations. Keep it up, bro. It's what it's all about, man.
Humanity with a ton of amazing
14 followers? Hell yeah.
world building, the legends I've heard of those demigods.
Very good for a first stream,
Okay,
indeed.
calm down. The reality
Yeah.
is a lot of these stories aren't all that different from like God creating Eve from the rib of Adam. We're just used to that one. But there are reasons we tell strange stories about how the world came to be. Take a look at these two very different Chinese creation stories about how humans came into existence. In one story, the god Pan Ku builds the sky higher and higher for 18,000 years until eventually he dies. And the world comes from his body, but the humans grow from the fleas in his hair. In contrast, in some Han, Kazakh, and Lahu,
Tomorrow morning
humans
will
were
be chess,
sculpted
if I
by
can
the
even wake
gods
up before
from
12.
mud or wood or perhaps bamboo or other plants mixed together, except one variation of this says that the nobles were made from, quote, yellow earth, while the peasants were made from red dirt. Mythology isn't just an attempt at pseudo-history, which is often how we approach it in writing fiction, fantasy, and sci-fi. More importantly, they're also about passing down a moral, social,
It doesn't
or
work anymore,
philosophical
cute
commentary
muffin.
about us and the
So, unfortunately, I don't know... Stream Elements doesn't seem to have a level up system. And I had to get rid of Botrix because... it spams emotes. So yeah, everything else should work as well as emotes. And if you can't see the emotes, there's an extension called Better TTV. And just, install it for your browser, and it'll allow you to see the words as emotes, just like Stream Elements does. But for some reason they don't pop up on screen. Whereas if you use like the actual emote, they'll all pop up on screen. But I can't get Stream Elements to use them, and it should pop up on screen. Like, from everything I've read, that it should. I know about the Better TV. I'm on phone, and I don't really need to see them. I know what they are. Ah, there you go. There's some literature that suggests the Genesis was composed as a polemic against the Babylonian creation myth. Interesting. The one, it's just that there's so you doubled your follower count yesterday. Now it's 134. Yes, but I need someone to like go through and ban all 61 of those people to remove them from my followers list. I was gonna get Valiant Boy to do it, but he had to go do something with a buddy. So he's not here. But if someone wants to be dedicated enough to go through and ban all of, because they're fake followers. So I'd rather go through and ban them all and get them off of my followers list. Because they're all bots. I'm just too lazy to do it myself.
world, and we use...
Oh, I was going to say is, the histories, the legends, the myths are all rooted in the creation of the world. I don't know why it happened. I guess I just randomly got hit but with it, you know? Like, it was just a random thing. They were just picking random streams with low viewer counts and low follower counts, and they just happened to pick my stream. The sky fell. Yeah, it was pretty fucked. But, I mean, I've never had that kind of shit happen before. It'd be different if, like, you know, there was some sort of event that caused it to happen other than just RNGesus.
Metaphor and storytelling to do that as a way to make the complex simple and memorable. These creation stories are both quirky, but they each say something different about humanity and the world. And when we use metaphors, sometimes they can be a little weird, especially when we're not used to that kind of imagery. You could say the first myth is aimed at explaining our relationship with the divine. Disembodied or dead gods show up a lot in creation stories. Hindu, Aztec, Norse,
I'm gonna go to
Babylonian,
bed. I'll
Chinese,
see you in my
Inuit,
next stream,
so many
maybe.
more. It's no
Alright,
surprise
take
they
care,
keep showing up in the
Muffin.
stories
Have a
we
good
tell
night.
as well, of the 100,000
Fuck
Kingdoms
you.
by N.K. Jemisin, Final Fantasy XIV, or the Nevernight Chronicles, where a city is built into the skeleton of a godlike creature, Perdido Street Station by China Mayville, which writes, beneath the towering bleached ribs of a dead ancient beast lies the city of New Crabuzon. Fantastic book, by the way. But more importantly, these images keep showing up because visceral metaphors can be a powerful statement, like the death of a god. It can speak to how truly beautiful things can only come from sacrifice.
Well, I mean, that's kind of true in, like, a very twisted way, because you could say that the celestial beings are gods, and the moon was the child of a celestial being, so it's essentially like a child god, and the tree and everything and magic is all in essence and like spawn of that. Like the bridge between the soulscape and reality on a conscious level in order to induce a physical effect into the world. Because that power is just so raw and uncontrolled. It's just a storm of energy across the world. And just tapping into it is like tapping into the electricity of like the magnetic field of the planet or something like that. And then consciousness is coming from... I also gotta head off, just finished Duolingo, so it's time for bed. Yeah, no worries, Levi. Have a great night. It was a good time we had today defeating those fucking Titan bastards. We got revenge for my deaths, our deaths, the deaths. We did good. Take care, buddy.
Or that in creating something in art, we need to give a part of ourselves to it. It can signify sacrificial love or the old order giving way to the new, that something needs to die in order for something to come in its place. But on the other hand...
Yup, that's literally what the moon falling out of the sky is. It represents the changing of an era and the bringing forth of like a new type of living, which is like going from a technological world to a magical world. And there is some aspects of technology that still exist because they've been found throughout dungeons, which would be sky cities and stuff. And just like the remnants of the old world being found throughout areas. So it's like, for adventurers, like the myths and legends that come from the adventurers themselves over the 250 years of different great like heroes that have done grand things over a period, right? So at some point in time I'll have to start coming up with those kinds of stories and thinking about like building out a timeline of the actual adventurers themselves, which is part of building out the bloodline of the Monarch and the lost bloodline that the Warriors of Light are going to come from.
And saying that we are the fleas on the body of a dead god can speak to our insignificance, to our parasitic nature. We are only feasting on the corpse of
let's
something
frickin'
far
go.
greater. We
Hell
are
yeah,
but an
dude.
afterthought, perpetuating ourselves by taking from something else. A god's death can be a parallel to our own mortal lives, an assurance that all things must die, and that death is a natural part of life, even for the
Hope
gods
you're
themselves.
feeling
And yet,
better.
beautiful things may come from it, like
Of course I'm feeling better. I'm rested, I'm good, and today, I think I'll say it. 10-hour stream? Let's do it. I've had like 4 things to eat. I've had like 12 or 13 hours of sleep. And, as of course, we fixed all the fucking shit. So we got stream elements with emotes. The only problem is bro is locked and loaded. Hell yeah. The only problem is they won't, for some reason they won't show up on the screen. I don't know why. It says they're supposed to. I have everything set up that it should. It just doesn't. Cause you can go like what was the one you were saying? It's like oh man, now I can't remember. The one to make things like... Oh, let me find it. Yeah, this. There we go. I don't know if this one works. You gotta do the capital, so it's capital Kappa and then capital Gen. And it throws out a fuck ton of emotes. Try again? Like I can't be the only one that can do it. Try again, see if it works. No, I just got timed out for 1.5 days from a stream because the auto mod thought I was advertising my stream. Wait, what? What do you mean, Cute Muffin? Why isn't it working for you? Oh, that's fucking stupid. Why can only... Hold on. Try now? It had like a huge cooldown on it. I said the 5-hour stream thing. I told you, and about the top 7, the auto mod timed out. That doesn't make any sense, Muffin. Oh, that's so stupid. It's so small. How are you supposed to see that? And then a bunch of people copy pasted my message. Why? Wait, what, Muffin? I'm so confused. You mean like other in what stream? Muffin is talking about another stream. No, he's talking about his stream. He says he got banned because of what other people did in another stream because he was promoting his stream? Wait, you didn't get banned? Or you said you got timed out from being able to stream. That's what I read. I can see that might seem like promoting, to be honest. I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't understand. Oh, you were timed out by another channel for talking about your stream. Oh, I thought you got timed out by Twitch so you couldn't stream because you were promoting your stream. I was like, wait, what? Okay, that makes more sense. I'm retarded. But yeah, only moderators can do Capogen. I don't know why. That's so dumb. So you know what I'm gonna do, Eggy Mayo? I'm gonna do this. Fuck is it? You are now officially a moderator. Congratulations, bro. There you go. Boom! Boom! Have fun. Have fun. Oh my god. You guys are gonna break it! Emote gummies. Oh, I fucking love it. That's great. That's great. Yeah, you guys can go fucking wild with that shit. There's some good stuff on there, but we still gotta figure out some more things. Like how people do like the drop thing where you like drop the emote and then it explodes. Oh god, here they come! And I made it so it specifically wouldn't cover the chat so people could still see the chat. And if, like, there's any kind of alert or anything like that, they'll go behind the alert. But definitely had to cover me up and everything else, right? Now, I want to be able to change those emotes to only do my emote. So it does, like, 400 of my emotes. That would be fucking awesome. Apparently you can, I just don't know how. But yeah. We have liftoff. I can do it if you put something on screen that would ban you. I don't think I would ever put anything on screen that would ban me. I mean, the closest we're at 310, right? Would be like... And it's not even like anything. Like, that's just art, right? But as far as taking notes from this, it's like, it's just something, I still need to do all of this, right? Like, but it's like, how far do these myths go, right? And it's like, some think that octopi were giant species and stuff like that. Okay, good night. Have a good night, Muffin. Thanks for enjoying the stream. And don't worry about people why am I mod? What the fuck? I made you mod so you could cap a gem. So, yeah, welcome to being a mod. You're a mod now. I mean, you're a pillar. You're literally a pillar So you can emote coming. Yes. You're literally a pillar of the community. How could you not be a mod? That would look bad if you were a pillar of the community and you weren't a mod. Did you see this, by the way? I made you guys the pillars of my community. I told you guys I was going to immortalize you. So yeah, you guys are the pillars of the community. Thank you for being the pillars of my community and getting me affiliate. Bro, I'm equally teared and freaked up. Oh, man. It's a good time. It's a good time, guys. It's a good time. Eggy, I'm 14. Yeah, it doesn't mean you can't say that. You're just silence, child. Remove yourself from our presence. It's a dog whistle. But anyways, so how weird is... I probably wouldn't advise that online, Muffin. I am the god here. I have been since the beginning of time. You, my friend, are a mere newcomer to the modding. Oh shit, he's got the confidence. Uh-oh. What have we unleashed upon the world? No. What have we unleashed? And he started streaming? He's his own streamer now? Jesus Christ, yes, but I've seen boobies in real life. Oh my fucking god. Your mom's? I love this kid, man. He's so good. He's so good. He's seen mine. He's seen mine. My titties. Gotta put the EM for emote. EM is just short for emote. So it separates from like using just like lurk and EM lurk. One's the command, one's just to spam the emote.
They come from it, like us. The death of a god can be the death of what they represent. Justice, order, sameness. It can be used to explain the lack of something in this world. Maybe in a desert world which was once green, the god of water was killed thousands of years ago. After all, killing a god is tantamount to killing the very world they represented and upheld. Dead gods can be used to explain why places or items or weapons...
Want to know how my team went from another
Fucking
status
hell,
meeting to
man.
actually
What's with
ahead of
ads?
schedule? Take a
Ad
look.
block. What are you
or even
fucking
humans are
doing?
special because they contain something of that dead god. They echo some higher existence.
That's kind of what the Warriors of Light are, because you could consider the Monarch and the Viceroy as gods, because they're basically fully controlled and fully empowered by anima. Whereas, in order for Gaia to do that to the species on her planet, it would kill them. Or it would destroy anything that they had as far as, like, self-identity. Their brains would literally, like, their consciousness would just be overwhelmed by it. Because her consciousness is on such a higher level, they wouldn't be able to comprehend it. So, she has only, like, a tiny piece of her connected to each one of them. And then the Monarch and the, yeah, because you can also do this if you want emotes to come up on screen, I believe. No, it doesn't pop up even if you do that. I wasn't sure. I never tested that one.
And in fantasy and sci-fi, that might even be true. In N.K. Jemisin's The 100,000 Kingdoms, there's this goddess of death, Anefa, who is killed and only her heart remains of her, known now as the Stone of Earth. It looks barely like a lump of dirt, but some people are able to use it to gain great power, to regenerate damaged flesh, even revive themselves from death. In other stories, the majesty of a mountain range is explained by being the spine of a dead god or the beauty of gemstones.
Technically, that's also true because the mountains that surround the volcano and everything like that, the top shell of that area is the remnants of the shell of the moon. So there's this thin layer of spread out like shards of crystal. And it's like that's what the first things that the adventurers basically went around and grabbed were these shards of crystal that were embedded all across the land. Large, small, you know, and they excavated them. And it's like the Beastmen did kind of the same thing too. So they would trade with the Beastmen. And it's like, I'm thinking this is where the original currency came from, was trading these things because they were valued by the Beastmen because of their like innate power to basically enhance your connection with consciousness and allow you to cast more powerful magic. So it's like these are like the gems that you would use to embed into like magic like jewelry and stuff like that, like armlets, bracelets, necklaces, that kind of thing, rings.
How special and rare and precious they are is explained by being the leftover blood of a god. In another Chinese myth, gemstones are actually...
And that's why it's like the crystal from the crystalline tree itself is so powerful, because it's literally crystallized consciousness.
The bone marrow of Panku. The reality is, we don't necessarily know what people entirely intended in telling this.
So I guess now that I think about it, I really do have, like, they're not necessarily myths and legends, they are the purposes and realities of this world, but they are super, like, weird like that.
Story, what meaning they took from it about Fanku and humans. What did fleas mean to them in the day? What did hair mean to them in the day? Which parts of the story about Panku did they emphasize or minimize? Are they referring to some kind of other imagery? And what knowledge did people from the day have that we might have lost? A lot of history is educated guesswork at layers of meaning to these stories that we have to infer from other sources and historical context, cultural and metaphorical meaning which may not have survived even if the belief or the scripture did, especially if the story was only written down centuries after the belief began, or we can't tell where myth ends and history begins. Like, hypothetically, if Panku was the founder of their civilization, it would change how we read this metaphor. These layers of complexity can be really fun to play with in your story, and believe it or not, the Elder Scrolls, like, yes, the one that has Skyrim, not particularly that game, but the rest of the series actually has some amazing...
69, your support is much appreciated. Less than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
Dude, what are you doing?
I'm giving you my earth germs. I'm gonna kill you with my cold. Die, alien.
I'm not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. And you're not a Venture brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
Thank you, Eggy Mail, for the cheer, for the bits. Thank you so much. That's fucking great. It finally worked. I don't know why the emote explosion didn't work, though. It's supposed to have an emote explosion. Like it did with the followers.
Deep mythological lore. Like, listen to the creation story of the Yukudans. As Sakatal ate itself over and over, the strongest spirits learned to bypass the cycle by moving at strange angles. They called this process the walkabout, a way of striding between the world skins. Ruptger was so big that he was able to place the stars in the sky so that weaker spirits might find their way easier. See, the Yukudan homeland sank beneath the waves Atlantis-style ages ago, meaning much of their civilizational memory was lost. And with that,
Hey,
a lot
bro,
of the
you're still
context and
online?
meaning
Hey,
for these
Bat.
metaphors
Bro,
we've got
Wilds
here.
after? Yeah, Wilds later. Again? No, we're going 10 hours, Valiant Boy. We're going 10 hours this time. I got everything lined up. 10 hours.
What does
Let's
it mean
go.
to move at strange angles? What does the name Ruptger mean in the original language? And what are we actually describing in him placing stars in the sky to guide others? Much of the cultural
Hell yeah,
memory
it's a day.
required to understand these references and stories was lost when Yukuda sank, leading to this strangely disembodied mythology, which says something about how the Yukudans view the nature of reality, but we only have part of the picture. Especially when you add in the hints that the Yukudans might be from a previous universe, maybe, and that there's real fictional history and fictional mythological history being mixed in together here.
Yup,
Because a lot of
that's
the
the
time
best
we
way
are
to
actually
do it.
talking about real historical events of some kind. The Yukudan mythology is, on some level, true. Alternatively, these stories aren't so much metaphorical as they are real attempts at naturalism, at understanding how the universe came to be, but it's really hard to know where that line always is. And our genuine attempts at naturalism can still betray a worldview. A belief the sun revolves around the earth might be people truly trying to figure out how the universe works. It doesn't have to be a metaphor, but maybe it still tells us something about what you think of our existence here. We are special. But you can do a lot with this kind of world building, leaving disembodied myths whose metaphors have been lost to time, but hint at some greater picture, whose commentary only makes sense in a particular
Did your
cultural
heart just
context,
flutter
or whose
there?
linguistic metaphorical meaning only makes fully sense in the original lost language, where the line between historical event and naturalism and metaphorical truth all get blurred. Ursula K. Le Guin conjures this feeling fantastically in her Earthsea stories. There are all these organic creation stories from different cultures, like the Twin Gods, or rituals like the Long Dance, stories like the myth of making, which is recounted in this ancient song that people remember, but we don't really know where it fully comes from. We have these odd
And
lines.
again, like using songs. It's like using like songs and plays and dances in order to facilitate the continued like oral progression of the traditions, essentially, and keep them on par and at point with what they are. And since they don't have real writing, they have the keepy, or the koopy, kupu, kupu, koop, koop, keep, koopy, the fucking, braided, knotted strands of material, like fibers.
Of scripture and all this religious iconography, and we have these sayings people use, but we don't entirely know where they come from, especially because of the many ways things can be changed, added to, removed, or lost in mythology. Earthsea and the Elder Scrolls is full of amazing stuff like this, and guess what? The Yukudans even have their own dead god called Sep, whose death is deeply tied to the creation of the mortal world. I focused on the dead god because it's such a powerful motif, but it is by no means the only one.
I mean, technically it is in here. We did kill a god. The monarch did kill a god. So, I guess that's a point for us,
There's
right?
the primordial waters, the global flood, the fall of man, mankind being created from clay, the war for creation, the great world serpent. The list is endless. These stories keep turning up in different mythologies, sometimes because they can reflect a shared historical experience. Like, some historians think the flood myth might be something like this, and sometimes because the metaphor itself is so evocative for the human experience. All life depends on water, so it's no surprise the primordial ocean keeps showing up. Think on how Gaiman describes
the reason,
primordial...
like, that's where the original life is, right? Is in the oceans. That's where the octopi originally started from. And it's like the dragons swam through the oceans and flew through the skies. But the octopi, like, eventually lowered themselves to the bottom of the ocean. So they were grounded on the bottom of the ocean. So they still had solid ground under them, which was a basis for like using tools and understanding the world in order to start procuring and creating technology. Because they had access to materials that they could use in order to, you know, power things, essentially, from underwater. And using currents and stuff like that, just like underwater engineering, essentially. And from that, they, you know, slowly expanded their civilization until they're a very, like, learned, and, you know, they've had their own wars too. So that's another thing, is like ancient myths of the octopi before. Let's say there were sympathizer beastmen and octopi during the Great War, and there were octopi that obviously didn't want to fight and stuff like that, or even like avians and insectoids that didn't want to fight because they were made specifically as a soldier races, insectoids for tanking and avians for scouting, and that just made it easier to basically annihilate all of the beastmen. Massive genocide, another huge point too.
Real waters in the ocean at the end of the lane, like the dark seawater that laps beneath the wooden boards of an old pier. I would stay here for the rest of time in the ocean, which was the universe, which was the soul, which was all that mattered. I saw the world from above.
Fucking ads,
you put your heart and soul
bro.
into
this
making
is
your
bad.
book.
This is
So do we.
bad.
Above and below.
What is going on? Pissing me off so much. Does this work?
Aphrodite springs from the white fog, which is kind of evocative for the. I saw the world from above and
There we
below.
go.
Everything spoke to everything.
That's so fucking
and I
annoying.
knew it all. There's this deep sense of an unknowable infinite, of a depth from which all else rises, and in which we can lose ourselves. No wonder we compare it to space. But if we're thinking about world-building mythology, I think it's important to note that a lot of these motifs are specific to the Earth-human experience. Like in Dune, water is so precious the Fremen can barely conceive of an ocean, and water can hurt their godlike sandworms. In their world-building, the primordial sands might be more likely than the primordial ocean. So consider which experiences might be universal for your fictional species or civilization or planet, and which historical events might have been adapted into different religious stories to be remembered in different ways. And while
Yup.
this creation myth about
And
human...
then it's like each beastman has their own reason for their own thing, and it's like for each area that they're in, they have their like kind of demigods, which are mythical creatures that they have, which are the Mughals, the Kate Sith, and the Cactuar, which are like the main like Final Fantasy like mascot kind of, you know, mythical creatures that are like good mythical creatures, like good beasts, right?
and fleas might have been about exploring our relationship with the divine. Yours might be about something different, maybe about human nature. In Elden Ring, there's a creation myth that is aimed at explaining the problem of evil, of suffering, arguing that everything was once the same, all part of this thing called the One Great, but it was fractured into everything that is, and in being fractured came difference and identity, yes, but also suffering and sin. This fracturing theme is even echoed in the plot centered around the shattering of the Elden Ring. There's this constant sense of breaking down from something greater being the cause of suffering. Now, the second myth about humans being sculpted from mud or wood or yellow earth does something fascinating, but before I tell you about that, I need...
And it's kind of like, not necessarily sculpted from that, but there's the species that the avians and the insectoids are, it's like they're the original species that they used in order to create the avians and the insectoids still exist in the world, and they'll pop up now and then, and they'll be like this almost comparison between the avians and the insectoids. And then when you get to the second book and you understand through the genetic manipulation what they did, then you can see how the avians and insectoids actually came to be, and how they're not, why the reason why they're essentially considered second-class citizens to the octopi, not just on an intellectual level, but because they're not a true race.
I need to tell you about something which is...
Whereas the Beastmen are a true race, they're just of lower intelligence because they never got to the point that the octopi did before the war started. And then just, like, the order under the dragons for their might and everything was what caused them to rally together, because you're not going to fight against something like that, right? So that caused them to rally under one banner and basically fight against the octopi as, like, human shields for the dragons, basically, to, like, give the dragons time to, like, you know, go to the center and the cause of it all. And it's, like, attacking the dome and everything like that. And then it was, like, as they're about to get through the dome, the monarch's like, well, fuck, guess we're bringing the moon out of the sky. And uses the gravitic weapon to pull the moon out of the sky.
Is even more interesting. Today's sponsor, who is me. Look at me, look at me. I'm the sponsor now. Which is so damn cool to say, because I've been talking about world building and religion and mythology and fiction for years now, and I took all of the discussions that we've been having together and I put them into these easy to read, easy to reference books, which have thousands of extra words, tons of extra detail, and stuff that I could just never fit into these videos. Everything is expanded way bigger, deeper in these books. Way more accessible and easy to use when you're writing and world building, because sometimes videos aren't. Volume 3 is the best volume yet. I mean that, like, truly, genuinely, but all of them stand on their own. They cover completely separate topics, and so if you want, you can just pick the book that covers the topics you want to talk about. If it's anti-heroes, or hard magic systems, or polytheistic religions, or world-building cities, or writing dialogue, they absolutely all work together. So you can pick up the entire set. Highly recommended. I've sold about 120,000 copies of these so far, which is amazing. Thank you. They're an incredibly important part of what I do. But of course, I am also an author. I've been publishing short stories and fiction and poems in magazines for a long while. And if you want to read those, some of them are down below. You can pick up my book, A Catalogue for the End of Humanity, where mythology actually plays a big part in some of these stories. If you like these videos, then there is literally nothing more on brand than these books that I can wholeheartedly get behind and recommend, and I'm so fortunate that I'm able to do that. Thank you for making it financially possible for me to sponsor my own stuff like this. It is not a dream, but a myth come true, you might say. So, this other myth speaks of the gods making humans from a bunch of stuff, but the nobles are made from yellow earth, while the peasants are made from red dirt. Why? Mythology is sometimes about philosophy, sometimes about history, but sometimes it's about politics. This is transparently trying to justify the social order, that the nobles are literally made from better quality stuff, so they deserve all the power and wealth. There's actually a really interesting version of this in Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archives. This is in a world where people are divided by eye color into light eyes and dark eyes, with ranks like a caste system in between. The dominant religion, Varanism, has this whole theology, right? But part of it tries to explain away this caste system as natural. The light eyes are chosen by the Almighty to rule, and how they're always noble and just. Or there's another line saying, the better your blood is a light eyes, the more innate glory you had already. Just like that Chinese myth, the nobles are just made of better stuff, morally and physically, and I'm gonna bet that neither of these myths started like that. I know, this makes me sound conspiratorial, but this time the conspiracy's real. The curious thing is, in Stormlight, there is actually some historical basis for believing lighter eyes is somehow associated with power. I won't exactly spoil how that is, but it does show how history and metaphor can blur again, just in a different way, because politics can warp our understanding of both the metaphor and what it means, and what the history actually was. Is something part of the mythology because it's what people believed about themselves in the world, or is this version warped by other social factors, and do people start accepting that new narrative after a time, like many Dark Eyes and Stormlight do? People try to force history to fit their theology, and your theology is shaped by your understanding of history, all of which can lead to some strange metaphors. So consider what phantom myths of previous beliefs might still be hanging around, and how different social factors might introduce new interpretations or change the original myths to fit something else. But this does hint at another reason that myths, especially creation stories,
something along the lines of, let's say if the fanatics in the tree who don't like the Beastmen, right? So this is kind of like the all or nothing. Like, you have to be like all good or no one's good, right? So they're like, they hold on to stories of the past of the brutality, the like slaughter, the for fanatics, it is all or nothing. Exactly, right? So like, the reason they hate the Beastmen is they can look down on the Beastmen. Raymond Dow, the freaking legend. The GOAT. He truly is, but unfortunately, we didn't have enough pillars. It's just how it goes, right? Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't, but we do appreciate it. It's very true. But yeah, so they're like pillars for Stone Cold Killers. Hell yeah. So they try to push this narrative that all Beastmen are bad. All Beastmen are, you know, raging animals that would basically kill you on sight. And like all this stuff about how basically like super racist shit against Beastmen. Because there are Beastmen like that. There are Beastmen tribes that are like completely and utterly like warmongers, essentially. But there's also the Beastmen like the Sahagin that are mainly around the volcano and the tree itself, and Ifrit. I'm so hungover. What did the Beastmen eat? It depends on what they are. Like, for instance, the Sahagin, they eat other fish. The, like, Dalmal people eat, like, grass and, like, cacti and, like, shrubbery in the desert. The kangaroo people, which are, like, the bunny people, but they're kind of like kangaroos. The main Beastmen, like, as far as the race goes, would be the Sahagin, because as a tier list of, like, priority, they were the first ones who, because they were closest to the crystalline tree and everything, they were the first ones who got in with trade with, does anyone eat the Beastmen? Yes. But people also eat avians, insectoids, and octopi, as far as Beastmen goes. Some Beastmen think of them as delicacies. But there is one true delicacy in the entire book, and that is Diorite legs. Who eats the Beastmen primarily? The underground ex-adventurers. One of the main sources of their food is Beastmen. And they hunt Beastmen because they can't go in the tree, they can't go near adventurers, so they go into like the war zones of tribes of Beastmen that are very aggressive, and then they fight with them, and they know they're not going to go and like tattle on them, kind of idea, right? So that's why they do that versus going to, you know, a trading village and raiding a trading village. So they're more willing to risk. The idea of kangaroo people makes me think of that movie Warriors of Virtue, which I think only 5 people in the world have seen. Yeah, I've never heard of that, but yeah. I mean, if we have the list... Amphibians, the Sahagin, Sharkmen, the Delugan, Dolphin Men, Farugan, the Frogmen, and the Tardigan, Tortoisemen. Then we have the Fenimal, who are Foxmen, Betamal, who are Rabbitmen, which are basically more like kangaroo men, but they're rabbits, yeah, you know, like giant jackrabbit, which is basically what a kangaroo is. Gallimal, which are goat men, and then the Gwynimal, which are penguin men. And then the alternatives are the Cactuar, the Moogle, the Kate Sith, and the dragons. The underground ex-adventurers rage against the beasts and their carcasses for tremendous feasts. Insectoids and avians are victims too. Anything can go, and adventurers stew. Yes! Yes, Eggy Mayo. I love it. And you know where I'm sticking this? Cuck Chair Poems. You get to be on the list of Cuck Chair Poems. Congratulations, you're moving up in the world, Eggy Mayo. They're kangaroo ninjas in Warriors of Virtue. That sounds awesome, though. I love how you use the same endings for this. Yes! Yes! Right? That was a huge thing for it. I was like, I like how it all just kind of works together. And this is something that's like another understanding. Is like the names of the species are like, you ask anyone what's the name of this species and they'll tell you. It's another one of those underlying ideas that is basically given it's given to you as innate conscious like thought. So you ask like basically like a 3-year-old, what's the planet, and they say Gaia, even though no one ever told them that it's Gaia. It's so stupid when fantasy people just use unrelated stupid names for classes, even though every language groups things. Exactly. And it's like, again, this and this is another thing where there's like this conspiracy for people that believe that dragons exist. Some of them believe it's dragons. Some of them believe the dragons are pets or underlings of this race, but they think there's a race in the background that controls the Beastmen, and they think that the end of the Great Beastman War was the elimination of that race, and when that race was eliminated because they were more intelligent than the normal Beastmen, the normal Beastmen basically fell into a ray, and they couldn't figure anything out, and they just broke apart, and that's how the Beastman War ended. That's like their conspiracy, is that there's another species, which is, of course, the dragons. And like having the species names be similar, having their religions and histories being similar, and even their cultures have this similarity. Their technology that seems to be beyond their level of intelligence, as if someone had taught them something, is, you know, because they're basically the intelligence of like children, but they have like super advanced like aqueduct waterways in their cities and shit like this. Like just the design of certain things just is too far above their thing. So adventurers asked at the beginning, you know, now it's kind of a questionable thing where it's like people will say, oh, they only have that because adventurers taught them that when we left the tree. But if you actually inspect them, you'll see these things are older than the Adventurers Guild itself. Like, these things were here, like, barely just after the fall of the moon being pulled out of the sky, and then the land, like, basically being livable again. And during this time, the dragons were used as arcs for the Beastmen to fly around the planet. So that's another, like, great myth that's actually true, that's, like, sounds so fucked up. But imagine telling someone, like, yeah, the moon got pulled out of the sky, and then all the continents got brought together, and then all of the Beastmen climbed onto the backs of the dragons and flew around the world for 150 years. Yeah, sure, bud. But so far we're doing pretty good with this test. Like, we are rocking it with our ability to have these weird kind of messed up myths that don't really make sense, but when you look at the actual reality of what's going on, it actually does make sense. So it's like, from the character's view, is completely different than reality, especially like in first person, looking through Husai's eyes, right?
Can sometimes end up being a little weird. Religious syncretism. This is where religions combine, mix their stories, characters, and therefore their metaphors and meaning. We like to think of mythology as the expression of like a single culture, a single
Jesus,
story. Greek mythology, Egyptian mythology, Norse mythology, especially when we're writing it, creating it for our stories.
Exactly,
But
dude, you
no,
nailed it.
this mixing happens all the time. Think of those Central and South American celebrations which blend Catholic and pre-Christian American imagery and beliefs. Dune does this with the Zenzuni Fremen, the Elder Scrolls does it all the time, Earthsea too, but when world building, it's fun to think of religious syncretism in terms of cultural exchange, I think, of trade routes and power dynamics. Syncretism might imply an extensive history of trade, like an Earthsea, happening organically, but it can also be calculated, it can be political, maybe the...
And that's also the thing, is like, the other Beastmen, this guy is annoying, but his content is good. Well, you think he's annoying? But you don't think I'm annoying? Well, that's interesting. Okay. Well, I'm glad. 'Cause a lot of people think I'm annoying. So you hear someone else say that someone else is annoying in my presence. Usually people don't do that because they're like, oh yeah, you're annoying too. His mannerisms are just a bit bugging. I think it's just... I would agree with you in the fact of it feels overplayed. Never heard of Tom Scott, but it does feel like overplayed. Whereas it doesn't have to have as much emphasis as it does. But then again, I do enjoy that as per me, right? Yeah. It just kind of gets old, right? No matter, like, even if you have 10 billion subscribers, you should still be humble, because that's just, it just relates to more people. And it's just the best thing to do. It's like, if you're gonna put on a face, put on a humble face. If someone spoke like that in real life, it would be weird as frick. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, I can't hate them for it. Exactly, right? You just have to understand where they're coming from and be, like, accepting of it, right? But I totally understand. Because the Sahagin were so close to the tree, when the adventurers started leaving the tree and they got their hands on the trade routes and all of the special stuff and the plastic material from the tree, lessons in how to, like, advance in magic and stuff like that. So the other Beastmen got really jealous right off the bat. So there was almost another start. It was kind of like a Cold War between the Beastmen, the Sahagin, the adventurers, and the rest of the Beastmen. Because the rest of the Beastmen thought it was bullshit that the Sahagin were getting treated like this. But the adventurers just really didn't know about the rest of the Beastmen. And the Sahagin weren't, like, intelligent enough to put two and two together to be like, oh, we should probably promote these other guys that are way on the other side, because each Beastman lives in a different territory, right? Like, the Sahagin live there because there's a lot of water there, and the water is, like, warm because of the volcano. So it's like a tropical, like, area. So they're very, it's very comfortable for them there. Whereas, the turtle people and, like, the frog people and stuff are more, like, coastal than they are landlocked. And the, like, goat people, which are, like, the Dalmal people, are, like, way off in the, desert area. Same with, like, the kangaroo people or the bunny people or whatever, right? They're way off there too. So there's a lot of distance placed between it, which is, like, the understanding of, like, oh, they're childlike in nature and mind, so first of all, the Sahagin can't comprehend, oh, we should probably, promote the other Beastmen, and the other Beastmen can't comprehend the distance between them in order for, like, that the Sahagin wouldn't promote them. So they're like, well, we're mad at you because you didn't, do this thing. Even though the Sahagin were like, well, we wouldn't do that thing because you guys are so far away, there's kind of no point in doing it. But it's like those thoughts aren't something they would pay attention to because they're not part of the situation, because they just feel like they're being left out. So they're kind of having like a temper tantrum over it. So that kind of causes this like alliance between all of the Beastmen, and then the adventurers have to basically negotiate their typical fucking Sahagin. They are such realists. Yup. But that's how it goes. So there is a lot of backstory and interaction between the species and stuff. And the fact that, like, each dragon took a different species on its back. So there's one dragon for each species kind of idea. And, like, because the dragons are, like, different sizes. Like, Fafnir's the smallest dragon. So imagine this. Fafnir's the smallest dragon. And the width of his body is the length of an aircraft carrier. And then kind of extrapolate from there how large he would be. And he's the smallest of the dragons. No, I love that idea about the dragons carrying each tribe. That's some real Tolkien shit. Yeah, legit. So it's like Jormungand, the World Eater, and his two brides, Vertra and Tiamat. They're like, Tiamat and Vertra are like 10%, 15% smaller than Jormungand. But Jormungand is like Alderaan from Fairy Tale. Just give me a frickin' picture. Yeah, so like, this is how big he is. Those are cities. So imagine, like, a dragon being, like, that big and flying through the sky, basically, with, like, cities of beastmen on its back for, like, 150 years. Yeah. Legit. And it said, like, when Gaia's shell, because dragons were the first species created by Gaia outside of her shell. And it said before, when they walked upon her shell, before the dust of space created the crust across it, Jormungand could walk across, like, from one side of the world to the other side of the world in, like, multiple times in one day. And it's not like the planet was the size of King Kai's planet. The planet's pretty fucking big. It's just not as big as it was. So it'd be, like, the size of Earth without the crust, right? That's only, like, that's like 92% the size of Earth. So, that's a pretty fucking massive dragon to be able to walk across the world multiple times, let alone fly. Right? So, they're massive. And at this point, they are kind of, when the moon fell out of the sky, right? This is another backstory myth, like, giant thing, and this is the reason for the loss of the dragons. When the moon got pulled out of the sky, the ocean kind of stagnated, and everything in the ocean started to die. And the octopi that were left behind, who were the scientists who were basically overseeing the experiment that was intended to change octopi from being able to breathe water to breathe air to go on to land. And this is before they had the war with the Beastmen. And those octopi are still down there. And the water, because all the currents and everything are gone, because all the land got smashed together, when everything calmed down, there was no more moon for tides. So the octopi went to the dragons, because they knew that the dragons were the most intelligent, and they would understand that the world would die if the oceans died. So they convinced the dragons to come with them underwater and basically be the currents themselves. Because they had tried to use their technology, but their technology, even though it was so advanced, they just didn't have enough of their people to be able to build mechanisms fast enough to actually create it. So in order to facilitate a in-between time, they got the dragons to basically make the currents while they were working on their technology. And now that technology is kind of basically in place and ready. So the dragons in the second book, when they come back, the reason they come back is kind of like they're done with it. So I think of the dragons kind of like how Tolkien treats like the eagles, how like they're off doing their own thing, but they can come in sometimes when they're not doing their own thing in like major emergencies and shit like that, right? But Fafnir's still the only one who's fighting because he wasn't convinced by the octopi because he's more inbred and dumber and like the lesser of the greatest worms, right? Essentially. From him and all the other females come all of the degradation of the rest of the dragons to the point where they're beasts now. They're not actually intelligent. And they're like from the size of dogs to like, you know, the size of houses. But they are no longer like the size of cities to the size of continents. And Fafnir was leading the Beastmen, but then he went to sleep, and that's why the Beastmen Wars kind of ended, because there was no one left to command the Beastmen, and they kind of broke apart under the ranks because they're not intelligent enough to hold together. But yeah, massive fucking lore drop of like history and mythology and how everything kind of ties together as to the reasons why things are where they are, and like why they're doing what they're doing and why they're ignoring other parts of the world, and even though they may have knowledge of what's going on, like they all know that they have to defeat the monarch at some point in time, but for now it's not possible to do. And he's been inside of the tree doing his own thing. He hasn't really waged war on the Beastmen yet. So at this point, it's actually kind of Fafnir's rage and hatred that causes the war to start again, because the monarch, now that he pulled the moon out of the sky, doesn't really care. He's sitting back and doing his thing, saying, all right, now the Beastmen are like, you know, a lesser problem now that they're not the main thing on the continent. Let's make ourselves the main thing on the continent, send the adventurers out, and let's spread across the world. And now we have cities basically everywhere.
Powers that be want to integrate a people into their kingdom, and one way to do that is to say, hey, your religion can fit with ours, you can believe what you want, but it's gonna mix in, right? It's gonna mix in with ours somehow. Like in A Song of Ice and Fire, there's an Ironborn king who says, hey, the drowned god, he's an aspect of the stranger who's part of the faith of the Seven. And that caused some conflict. How religions mix can explore the power dynamics between different groups of people, whose gods are reduced, whose stories are minimized.
That's also the concept of like science versus religion. Because there is no religion inside of the tree, they're very scientific, right? Because they come from a technological background. Whereas the Beastmen are more, like now that they've discovered magic has entered the world, they have become more shamanistic and animistic. And they believe in like the spirits and stuff like that. Which is kind of true, but it's just a different way of perceiving the world. So this kind of clash of like the idea of like religion is ridiculous in the face of like the scientific method and science, right? And then it's like, but then the world has magic, so how do you reconcile science with magic?
But if you're mixing characters and stories, then it can also muddy your metaphors. What does it mean to interpret all of the stories of the stranger through the light of the drowned god? What does it mean to blur the history of one with the metaphor of another? Some of the weirder elements of mythology might be attributed to religious syncretism that we don't even really know happened because it's so long ago. Bottom line, you end up with these three things in tension: real philosophical beliefs, history, and socio-political factors. What we can call layers of abstraction from the original story. Now, this is not to say the mythology becomes less real or authentic authentic because the changes to these stories can reflect real things, new beliefs, but it can explain some of these little quirks, which can do wonders for your world building. And this is to say nothing of whether the myths were taken down correctly or interpreted correctly or passed down right, which even in a fantasy world where the gods are definitively real would still happen. Sometimes the mythology is less important than the layers of abstraction, which tell us about your world through how the myths are changed, obfuscated, minimized, expanded. The truth is, even
that's why if you take everything together, and that's what Husai's been or Varius has been doing, is gathering all these little pieces of artifacts of the like rope, knotted rope, that's like the histories and the teachings of the different beastmen. And with Zaid, one of the things that Zaid finds is, because he's really good at like pattern recognition and stuff like that, is he finds the core centers that all of their beliefs basically have. And he has like basically a like Venn diagram kind of idea of like the different structures of the belief system, like where their like rituals originated from and why those rituals exist and stuff like that, and compiles it all together into like the idea of an original idea, which is like kind of goes in line with their scientific beliefs more so than it, and history more so than it does in a religious aspect. But the religious aspect is like polluted by the culture and the politics around it in order to create this facade, like the church basically, in order to control people. In this case, it would be for chiefs to maintain their hold over their villages, or like alliance between certain villages among the beastmen in order to make sure that, you know, the other beastmen don't invade because they think that they're weak and they can't defend their borders or something like that, right?
Fantasy book, mythology is still a story.
Other thing I forgot is Tonberries. There also needs to be Tonberries. I totally forgot. I should put that down on the Beastman list. Tonberries. Because they're another, like, Beastman race that's, like, basically somewhat intelligent, right? They have some ability of cognition.
Tell about ourselves to ourselves, especially creation myths, and with that comes so much humanity. It's no wonder religious and mythological imagery shows up so much in sci-fi. These stories are deeply concerned with where we came from, what's our significance, what is the nature of reality and history. In Purgatory Mount, a future race of immortal, godlike humans come across a mountain in space, built not unlike Dante's portrayal of Purgatory from the 14th century. The story asks, how do we atone for our sins when we have become technologically all-powerful and separated ourselves from death and pain? Or there's Ian M. Banks's Surface Detail, where there's this whole civilization who have built a digital artificial hell as a way to punish and control their population. Whether God or humanity creates such a place, the existential ethical questions remain the same. What is our relationship with this mortal world, and how should we rationalize good and punish evil? Mythological narrative tropes.
And that's kind of like, I don't know if you've been here I've said this multiple times, Aggie, but if you've heard this before, just tell me to stop. The duality of existence, where you have evil Anima on this side, but Anima wants everyone's lives to be perfect, amazing, comfortable, satisfying, so all they do is procreate and evolve. So higher level consciousness and more of them equals more food for Anima to eat when he gets there. So he wants their lives to basically be perfect for the time that they exist until he eats them. Contrasted with Gaia, who's the planet herself, and she wants there to be suffering and pain and sorrow and torment and just all around evil, because it teaches people the value of their life. And that is a very powerful thing. And that's the reason, same with, like, in the tree. The citizens of the tree live very stagnated, useless lives. Like, they don't do anything, right? That's one of the reasons why the Adventurers Guild came out in the first place, was people were like, well, I'm tired of just sitting around doing fuck all and watching, you know, basically TV all day. I want to go do something. So they came up with the idea of the Adventurers Guild. And it started out just as, like, musings and ideas. And then they constructed it, and then they presented it to the Monarch and the Viceroy. And they said, can we do this? And they're like, I don't see why not. You know? And then it's like the story of, you know, all these people went out and then they basically died. Because they didn't understand what hunger was. They didn't understand what disease was. They didn't understand what fatigue was. Because living inside of the tree is a perfect existence, right? So the story basically goes that one dying adventurer was helped by a Sahagin in the area. And it was like a non-warring tribe Sahagin. And brought back to a Sahagin village, nursed back to health because he had some sort of disease that the Sahagin cured. And then, you know, he basically interacted with them. And it's like not the... because language technically doesn't exist. It's all through consciousness and intent. So there was no language barrier. The only language barrier is their intelligence level. So it's like talking to a child. They can't fully comprehend. Bro, you gone so deep with this. Fair play. I said it's 18 years of lore in my head. That's why I started streaming, to hold myself accountable to actually start writing. And then I realized my writing was shit, so we were doing short stories to work on certain aspects of my writing. And now we're doing world building comparisons as well to see how does my world building hold up to other creators' world building. And so far, it's like a couple of things we failed, but overall, it's like, yeah, I could definitely, like, and getting, like, new perspectives and stuff like that, right? Like, the idea of, like, we were talking about mental illness and suicide. The idea that there are adventurers that wanted to leave the tree and become adventurers so they could literally go out and kill themselves. And it, like, became this problem in, like, some sort of year or something like that. And there's literally, like, plays about it that adventurers have, like, created cults in order to go out and basically sacrifice themselves to, like, beastmen and stuff like that. And that's where some of the fanatics have, like, come from that are, like, the beastmen sympathizers, and then there's the beastmen haters, right? And it's, like, there's this huge section of all these different people interacting in different ways. And I just love creating this and adding it all together and knowing that, like, this is what's in my head and this is what's going to be in the book. But if you really want to look deep and in it and on it, you can find all of this. It's like going through every item in Dark Souls and looking at the descriptions and then looking at the story and how each item works together to build the story of the world itself, right? And it all gives little tidbits of information across the world. Like, I just love that kind of world building and storytelling, because I'm very, like, abstract and experimental with how I tell the stories and stuff like that, right? So having like origin story stuff like this myth, like, who knows if this actually happened, if this adventurer, you know, was found by the Sahagin, but this is like the story that the Sahagin tell that is the reason why they basically, like, this one village, like, right at the edge of Ifrit, is why they became so wealthy and so amazing, and why they're, like, basically live like kings compared to the rest of even the Sahagin, let alone the rest of the Beastmen, is because they were basically saved this adventurer. This adventurer went back to the tree, told everyone about it, everyone learned everything, and then adventurers started to actually be able to survive out in the wild. Instead of, like, looking at the Beastmen as monsters to kill, they're looking at the Beastmen as allies to help them expand their cause throughout the outside world. So it just gives this, like, exchange, like he was saying, of, like, ideas, and that's how religion and history gets brought to the tree, because adventurers come back to the tree and then tell all the citizens about all the, you know, everything they've learned. And then you have, like, the bards and stuff that create songs and poems and stories and plays about everything, and then from there it just gets embellished and pressed along and becomes all this fantastical greatness, because entertainment is one of the most important things in the tree because it's such a stagnant life that, like, creativity and, like, expression are very prominent because that's pretty much all you can do.
Can bring thematic depth to your world building and characters. Things like comparing people to Prometheus or a civilization to Atlantis, let's say. Other civilizations might mythologize.
Well, the octopi are kind of like Atlanteans, right? Like their city rose out of the water. They're basically like they're octopi, you know. It's like where the other races are like kind of, even the dolphin people are kind of like more amphibian-like than they are like water-oriented, right? But they're the ones that live in Leviathan, and Leviathan is an underwater city that was literally built for the purpose of cultivating the dolphin species and bringing them onto land. So it's like this city itself is facilitating bringing this species as a land-bearing species. Just like the Sky Cities were developed to make the avian species develop the way that it did, to make tails for them, like basilisks. And the Titan City was made for the ants, or for the insectoids. And I actually think a great example that I just thought of is Final Fantasy. That's like, so imagine like something like that, but like 4 arms, and then like on top of like having like this back piece thing here, it's like having another shell on top. So like kind of combine that. Whoops. And like this. So it's like put that on top, so like kind of combine this and this to get like a centaurofied kind of ladybug. And that's what the insectoids look like. And then the avians are like, specifically because you have to have hot characters, the female avians are actually like supposed to be like attractive, like descriptively attractive. Like they got like tits, they got like they're very like hourglass figurine. They have like the bright colors on their beaks and stuff like that. Like they're very like their appearance is meant to be very sexualized because that's how they procreate. It's like a peacock or like multiple birds, right? Like the colors of their being tend to be the like most prominent parts of like their mating practices, right? And as being like, you know, more human-like, you get these other features, right? Things change places, let's say. But yeah, I never really thought of it that way until I got that picture. And then males are like hippogriffs, so they have like manes, and they're supposed to be like the dwarf race basically, and their manes are like braided in different ways, and it's like different braids mean like different houses and stuff like that. So they basically have like a braid of a beard around their neck that goes past their gullet, and it's like the different kinds of braids show that the different house that you're from, and like, you know, different deeds that you've done in your life kind of idea. And it's like it's very culturally distinct to the male avians, so that can be translated to the female avians to like kind of show their deeds. So instead of doing a dance, it's like their braids of their beard, so their hair is very, very important to them in a cultural aspect.
technology, or we mythologize them as a way of understanding them, in turn betraying an understanding of God or reality. In fact, there's a civilization in Purgatory Mountain which does exactly that to these immortal humans. In the end, mythology is weird because people are weird, but it's also wonderful because people are wonderful. And even if we can't understand mythology as an easy bullet point list, we can this video. First, myths aren't just attempts at pseudo-history. More importantly, they're about passing down a moral, social, or philosophical commentary. Second, motifs like the dead god, primordial waters, flood myth, and otherwise are often reflections of either a shared experience or some common touchstone. Even if they are an attempt at naturalism, these images can resonate with what it means to be human. Third, visceral metaphors can seem strange when we lack the full context to what they mean, historical, cultural, or otherwise. Disembodied myths can be a fascinating piece of world building. Fourth, myths can sometimes reflect political dynamics, justifying the social order or reinforcing.
I think we fucking nailed this test, guys.
This
we
often
fucking
happens with religious
fucking
sequels,
nailed it.
but it can also muddy the metaphors and meaning even further. Fifthly, our theology impacts our understanding of history, and our history impacts our understanding of theology. And sixthly, science fiction features a lot of religious imagery in part because it seeks to answer the same questions. Mythological tropes can also add thematic depth to your world building, not just realism. Stay nerdy, grab my books, they're awesome, and I'll see you in the future. And as a reward for getting this far, this is Darcy. Say hello to Darcy. This is not my dog. I just lost my cat. But we are house sitting for someone. This is a very sweet dog who only ever wants cuddles and does that a lot. She's very, very, he's very sweet. Yes.
Okay. So, we have other things lined up, but first, we forgot about... Have you ever heard of Secure Team 10? I fucking love Tyler. So he came out with a new video. So here we go. Turn it just a wee bit. We'll see. New footage reveals once again that we have no idea what lingers in our skies.
Hey, what's up and welcome back, guys. Tyler here with Secure Team. So in our first piece of news today, I want to dive into a UFO video that's been blowing up on Instagram, and I thought it was pretty awesome, and it's been sparking some intense debate in the UFO community. And this is one of those clips that makes you really lean in and replay it a few times and ask yourself, am I really seeing this? So, before we go any further, go ahead and check this out.
Tem tipo triângulo ali. Caralho. Caracas, tem triângulo bem ali.
Do you see it? Do you see it? I'm watching on a massive TV, so it's a lot easier to see. It's like, what the fuck is that? I think it's gone now.
Okay, so if that doesn't blow your mind, then I don't really know what will, but I'm going to try to do so today with some more footage that we're going to compare to this that I featured in the past. But here's what makes this clip so unusual and crazy cool. There's no visible craft.
Yeah,
in the
it's
sky.
just it
dark,
looks like the clouds.
raging thunderstorm,
Like there's something
flashes.
that's making
no
it look like a
craft,
triangular
no
shape in the sky.
lights, no physical object in the sky. It's just an outline of a razor-sharp triangle. As you guys can see here, and I'll be playing some different filtered versions, all we see is this outline, as if something with that shape is hiding within the clouds, again like we've seen many times before. And of course, as soon as this hit social media, the floodgates opened. Now, scrolling through some of the comments, people are going back and forth, trying to make sense of what they're seeing. believers in the footage of it being a legit craft of some sort, possibly cloaked, to them, this is a clear piece of proof of a cloaked triangular UFO, possibly a TR-3B.
TR-3B!
Which,
oh
if you
no,
don't know,
guys!
was and is a very real U.S. military craft in the shape of a thin, black, silent triangle that is said to contain the reverse-engineered technology from an alien spaceship that we had recovered. The U.S. government came out and basically said that they had scrapped the project and that was the end of it. But that was not the end of the silent black triangles. In fact, it was just the beginning of an endless wave of UFO sightings, many of which containing this exact type of UFO.
It's like the drones over New Jersey, guys. They're coming. They're coming for us. Well, it's like on Von Braun's deathbed. What was it that he said? He said, first, it will be third world countries. Then it'll be the Middle East. And then it'll be a fake alien invasion.
¿Qué carajo es eso? ¿Y esos 3 puntos? ¿Qué carajo es? ¿Qué carajo es eso?
Levi said he saw some weird
And then, of
lights in
course,
the
we have
sky
people that
last
are the
night or
neutrals,
tonight.
The people who aren't sure but find it fascinating, acknowledging that whatever it is, it's strange and certainly
it's strange and
not something
interesting,
you
but
see
who knows
every
what it
day.
is,
Some
right?
people are straight up horrified. And this isn't the first time,
A
as I
lighting
mentioned earlier,
effect?
that a storm has revealed something lurking in the sky. And it definitely won't be the last. And here in a moment, I'm going to show you some past clips from way back in the day on the channel of some of the most unbelievable, amazing footage of these triangles that I have ever seen, that I think would even leave the most die-hard skeptics lost for words, which is what we do here on Secure Team. But here's where things get really interesting. We have a connection here between lightning and UFOs, a strange connection. This isn't the first time we've seen UFOs and thunderstorms in the same frame. In fact, we've covered so many here on the channel, I've lost count. And one of the most widely
every
discussed
single one of
theories
these videos
regarding this connection between the lightning and the UFOs is that these craft could be using the energy from the lightning to somehow recharge or refuel their ships in some way. I mean, think about it. Lightning is one of the most powerful natural energy sources on Earth. A single lightning bolt carries up to 1 billion joules of energy, which, in theory, could be harnessed by an advanced propulsion system. But that's not the only possibility. And some of the other more just basic theories about why UFOs might be attracted to thunderstorms is, well, they're a natural cover for their presence. A violent storm is a perfect place to hide if a craft needed to observe or conduct operations without detection. Then we have dimensional disturbances, with some researchers suggesting that the electromagnetic energy of lightning storms could temporarily weaken the boundaries between dimensions. That's right, you heard me correctly. And if we assume that UFOs have the ability to shift between these dimensions, well, maybe that's just what we're seeing in some of these pieces of footage. In some sightings, objects appear instantly in these storms as if they're popping in and out of our visible reality, and storms could act as a natural trigger for these dimensional shifts. But whatever the reason, the connection is undeniable. We've seen footage of orbs darting in and out of storm clouds, mysterious lights hovering during major lightning storms, and now, in this latest case, an entirely hidden, massive triangle, at least the outline of one, seemingly lurking within the storm itself. And as you watch the footage, it seems that there's some other strange stuff happening, some strange movement, and I just don't know what to make of it. I can't wait to see what you guys put down below. And, you know, speaking of triangles and vectors or pyramids, whatever you want to call them, we've been seeing quite a lot of them lately. And just a quick plug here, in case you didn't see it, my very last video, which I uploaded about a week ago or so, likewise also covers a UFO encounter of the triangular nature. And I hope that most of you got to see that video, although I know for a fact many of you haven't, and this has been confirmed by YouTube support, but they have confirmed that when I do upload a video, only about 10% of the 2.5 million subscribers that I have actually get a notification, and those numbers are actually dropping now because apparently YouTube doesn't even feature videos to people based on who they're subscribed to anymore, but instead who they watch them.
Yeah, YouTube's so dumb. I've seen like 4 or 5 channels, like the PBS base channel is literally doing an experiment to see if they can get more people to comment and more people to like, to see if it actually, because people are saying like it's not promoting the video even inside of like the active community. And it's just the way that the algorithm for YouTube works. It's fucking bullshit.
The most. So even if you're subscribed because you actually want to see my stuff, chances are you will not get a notification more than you will. But if you haven't seen my most recent one, go and check that out, because in a nutshell, some very interesting alleged declassified CIA documents and images recently hit the web that were said to have been captured by the Voyager 1 space probe. An encounter with an extremely eerie-looking white triangular object just out past the orbit of Saturn back in 1980. So I'll put the link to that down below, as well as the end of this video. But as far as notifications go, that's why I'd ask that all of you guys follow me on my social media accounts, whether it's Facebook, X, Instagram, that's all down below. Very easy to find, and anytime I upload a video, I also immediately make a post on all of my social platforms. That way you guys will know when I actually post a video and not find out a year or two later. And if you head over to the main channel page and just type in TR3B or Triangle UFO, you will get endless videos that I've posted with some of the most damning footage you've ever seen, and probably never seen unless you've been a veteran viewer. And before we go here, I want to play you one of my other favorites, one of my top 5, I'd say, triangle UFO sighting videos that I have posted, which was captured over El Paso, Texas, a couple years back. Whatever this is, it's glowing and or reflecting light. It's possibly using some sort of cloaking mechanism like we've seen so many times and featured here. So thank you guys for watching, and please do throw this video a like if you enjoyed it, share it with your friends, subscribe and follow me on social media, because that, my friends, is the only way that we are going to cut through the nonsense and what appears to be an endless flood of AI UFO videos that are hitting the web every single second of every day. Not to mention the mainstream news and their total takeover of the UFO phenomenon, or as they now call it, UAP phenomenon, which, in my opinion, a total smokescreen by the government to continually steer us in the wrong direction. Worthless UAP hearing after UAP hearing, worthless commentary
joke
by
government, that's what it is.
or former secret UFO hunting programs that essentially have nothing in the way of evidence to show you guys. It's always all the same stuff. And now with all this AI stuff, suffice it to say, it's going to be really hard for people to find the legit footage, or at least the best footage out there hitting the web web. So follow me, hit me up on social media. If you have your own UFO footage, likewise send it in. Over 50% of the stuff I feature comes from viewers, and if you have video, just upload it to YouTube and email me the link and any info to go with it to secureteamnews@gmail.com, and I'd love to feature it. So with that, I love you guys. Thanks for sticking with me here, and for the best in UFO and alien related content and the continued exposure of the UFO cover-up by the powers that be. Stick right here with Secure Team. Tell me what you think, and I'll see you all back in just a bit. Stay safe, guys.
You, buddy. Okay. Why we love to watch a hero fall. So this is going to be about basically Zaid and Husai and, like, you know, death of Fafnir. You know, the moments when basically the power is stripped from the character. And it goes from, like, the fall of Garuda. Like, just so many moments where it's like the heroes fail. It's fucking game over. And then you have to build yourself back up. And just keep building yourself back up. And that's what makes you stronger. And that's, like, I think a really easy way to do character development is have a disaster happen, have the character get fucked over, and then have something happen that makes them grow. In this case, it would be, like with Zaid, it would be his comrades, their willingness to stick by him through it and wait for him to, you know, get through it on his own and not really forcing anything on him, even though they know that time is dire and, like, you know, they really have to get their shit together and they're trying to figure out of how the best way to do it. And they're like, well, let's just do what we do best, and that's entertainment. Let's just give it such a grand spin and greatness to it that, you know, Zaid will always be remembered, and then Husai can, you know, get over this. So, let's see how it compares.
Thematically more important as a commentary on our... Despite their name, fallen heroes are often more a category of villain than they are hero. They're often already evil at the time we meet them.
Oh, they're talking about an actual character that falls from grace and becomes, like, a bad character. So I guess this would actually be more about, like, the Viceroy, but that's his personality. It's not really even him. So it's like, I guess technically you could say that the Warriors of Light are fallen heroes, because they've been stripped of everything that their birthright was. They basically, like, live in squalor. They have to hide who they are for fear of death. And they're the most powerful things out there. So I guess we go with the Warriors of Light on this one. And they all have, like, fucked up issues.
As antagonists in our story, thematically more important as a commentary on our hero's story than as a character on their own journey, right? But they're one of my favorite tropes. You've probably got one in your head right now. Let me know who it is down in the comments. By the way, I forget to promote it, but Patreon is fundamental to how my channel works, how I'm able to keep doing what I'm doing. If you like this sort of educational content, it means a lot for you to go check it out. There's also the Discord, which is open to everyone, patron or not. So come join the community, and I apologize if you hear construction noises in this video. Okay, so in Percy Jackson the Olympians, Luke Castellan is this recurring fallen hero antagonist throughout the books and is a reflection of Percy in many ways. Like, both of them are sons of powerful gods, they both feel betrayed and abandoned by their godly parents, both have experienced loss and injustice because of it, both yearn for a change in this unjust, neglectful system of, haha, love you kid, but I'm out to buy some milk. They're both social reformers in their own ways, and both exemplify many traits of the traditional hero. But where Luke channels that rage and injustice into trying to burn Mount Olympus to the ground, Percy decides to change the system. In the books, Percy demands all demigods are claimed by their godly parents, that minor gods be respected, and he does away with this pact between Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon to not have kids anymore. And most importantly, he doesn't let his pain and frustration control him. In this way, we can use the fallen hero to not only represent the different ways a hero's flaws or ambitions might take them, but they're often the consequence of genuine problems the current hero has to now face and solve. Luke is the most dangerous expression.
I mean, that kind of really does explain the Warriors of Light, like, in my mind. Like, it's kind of what they facilitate. Because it's almost an oxymoron that they're called the Warriors of Light. It's because, like, the idea that even the darkest and most fallen of us still has the potential for greatness.
Of a god system truly rife with child abandonment and injustice. Or what about Harvey Dent? He's Two-Face. He's the result of institutional corruption in Gotham and its police force. He is what happens to good men in an inept and corrupt system in many ways, a problem Batman and Gordon have to contend with in The Dark Knight. It was the very corrupt cops that Dent was warning everyone about that ultimately gets his love killed and him mutilated. In this way, we can use fallen heroes as criticisms of institutions or societies or even other characters in your story. If they were used or betrayed by ostensibly heroic characters on the good side, we can see where that comes from, with our current hero figuring out ways to navigate that problem too.
You thought we could be decent men in an indecent time.
This is why fallen heroes are so often heartbreaking, not just because they often do really have a right to be angry, but because they were genuinely screwed over by things outside of their control. Like institutions or people who should have cared for them. It's that old line, a child will burn down a village just to feel its warmth. It's in this that fallen heroes often motivate or catalyze characters around them having a better understanding of their world, of certain people, of themselves, or even their powers, by representing the dangers and flaws of the institutions they exist in, often ones that they weren't aware of before and they now have to grapple with. When people feel like tiny cogs in a system, when they feel ignored, when they feel dehumanized, when they feel like there's no space for them, no hope, they can end up using that as a justification for doing wrong, that hey, the world...
And that's exactly why the entirety of the black market and the ex-adventurers all revolves around the monarchy basically casting out its offspring and not allowing them to procreate. So if they want to procreate, they have to become an adventurer and basically fall off the grid because they're always tracked to make sure that they don't procreate, but then, you know, they fake their death or something like that, and then they're basically off the grid. And that's usually how they operate. And because of that, there's this innate trust between the ex-adventurers, who are like criminals and shit, right? And the lost bloodline of the monarch, because both of them know it's basically WMD. They're like MAD, mutually assured destruction. Wrong acronym. MAD, mutually assured destruction. Because if one of them rats the other one, both of them are fucked. So they use that to their advantage. And then there's also like the ship cities that are like on the other side of the world, that are basically like international waters that the criminals use to brigade and pirate and stuff like that, as well as the Dome City. Because the Dome City is like the capital of it. It'd be like Tortuga, whereas the other city the other like boat cities and stuff would basically just be like random islands and stuff like that, like basically man-made islands of just random pirates and stuff like that. But they're not like the top tier, right? Because they're not supposed to know about, not everyone knows about the Dome City. This is supposed to be a super secret. That's where the warehouses of all the black market stuff and everything like that is. So it's like they're the guards of it. And the reason for that is they've been completely neglected and thrown out. So they've spent their entire lives having to basically deal with criminals.
Disregarded means, so I will disregard it. This does not absolve them of their actions, but it does partly explain it. They reveal where the cracks are, often violently with evil acts. But if that is the place your fallen hero occupies, what does defeating them mean? You've got to reconcile with that. What does it mean?
And that's kind of like, you don't really defeat them. They become part of the party because of just how Husai is. And they're actually working like under the good personality of the Viceroy. So it's like when they see the Viceroy, they're like, oh shit, well that's the master, but we know we can't say anything because he's here now. And he's the reason, like, he's told them about the secret dungeons in order to get basically their relic weapons and relic armors, which is what makes them, on top of being supremely genetically enhanced, because they're direct offspring of the Monarch, and the Viceroy, they're, like, way more powerful than anyone else. Like, it's insane. Even Husai is like, holy shit, you guys are fucking strong as fuck. Even without the relic armor and weapons. And then with it, it's just, they're, like, unstoppable. And then when Husai and everyone else gets their relic weapons and armor, it's like, oh. It's just, everything in my mind about it is just like, oh my god, I can't wait to fucking write this shit. It's gonna be so fucking good. We're not ready yet.
Represented. So one of the main criticisms people have lodged against Legend of Korra is how Amon is the symbolic and real result of institutional problems with Bender and non-Bender inequality, right? So you've got a world with kind of two distinct classes of people, but Korra doesn't quite grapple with that as much as she possibly should have. You know, they get a non-Bender president at the end, but any aftermath is mostly off-screen. Percy changing the god system at the end matters as a way of solving the problem Luke represents. Killing the orphan spurned by society does not solve the orphan problem, it just sweeps it under the proverbial narrative rug. But you can do more than that with a fallen hero. In The Dark Knight, all of our characters have to grapple with how far they're willing to go outside the law, into widespread civilian surveillance, into unlawful search and seizure, into breaking the moral laws we give ourselves. How much faith can you truly have in the law to protect you, like Harvey Dent did? Escalating violence and tactics are a constant theme in the story, and in this way, fallen heroes can become symbolic warnings of not just those institutional problems, but of the real dangers of the flaws, goals, tactics, and drives your hero might have in pursuing their goal, a way to sort of show where they might end up, without actually having your heroes turn evil. If we see the protagonist and antagonist are using the same methods, face the same temptations, or are going down the same moral path, it creates tension. Will they fall too? It foreshadows where they might end up. But you've also got to think about how you present the evil acts of the fallen hero and what that means for your story thematically. Like, Batman's moral choice to not kill the Joker, the people on the boats' choices to not blow each other up, are important rejections of the idea that everyone can be pushed to kill, and that escalation to murder is necessary to solve these problems. And it's because of this, Harvey Dent's escalation to murder, to taking justice into his own hands at that level, becomes a choice thematically, not an inevitability. Hopefully you can see how these things work together. How we frame the actions and evil deeds of the fallen hero will affect how we place the blame, how we understand the problems. Harvey Dent is the result of institutional issues, but his actions cannot be entirely blamed on them. Alternatively, the fallen hero isn't the result of institutional problems, but the result of deeply personal flaws that they could not overcome, no matter how much of a hero.
As well as, like, the fanatics, who are, like, avians and insectoids that felt that, like, the octopi have looked down on their species and treated them like second-class citizens. So they've always looked down on the beastmen because they've been able to, because they can't look down on the octopi. And now the octopi are trying to make the beastmen on level with the insectoids and the avians. And they're like, fuck off, man. Don't put those guys on our level. If you're not going to put us on your level, you can't put those guys on our level. Fuck that. Because beastmen aren't allowed inside of the tree. They can go inside of Ifrit, but they're not allowed inside of the tree. And they're basically instantly killed if they try to enter the tree. But that hasn't really happened, because no beastmen really even kind of know. Like it's kind of the out of sight, out of mind thing, because they're not that intelligent. So it's like, as long as you don't talk about it and no one ever sees it, because they don't go into the main palace part of the city, which is, like, blocked off. So they just, like, never see it, never interact with it, never really occurs to them. It's just an object in the distance that people talk about the tree and stuff, and they know that people are in the tree, but it doesn't correlate, right? It's like a distance thing, out of sight, out of mind. So there isn't really, like, any other than, like, beastmen trying to break in for purposes of, like, looting and stuff like that. Isn't really, the warring tribes would never even get that far. There is potential because the conspiracy of espionage and the fact that the Beastman War never really ended, and now it's kind of like this Cold War of like knowledge, and the whole point of getting the adventurers to go outside of the tree is like somehow a fanatic's idea, and it's like now that the Viceroy is accepting Beastmen into the tree, it's causing this strife with the people of being like, well, maybe they were the people that we thought were crazy are actually right, because whether they're doing it for the purposes of like what the fanatics think or not, they're still doing it, and that's concerning to us. We don't want Beastmen inside of the tree, like, and it's like a total racism thing, right? Because they think all Beastmen bad, Beastmen dumb, Beastmen bad. Beastmen cause problems.
Hero they really were. Where events before might have brought out those heroic traits, events now might bring out their weaknesses, leading to their fall. In the Kingkiller Chronicles, Lanra is this
and that's kind of like Garuda, right? Where it's like this shift of momentum from you're perceiving the world through Husai's eyes of this like, oh, I've never had a challenge, to like getting completely decimated over and over and over, and just slowly cracking him down until Zeta just breaks him, and it's just, oh, it's so beautiful.
Legendary hero from the Creation War, this mythic guy who took down monsters and ultimately sacrificed his own life to protect the weak, only for him to be brought back. Now, this conflict brought out Lanra's heroic traits. He's brave and he's willing to sacrifice himself for the good of others, but then he loses his wife after the war. This is a different conflict, a different problem, and in his grief he pursues every kind of power he can to try and bring her back. But it takes him down a dark path that ultimately leads to him burning cities to the ground. A fallen hero. The good, heroic parts of his nature cannot solve this problem, and so the darker, unheroic, weaker parts of him end up taking over. His weakness is his lack of wisdom and inability to deal with his own grief, which would only come out in certain conflicts. So consider how different conflicts might bring out the weaknesses of your hero, facets of them which might not have been a big problem before, especially ones which lead them to new tactics, new methods, or new solutions that they might not be necessarily equipped for. Or just show how their heroicness cannot solve this problem, leading them to fall. And
his own strength cannot.
A chain of conflicts which they cannot solve with the things that they would normally hopefully rely on.
Yep.
By the way, I really wanted to talk about Malazan Book of the Fallen with this, but it's so spoilery that I cannot. It's an amazing series. One of the most heartbreaking tropes, and one of my favorite, is when the cost of being good gets so high that it just beats the hero down until they start breaking their own moral code. One of the best
4 hours, let's fucking go. Hell yeah, bro.
Heroic characters you could
We're
possibly
going.
create gets fed up with losing people he loves over and over because of this moral code he feels he has to stick to. He calls them the laws of time he has to obey, and he gets so pained by this that he eventually starts to punish himself.
Interviewing again
travels
today.
alone,
It's sad when
and
people fuck up and you
eventually
can't
it gets
help
so
them.
dark that
Lol.
we get
That sucks.
It's taken me all these years to realize the laws of time are mine, and they will obey me!
It is one of, if not the best episode of Doctor Who ever made, and it's about a hero falling. Part of what makes genuinely heroic Paragon characters so interesting is that being good is hard. Being a hero means taking the hard way instead of the easy way. It can mean a lot of self-sacrifice. It can mean giving up your peace and stability for that of others. It can mean making your friends and family a target. It can mean putting yourself in danger instead of just being able to live your life. Oftentimes, the hero is
true to
defined
all
by
of
their
those.
methods,
We have
by the
all of
rules that they
those.
hold themselves to. So, giving them a reason that those methods don't work anymore can break them. Like, the Doctor's moral code prevents him from saving people that he desperately wants to because they're meant to die according to the laws of time. Being good means constantly putting his loved ones in danger, and he is fed up with it at this point. These stories are often less about the draw of evil than they are about the cost of being good, a cost that someone, no matter how good they are, might not be willing to pay. These stories are so often about how much our moral codes are worth, how far we can be pushed psychologically before we too crack, or even more than that, how we psychologically justify changing our moral code and where that line is for us to slip from hero to anti-hero to villain, not just in your characters, but where we actually think ourselves would end up, we as readers and audiences. Because people rarely think they're doing evil. They think they're defending loved ones, or they're getting justice, or they're just taking what they deserve. And sometimes the pressure to be a certain way, to be the perfect hero, can end up making people break. If you have to hide your flaws or suffer in silence, like people often expect the hero to, and it ultimately makes them crack. Heroes can be these mythological figures up there in the sky somewhere, right? But real people are not mythological figures. In discussing the story of Oedipus as this kind of fallen, tragic hero, Sigmund Freud said Oedipus's destiny moves us only because it might have been ours. And fallen heroes do often feel forced into the circumstances they are, forced to do what they have to, even if that's just a way to absolve them of their own responsibility, right? But that's kind of what we do as humans, right? We too could be Oedipus. But all of this is why it so often feels cathartic to watch a hero fall, just as often as it is tragic, as terrible as that sounds to say. Like in Joker, Arthur starts out struggling with his mental health, with trying to be a good person in a broken world, because he truly believes being a good person will get him what he truly wants. The acceptance of others, some semblance of control, that inner turmoil is why we empathize with him. It's the core of the film, and we want him to find that acceptance, that relief, and then...
What do you get?
I don't think so.
When you cross
I think
a
we're
mentally
done
ill
with the
loner...
From Arthur's point of view, giving into violence and becoming the Joker is him taking control of his life. It is him getting the acceptance of others. We see him dancing in the streets. He's more at ease than ever before. He's even happy because he finally stopped trying to be a good person. He stopped fighting that losing battle. It's not excusing his actions, but Joker is more about that institutional critique, that the happiness for many people at the bottom is directly opposed to what society generally gives them. But there is this catharsis in allowing a character to fail to get them something that they truly want, and even more than that, that we think they truly deserve, that was unjustly taken from them. For the Doctor, it's the fact he can finally save
And that's kind of like the turning point, right? Like during this period, Husai and the Viceroy have kind of been getting along really well, and this is like, okay, so Husai says, Zaid, you can't come with us because this is for men. And then the Viceroy is acting like a fucking retard the entire goddamn time. So Husai's like, man, I might as well have just brought Zaid. Like, Zaid and the Viceroy would have got along, like, really well. So, you know, he's like, well, fuck it, I might as well get along with the Viceroy. So they become really close, right? And then when Zaid dies, since he thinks Zaid as his son, then he starts thinking of the Viceroy as his father. And then when the Viceroy switches over to the Monarch side again, it's like, oh my fucking god, all of this is happening again. And then Fafnir dies, and then it's like, just like all this cascading shit, and then that's the end of the first book. And it's like, oh my fucking god, how is this possible?
people who deserve to live. This whole episode gives us some of the best side characters we've ever seen in Doctor Who. He doesn't have to watch people die over and over anymore. It's giving him agency. It's giving him control. In fact, the music playing when he has this moment, right, it is called Time Lord Victorious. He's finally winning after losing for so long. For Lucas Stellan, it's justice for child abandonment. For Jinx and Arcane, it means no longer being in this wretched conflict with herself over who she is, whether she's the powder Vi wants her to be. She has changed too much, lost too much, and simply wants to be who she is now. These stories show us the pain of being good over and over, so this dark path, while tragic, it's still satisfying to see their inner conflict resolved, to give them a degree of...
And it's another thing too, like on a political level, right? Like, the conflict inside of the tree between the tree and the Adventurers Guild. Like, Husai is the bridge between the Adventurers Guild and the tree, since he's the leader. So he has to do all the political struggle and everything like that. And the reason for him setting out at the beginning is him giving up on that. Him being like, okay, well, there's no point anymore in putting up a facade about how the people in the tree feel about adventurers. Like, me being here and talking to people and having speeches and trying to promote the Adventurers Guild is doing more harm than good. So, I'm going to take the ex-Viceroy, the old Viceroy, and we're going to go out into the world, and we're actually going to do, like, a report. And he's treating this as like, okay, we're going to go out into the world and we're going to do a report. And people say, oh, I haven't been out there. I haven't experienced it. So let's go out there. Let's experience and let's see what happens. And then everything just starts unraveling. And shit just keeps hitting the fucking fan over and over again. Everything falls apart. So it's like his initial decision to like kind of give up on his position as the leader of the guild, as a bridge between the tree and the guild, to be like, I'm going to make an excuse for myself in order to leave and go do my own thing that I've always wanted to do. And then that causes all these events, so this kind of regret in him over the events that have happened. And then, of course, Garuda and Zaid, and then the Viceroy and everything. And it's just a downhill battle. And then him being basically built back up in the second book with all of his comrades and all of like Gaia and the fourth race, the Mughals, all of, you know, he has all his friends now from all of the cities. Like, he's united with everyone. They have a Thomas. They don't have to worry about the tree anymore. It's like the entire idea of the tree being a home to go back to is changed to now the tree is the final dungeon to complete.
Of peace we feel they're owed. Conceptually, this is often because the strengths or nature of a character is at odds with their goals, or their weaknesses are perfectly set up to make them fall. The more tension between these things, the more cathartic it will be. And you can do this from the planning stage, right? And design your characters on that fundamental level. These stories...
And that's the thing, too, is like Husai has always been a very physically, like, warrior type person. But ever since, like, for the last, like, 25, 35 years, since he's been... like only doing, like, at first he kept up with it, right? He worked out and he did his thing, but it's like being inside of the tree, it's like you just kind of, after a while, you just kind of give up on something like that. So his muscles have atrophied, right? What? It's way longer. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Maybe there's a different way that Stream Elements works with it, because everything, maybe it reset today, but you've been watching for more than an hour in total today. Like, you've been watching, like, most of the stream.
Don't just interrogate what it is to be good or bad, but why we do
Fucking
it.
weird.
And if you challenge those reasons, then whether they're doing good or bad matters a lot less, because it's the reasons we empathize with. But these stories are often so painful as well because of that catharsis, the divergence between what we know they want, what they deserve, what they need, and what they're doing. If your protagonist finds themselves up against a fallen hero, especially one who wants the same things as them, love, acceptance, agency, then the fallen hero can represent what falling would mean for your protagonist, what it could get them, what we kind of desperately want for them, an easier way for them to get it. Now in the books, Daenerys is ostensibly pretty heroic. No slavery, no cruelty, no...
Should be like, for Husai, that would be putting innocence at risk, which would mean, because his biggest problem with, like, storming the palace is he knows that the monarch is going to use the people, the citizens of the tree, basically as bodyguards. So they have to come up with a way to get into the tree with their entire party and somehow get to the palace and lure the monarch and the viceroy out so that Fafnir can basically attack them. And it just does not go that way at all. Unfortunately, for them.
No bad stuff, right? She wants a just world. but she also wants power, her birthright, the Iron Throne, and her story is about the cost, the compromises of that morality in a broken world, and the conflict between those two desires. Those desires are at odds, and becoming a fallen hero, giving into that, could give her one of them. It could give her the Iron Throne, it could give her Slaver's Bay, but it will not give her the other. Now, let's be honest, the show did this poorly. But the books, you know, when they're finished... So don't just think about who your fallen hero is, but consider what they might represent to another character who might want the same thing as them, how they reflect and embrace the strengths and weaknesses of other characters. Now, these parallels between the hero and fallen hero often end up with that,
we're not so different, you and I.
even as a point of inner conflict and tension where the hero might be tempted to do similar things to the villain. But also, like, these scenes are often really dumb because the hero and villain might have like a similar backstory. They were both abandoned when they were young or something, but one of them thinks being the genocidal apocalypse bringer is a valid choice, and the hero does not. And so if they're like getting
we
into this
kind of
crisis
don't
of
have
like,
that kind of
maybe
thing.
we are similar, it's always like
It's more of the
come on,
fall,
really? If you want this
as
to
in
really
like
land, there's got to be more than a superficial similarity between your hero and fallen hero, a genuine possibility that the hero might be like them in some way. And some stories go far enough to actually make this true. And in these scenes, the heroes realize they have fallen in some way, and that realization can be a galvanizing force in their character arc, either for the good or worse. This is kind of what happens to Kratos in God of War, a man bent on justice and revenge against cruel gods, but whose brutal and violent actions make things so much worse that he...
But I guess it does come down to perspective, because it's supposed to be the perspective that the Viceroy was lying the entire time. It's not that anyone thinks that he has the split personality. It's not until the explanation about Gaia, or about Anima from Gaia, to the characters at the beginning of the second book, that it gets placed into, oh, this wasn't actually the Viceroy betraying them. This was the Viceroy finally losing a losing battle against Anima's influence over his mind, essentially.
Ends up becoming the villain. And this...
But then that also reveals to Husai, like, the reason why he is what he is, and Gaius explains to him that she needed someone who could basically understand her full consciousness and interact with her without their minds being destroyed. And that's why she used the Viceroy in order to genetically manipulate and create him specifically as a being that would be basically immune to her mind. So that's why he is, like, more intelligent and way better at, like, thinking and logic and science and stuff, despite the fact that he's, like, he feels like he's a warrior class. So he feels like he's been buffed in IQ in some way. He's like, I shouldn't be as smart as I am. I shouldn't understand things in the way that I do, because I feel like I'm more of an Unga Bunga than I am a abracadabra. If you know what I mean. And the sword is not mightier than the pen, and it talks plots in his writer's dead stories 18 years in the making in a place in canon for his taking. Oh my god, Eggy Mayo, you are... I'm going to, like, I'm going to take these and I'm going to put these in a panel underneath the stream. Okay, so check this out. So we'll go like this, right? You are now fully immortalized. Not only are you on there twice, but you're also immortalized here. You are truly the greatest, Eggy Mayo. Oh, I fucking love it. Thank you for being a pillar of this community. The Atlas that holds up me. My pitiful attempts to entertain are dimmed by the great moments of interaction by those around me. My inadequacies I will build upon, but I will never let them bring me down. If I have said it once, I've said it a million times. You got me bricked and teared up. The plan is working. I am being myself, and people are resonating with it. That's all I ever want to do.
Kind of in the end motivates him to be different, not to pass that violent streak onto his son, Atreus. Of course, sometimes they fall not because we live in a society or for love or for honor or agency or whatever. Sometimes they just fall because they want power and they actually want to be evil and for lust and greed, not for good reasons. Now, I'm going to give spoilers for the manga Berserk, so if you don't want spoilers, skip to the list timestamp 3, 2,
If you don't know Berserk,
Berserk
I feel
reaches this to a
bad
truly
for
terrifying
you.
degree when one of the most heroic characters in the series basically
Griffith.
becomes an evil god and sacrifices everyone around them
Yup.
to get power because they want power secretly.
That's
all the
all
time.
he's
All
ever
beyond that,
wanted.
They wanted power. And his
All
name
the
is
ever
Griffith,
true.
and he's known as the Falcon of Light. He's meant
Like,
to be
if you've ever watched Berserk, like the scene of him when the basically like the whatever dude in the desert basically buys him for the night, and then Guts sees him with the dude, and it's like just showing that like most commanders don't put the effort in for like what they do, right? But like Griffith, it really shows that like he put everything, including his body, not just on the line on the battlefield, but also off of it, in any way that would get him closer to his dream.
the greatest hero across the whole continent in a world which is incredibly dark. And that story beat is structured more for the twist and the shock than it is playing on our empathy for this character. The emotional weight comes not from the tragedy of this desire at odds with one another or anything like that, or the catharsis of it. It's not the...
And the fact that even Guts has regrets because he feels like he is responsible in some way because he left to go reach his own dream, and that's what broke Griffith and caused him to to rape a fucking chick and then get fucking tortured for 3 years.
Finally getting something we want for them. It's just the horror of how it affects the characters around them at the loss of this person, basically. And this is especially painful when the fallen hero is the linchpin of the group, the paragon, the character so many others around them rely on psychologically.
Mhm.
Griffith turns and it kind of breaks everyone around him. But it's also important to think about what the hero falling says in your story thematically. Heroes aren't just good people, they can represent ideas symbolically. The best of humanity, truth, justice, the American way. And when they fall, what does it say about those ideas? You might have heard of that infamous Captain America comic where it turns out Captain America's evil, he's part of Hydra, Hail Hydra and all that. And a lot of people kind of hated this because it felt like betraying the values he represented. Captain America is this mythological beacon of hope meant to inspire others, and he's someone truly honest, genuine, empathetic, and is that a lie now? Is America built on a lie? Should we stop striving to be like Captain America? Heroes turning evil can shatter the faith that we or the characters have in the institution or rules that they represent. This kind of character twist and betrayal and pain might fit in a grimdark story like Berserk, but it doesn't necessarily fit for something like Captain America. Because in Berserk, the thematic messaging is very intentional. The failure of human nature is a constant theme. Frodo falling at the end of Lord of the Rings, taking the ring for himself, is Tolkien speaking to the inherent fall of human nature.
Yep.
That nobody, no matter how good, can hold out against evil forever. It's very much weaving in his Catholic worldview. It's no secret that fallen heroes often show up in prequels, because who doesn't want to see how our favorite villain turn genocidal? And these kind of stories often play with dramatic irony. This is where we, as the readers, as the audience, know something about what's going to happen, about the story.
Well, that's kind of like, I mean, I guess that's true because the beginning of the second book is kind of the intro of the prequel of figuring out like why the monarch is and the viceroy are the way that they are, and like introducing the celestial beings and the scope of the world and the true nature of the world and everything.
And the characters don't, and the story plays with that for tension. Seeing how close and intimate and genuine Obi-Wan and Anakin's friendship is, how truly heroic Anakin can be, how Obi-Wan sees him as a son, how Anakin sees him as a father, how Anakin tells Palpatine his fate will be the same as ours, it makes knowing how far Anakin will fall more heartbreaking. It takes us to that height, but only because it knows that it's going to rip it from us, and we know it will be ripped from us. Like, I'm not saying the prequels are great, I'm not a big Star Wars person, but I think one of the things the prequels did well was that friendship between Obi-Wan and Anakin. It's like the thing that you get attached to. It's why their final duel is painful. It's almost less about seeing a hero fall at that point than it is the fracture of this relationship. It makes it so much more intimate and personal. And the more attached we get, the more we know we're going to lose. So consider not just how devastating the turn might be, but what it's going to do to the characters around them and what that says thematically in your story. But how do you actually do the fall, the turn? Well, foreshadowing is often really useful. Now, I've got a whole video on foreshadowing, link up in the corner, go watch that. That goes into more detail, but one of the common ones you'll see is a pre-scene that I want to discuss. This is a scene before the fall which foreshadows the way in which they're going to fall or an action that they will take that will lead to it, allowing them to exhibit their flaws in a less important but definitely their way. In John Langan's The Fisherman, a fantastic modern cosmic horror novel by the way, Dan tragically loses his wife and child and turns to these old fishing myths as a kind of reprieve, a way to escape his misery. And early on in the story we learn about him still seeing their faces everywhere he looks. The truck's grill like a great set of chrome teeth grinning at him as it prepared to take a bite out of his life. Whatever was on that screen was replaced by Sophie's face, turning away from him, her mouth opening to make a sound Dan had never heard. This beat foreshadows his later tragic fall, where he starts to see his wife and child in the faces of these strange creatures from another world, creatures defined by their hideous teeth, who in turn try to devour him. His intense desire to see them again, altering how he perceives reality, coming up in a small way before a big, much more consequential way later on. And these pre-scenes don't have to be big, of course. It can just be them stealing something small, like whatever, or going a little bit too far at one point. Often in ways which are inconsequential or have very few consequences that allows them to sort of accept it as a part of themselves. It's just something that's pretty fine.
And I guess this would kind of play into the Viceroy and like his split personality thing, where it's like he's presented as this very caring, loving, like fatherly figure almost, and then it's like he goes into like combat mode and it's like this maniacal fucked up thing, and it's like, and then he just, well, that never happened, I don't know what you're talking about, just like waves it off as if it's like, yeah, don't talk about that. And it's like people are like, maybe that's just his way of coping with it, right? So that is like the foreshadowing, and there's like the schemes and like strategies that he comes up with, and they're like, that, like, that's fucked up, dude. You really think we should do that? Like, it's not necessarily that it's like pure clever, it's that it is the idea of like going too far with things, where it's like people would never think to do this, and it's like they the way I want to portray it is attributing it like this is, he's taking his entire life's perspective of being a politician, right, and putting that into the perspective of the battlefield. So, like, you know, analyzing targets, knowing who your opponent is, why they're doing what they're doing, and, like, being able to manipulate that. So it's like his entire political career is turned into a strategic battlefield identity that's separate from his main, like, acknowledgements, as if, like, he doesn't want to admit that, like, this is the way that he's spent his entire life as a political figure, essentially. And then that's the vibe you're supposed to get from it. And then eventually you find out, oh, well, it's actually a split personality. But it's just woven in so well. At least hopefully. That's the idea.
It allows that flaw to take root, to be accepted as okay, and it's going to come out more and more and more in bigger and bigger ways until there are big consequences. And it can be really interesting when that same thing is portrayed as a positive trait before, something that we should admire. Especially if doing the wrong thing has positive
Because he's the strategist. He's the one telling them, you guys need to do this, this, and this will be the outcome that you get out of it, and that's what we need to do. And they're like, that's a little rough there, bro. And he's like, you want it done, you do it right. And they're like, alright, man, you're the fucking strategist. Fuck it, you know what you're doing. Ruthless as fuck politician.
See, Fallen Hero stories are littered with moments like this. Moments where the hero faces choices. Choices not just to do good or bad, but to do good for bad reasons or in bad ways, or to do bad for good reasons or in good ways, or to do bad for understandable, forgivable reasons. These stories ask us how far we're willing to go with this character. When does it become inexcusable? When does it no longer become heroic? But just as much as these stories are about what makes us fall to the dark side, they're also about what holds us to the light. And with that in mind, I want to compare two scenes. Anakin killing the Tusken Raiders, and Katara going after Yon-Ra in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Now, to be clear, I don't actually think the Tusken Raiders scene is actually very good, but I'm using it as an example here because I know a lot of people are familiar with it. In both cases, these characters are looking to avenge the death of their mothers. Both are fiercely protective of those they love. These are positive, heroic traits. Both have access to powerful magical abilities others might consider unnatural, and both have anger issues, which is a recurring flaw for both of them. But where Katara doesn't kill Yon-Ra, Anakin, So, why? It's not as simple as just saying, well, Katara's a better person. Like, yeah, that is the case, but it's not as simple as that on a writing level. We've got to think about how the authors set up these moments, the conscious, structural, and thematic decisions they made to make these moments make sense. Bringing your character to their lowest point and asking them which direction they will go is fundamentally forcing them to figure out their most important principles. Placing them in a position where they have every justification, every opportunity, every right to do the bad thing, or the good thing, right? Shows who they are on a fundamental level. It's easy to be good when it's easy, when your emotions align with it, when it's what you want anyway. But here, there's no institution forcing them to be good or justifying what they're doing, no friends holding them back. These are what we're going to call scenes of maximal agency, where literally everything that happens in the scene is down to them and only them. And they're really important. In both of these scenes, their victims are virtually defenseless, helpless, they have all of the power, they have every justification, but it goes different ways. These scenes often appear at the end of the second act or just at the lowest point your character faces, but they can appear anytime throughout the story, really. In Anakin's scene, we see he is fundamentally driven by revenge, justice, power, and yes, love. These are the things he goes to at his lowest point. The story constantly reinforces and rewards Anakin for his initiative, for his decisiveness, for his ferocity as a warrior, and yeah, for his violence as a defender, as a justice bringer, while the story repeatedly reinforces Katara as a healer, as full of rage, but also optimistic, empathetic to a fault, with multiple pre-scenes of Katara stopping others from doing a similar thing in the past. In Anakin's case, his narratively reinforced strengths, ferocity, violence, power, align with his desires here, to kill the Raiders, while Katara's narratively reinforced strengths, empathy, love, righteousness, are at odds with her desires, to kill Yon-Ra, all of which have been previously established. But you can use your scenes of maximal agency to reveal the imperfections of your character, even if they don't fall entirely. Like, Katara is not purely morally good, she is vengeful and unforgiving. In fact, she even uses bloodbending, a dark power, to get her to this point. And that ambiguity can actually be a really fun thing to play with. Your hero wanting to do the bad thing, to kill, but not being able to bring themselves to, even if they can't articulate why. But on some fundamental level, there is a more important principle than revenge for her, than power for her. Killing is not who she is. So think about what values your story narratively reinforces in your characters and how you can use those to foreshadow and draw out the scenes where they fall or don't fall. The more you reward negative traits, the more tense these scenes are going to be because we actually think they might choose wrong. And consider what keeps people doing good, or evil in the case of a fallen hero in a redemption.
And I guess that's a very good thing, is can I get to the point of having people believe that the Viceroy might actually turn against them? Like, there's multiple times where they're like, dude, he's literally going up, like, as far as they know, right? Like, he's going up against his own son. So there has to be some kind of conflict there, right? But this is where you actually see this is something I haven't said before, because it's something that I think people would infer. So, Eggy Mayo, if you're there, let me ask you this. So there's the Viceroy that's inaugurated at the beginning of the book, right? That's the son of the Viceroy because they're part of the royalty. And the monarch and the Viceroy are the only royalty. Their concubines are politically, democratically elected to be their concubines. And they kind of rule over the tree, whereas the monarch and the Viceroy are more of a military force. They're the power, the policing. So the Viceroy, the ex-Viceroy, the one who basically like steps down, is the one who goes with the party, right? So the way that the monarch and the Viceroy have maintained their power over 10,000 years is monarch fakes his death, monarch son takes over as the monarch, monarch kills son, becomes son, takes son's concubine. Same with the Viceroy. So, what do you think happens in this scene where the Viceroy turns and starts walking towards the monarch and the current Viceroy? What would you logically think the next step would be to show that this character has turned? Because it's something I want to leave for people to come up with themselves, as opposed to telling them, and just see how well I've built up this idea. But, like, what would the scene entail to show the reader that this character is not a good character? And the reasons that they've been thinking for why this character is doing what they're doing, which would be, oh, there's the possibility that the Viceroy is going to turn against us when we go to fight the monarch, because if we fight the monarch, he's going to have to fight his own son. So if his son is the reason that people think that he's going to betray the main characters, and he's going to show people in this scene that he is not actually a good character, and the reason that he's on the monarch side is not actually the reason that people think. What event would have to occur to show the reader that? Knowing the information that you know about the succession of these characters, that would really drive it into the reader. And especially at the end of the book. Just to not only stab them through the heart, but twist it as much as possible. As well as the fact that this Viceroy has been significantly positively viewed by the people. Not fanatics, but just general people. Assassination. He is going to walk across, because it's like main characters on this side, Viceroy and Monarch on this side, and then the Viceroy just like walks across and basically like puts his hands on the shoulder of his son. And then I don't know exactly how he's gonna do it. It's gonna be something like he like either strangles him, and it's like this desperation scene where it's like the monarch is kind of just like standing there like, yep, it's just another day. His son's like freaking out like, what the fuck's going on? And he's just like just standing behind him, strangling him with this like smile on his face until he drops to the ground dead. And then the Viceroy looks up to the group and morphs his body into exactly what his son looked like. And then, like, basically they morph into the ground. This is how you travel through the tree. And they basically teleport everyone to the top of the tree. And now they're, like, basically out in space. And none of the characters can breathe. And they're like, oh, fuck. They're gonna kill us. And then Fafnir comes down and tries to save them. And then the Monarch and the Viceroy kill Fafnir. And then Fafnir releases them into the tree. And they go into the roots of the tree. And the Warriors of Light take them to the dome. And then they get, basically, end of the book. And then the beginning of the next book is because they entered the tree, Gaia took their consciousness to the soulscape to tell them what's going on. So it's like a dream that Husai has, and he wakes up in the dome. And then that's the beginning of the second book. But it's just like all these like moments thrown together to just make you believe one thing and then just completely destroy your imaginings and make you feel kind of like you don't really know what's actually going on and question yourself for the reasons why you believe what you believe. And I'd really want to play on that with like the personality idea, that people are not who they really are. And that's like kind of the main thing with Husai too, is because his main thing is he pays attention to people's actions, not people's words. He doesn't give a fuck what people say, he cares what people do.
Shinnok. Is it a mentor, a friend, a strong moral code, the expectations of others, the rewards they get for being good? The more you strip away the infrastructure of why people do good, the more you see who they are on kind of a fundamental level. But there's also a common problem with fallen hero characters, alright? Just because they have a tragic backstory and they would kill a few people, sure, right, understandable, does not mean that suddenly they hate democracy and would kill everyone and like torturing babies for fun. Finally, there is one little subset of fallen heroes I want to talk about. These are people who have fallen away from the good, but they're not entirely evil. Maybe they're a hermit. They're just not definitively on the good side anymore. They're no longer fighting for the institutions that they started out for.
Strangulation by a random goon. Surely the head guy is above that.
And they might be neutral and not helpful.
I mean, above doing it himself. Well, the whole point is to show the inhumanity, because they're both, like, the Monarch and the Viceroy are both being controlled by a celestial being called Anima, who is, like, the embodiment of fury and anger and hatred and revenge. So, he doesn't give a fuck about the people, and he's controlling them. So, he just wants them to appear like they're in power in a benevolent monarchy, essentially. In this great world that no one would ever try to disturb because it's too perfect, right? And that's why he wants it to be a utopia. But people can't stand the stagnance of that outcome, essentially. And that's what causes the Adventurers Guild. But the Viceroy doing it himself, and the Monarch also, is like Anima unleashing like tiny bits of his rage through these creatures. And that it kind of explains that in the second, like the beginning of the second book, when he's talking directly to Gaia. When Husai's talking directly to Gaia.
They've fallen from lawful good, but only...
But it's just the imagining of that is like... just so interesting to me. To lead the character in one complete direction and then completely overthrow it. But have it completely, like, shadowed in the background where you could look back and you could place together those moments of him scheming and thinking of things, and being like, you know what, I could actually see this kind of happening, like from that specific side of him, like the dark side of him. This would be something that he would do to get his way.
To true neutral and not like chaotic evil. They can still be used to criticize institutions or societies, or to represent other options, or to reflect your hero in some way, but they're a bit more subtle. You've probably got a favorite fallen hero in mind, but don't just tell me down in the comments, tell me over on the Discord. That's where the community is. It's all free, it's open, the link is down below. Check it out, you're welcome, everyone is welcome there. And also, if you're up for it, go check out my Patreon, a couple bucks a month, it means a lot. It really does keep the channel afloat, it lets me make the content that I know you guys want to see.
Alright.
Education content is really where my heart is at, and I love being able to
we have one more video to watch.
It in a way that is accessible to everyone. it's meant to be a resource, and I'm so glad that I'm able to do that. Thank you. If you are supporting me, it really does mean a lot. There's about 1,000 of you over there. It is, you know, one of the most important things in my life. Let's drag all this together, falling down into a summary, all right? First, fallen heroes often represent real institutional societal problems the protagonists have to reckon with. Consider how defeating them is not the same as solving those problems.
Yep.
2, fallen heroes also often reflect the real flaws of your protagonists and show what they could have by giving in to them. 3, the fallen hero story can be about the cost of being good, and this is why they're often cathartic, seeing the hero get something we feel they deserve after suffering for so long. 4, consider how a hero's strengths or nature are at odds with their goals, or how their weaknesses fit into the opportunities within the story. 5, if you want to parallel your hero or villain, give them substantial similarities, even potentially using their similarities to motivate change in a character. 6, keep in mind what a character represents and what their fall might say thematically. Sometimes the pain comes less from the fall and more about how it affects the other characters around them. 7, a pre-scene can establish character traits and foreshadow later changes, litter the story with choices in different contexts, with different stakes, reasonings, and moral problems, often culminating in a scene of maximal agency. 8, in your scene of maximal agency, consider how your characters narratively reinforce strengths and weaknesses, oppose or align with their desires in that scene. And that is us, Patreon, Discord. I hope your stories are going well. I hope you're feeling okay.
Hell yeah, bro.
Let me know how you've been.
Okay, what was the last one? Ah, why dictators ban books. So we're thinking of the idea of like why there's no history or real knowledge passed down inside of the tree.
Episode 10, Season 2 of Avatar The Last Airbender is called The Library, but it has a different title in German.
3 hours left.
Wissen ist
Yes.
Macht, or knowledge is
Let's
power.
go.
And we
And
do
we
not talk
haven't
about
even-
this episode enough.
We're still on the
aesthetic of the
first
episode
part.
leans into this idea wholeheartedly. We hear tales of the
Have I got this in the bag? I've got this in the bag, Eggy Mayo. It's going to be 10 hours. If not 11 hours. We'll see how well Monster Hunter goes.
mystique and wonder about what secrets this library might hold, and when they find it, they must descend into the earth like an ancient tomb. Inside, it's this cathedral-like structure with a domed roof, golden stucco, our characters dwarfed by the sheer enormity of this place that seems to stretch infinitely into the earth, ancient and deep. This is a place of power, written into its very architecture.
Joe Montana always just pisses you
carefully.
off.
We take over a third of the episode.
It's only because I've
just to
used
find
random
it.
weapons.
There is a religious
If I just used
reverence to
Insect
this
Glaive,
place, and its
I'd be
guardian
fine.
feels godlike. Wan Shi Tong is intimidating in every way he can be. His size, his voice, the way he moves, more like a living shadow than a bird, stretching and contorting in silence. He who knows 10,000 things, the greatest gatekeeper of all gatekeeping librarians, even the pale patches on the back of his head to give us the impression of an all-seeing, all-knowing God in this place. Knowledge is power, and he is knowledge. This is not just any building, but the domain, the temple of an ancient spirit invested, and they are the manifestation
did check
of
out
its
the
power.
premise
We are
of-
trespassing on ancient, sacred,
Oh, did
and
you?
dangerous ground.
No, I did not. I have it written down, but I didn't get a chance to do that before the stream today. But it is on the list of things to check out. So, you want to do that? You want to check that out before we do Reddit stories? I'm down for that.
Because, after all, if knowledge is power, then knowledge is dangerous. And that's the thing. Libraries are places of power in society, and librarians are people of power. You might just not realize how
Zaid?
much. In the episode, Wan Shi Tong is not just a librarian, he is a curator.
No worries,
He
it's
decides
very
which
similar to
pieces
this
of knowledge should
Naruto
be
scene.
stored in this library, which knowledge deserves to
Interesting.
be preserved, which is valuable, which knowledge should be publicly available. He sends his foxy knowledge keepers out into the world to search for valuable knowledge, and entry to the library requires contribution to it. And librarians in the real world do the same thing. If you go to them and ask for a book, there's a decent chance they either have it or can get it for you, completely free on your part. By curating their collection, librarians decide what is freely available, what information should be protected, and which stories deserve to be heard. Unlike a bookstore, who often only curate the bestsellers they might make money on, a library's duty is broader and deeper, trying to be the best reflection of our society's knowledge and stories they can, meaning you'll often find stories which aren't otherwise available, including, as we've seen, books which others consider dangerous, objectionable. Librarians often view it as their responsibility to make sure those books are available.
That's
most
Zaid for you.
This is why so many battles are fought these days on local councils over which books should be allowed in libraries, public and school, and that battle is intensifying today, with librarians on the front lines. In Chicago alone, in 2023, 4,200 books were challenged for censorship, up from 2,500 in 2022. Stories like, I kid you not, The Handmaid's Tale, a story ironically about a dystopia where women are banned from reading, or 1984 of all books, or of course, books about queer people. Right now, the library at Holcomb Hall holds the only surviving first edition copy of a religious work by Benedito de Mantova and Marcantonio Flaminio from 1543. It sold over 40,000 copies in the 1540s until in 1549 it was banned by the Catholic Church. Dangerous, objectionable, erased, but preserved in a library. There are thousands of stories not unlike this. Denying people access to education and knowledge has been a common tactic of oppression historically and today, and libraries are a point of resistance. Wan Shi Tong's library is a shining symbol of all of this.
And that's kind of what I wanted to show with like the guild hall also being a library inside of the tree and all the archives and everything, and like the killing of Zaid and the burning of basically the library is like and like kicking the adventurers completely out of the guild, out of the tree and everything is like the rejection of logic and science and understanding and cooperation for fear of basically like not being able to protect yourself, because they don't trust the monarch or the viceroy to be able to protect the tree if the beastmen actually truly wanted to come in and kill everyone. And they don't trust the adventurers to defend them, because the adventurers are like mercenaries to them who just have their own their own goals or their own things to go along with. So it doesn't align with their essentially worldview of what should be allowed or not allowed inside of the tree. So it's not even so much that the monarch is doing this, it's the fanatics inside of the tree itself, the people themselves, that it's like the idea of only people that are like adamant enough to push for their agenda will push for their agenda. Normal people just don't give a fuck. And that's why some like things get out of hand, because only the people that are pushing for it are the crazy people, because the normal people don't give a fuck. And then those crazy people suddenly get too many, and all of a sudden it becomes a reality, and then normal people are like, well, when the fuck did this become a normal thing? That's not normal, you know? And that's kind of the idea how this goes, where it's like, especially at the beginning, where it's like, it kind of presents the world, or the tree itself, as this perfect place, and then it's like, even during like the inauguration, it's like, you know, they're talking about basically like how harmonious everything has been, and it's because the viceroy is leading up to this point of saying, oh, by the way, here's a beastman. You guys have all been idiots for thinking that beastmen can't do anything, and I've just proven to you that beastmen can do something, because you actually like this guy. And then they literally try to fucking kill him, because people can't accept, like, their own, reality as opposed to their ideals. No matter how hard you try to show them, they'll never truly understand or get the big picture, because they're fucking stupid.
The central story of the episode focuses on it being the last bastion of lost knowledge, a final effort to preserve knowledge the Fire Nation would have burned and destroyed. It is an island of enlightenment free from the oppressive bureaucracy of Ba Sing Se, where a single mention of the war is met with imprisonment. That too is dangerous knowledge. Secret libraries have long been points of resistance under repressive regimes, people risking their lives to protect books, to protect knowledge and stories, because they represent so much more than paper and ink, even inside the darkest times and places, perhaps especially so. Today, there stands a memorial to the Nazi book burnings in Berlin called the Empty Library, the image of an empty shelf itself, an evocative reminder of the book burnings, but for me, it's also a reminder of the times people hid these books away at risk of life and limb. that we must remember the power those books had, such that people sought to destroy them. In this way, libraries are fortresses of freedom. You might not know, but the academic articles, which cost an arm and a leg, are usually free at your local library. They have access. They also often have resources like free Wi-Fi, video chat, Photoshop, or my local one has a recording studio, tools which would otherwise be financially unavailable to people. If you have that stuff, you don't realize the value they provide, but in a world where knowledge is increasingly privatized and people are priced out of learning, libraries are a key tool for social mobility, for freedom. Libraries have long been a way for people to gain access to stories and information which are—
And this was kind of Husai's idea in making, some of the original, creators of the guild, right? Their idea was to have someone inside of the tree who was an accumulator of knowledge, who could be an authority on the Adventurers Guild, but also live inside of the tree and be knowledgeable about the tree and the politics of the tree of the time, and be the bridge between adventurers and the tree. Because there was, lore at some point in time of, a civil war, even though the adventurers at that point, even though they were 100 years into adventuring, 2 generations maybe of adventuring, people inside of the tree literally don't have anything. There's still barely even crafting inside of the tree. They don't even have the idea of the different structures of the guild, the crafting guilds, and the idea that people want commodities inside of the tree. So now we have to deal with creating a currency around this, and how is that going to work? That's going to create even more bureaucracy in the government and stuff, and then we're setting up even more cities outside, so we need a bureaucratic entity to be able to manage all of the Adventurers Guild and all the adventures, and eventually they get into the idea of having adventurers licenses and the journeyman and adventurer / squire knight system, and all these different systems that have kind of popped up over time through trial and error of how the Adventurers Guild is. And it's still not perfect, and it's still Husai has made his own contributions to how the tree is structured and how the Adventurers Guild is structured in order to make things easier for people to transition from being citizens. I'm thinking one of the things that he added is the idea of citizens who basically get a passport to be able to leave the tree, but they have no intention of being adventurers, so they could go to Ifrit and experience things outside the tree, but they don't have permission to leave Ifrit, because Ifrit is a safe place, and then they kind of be liable if citizens went outside and then died.
Are otherwise kept from them. And more than that, libraries are places where people in vulnerable situations can safely gain knowledge from an outside world. Libraries give people access to forbidden knowledge. That is their
And Husai uses basically the library as a place to entice people to learn about the outside of the tree, even if they don't want to be adventurers. So he's very keen on spreading knowledge to people as well.
power. They are a refuge. It is why they are targeted. With all of this in mind, we can see how Wanshitong's library is also a place of preservation. It is an island in a desert of decay, and hidden inside is lost knowledge from across the world, the last remnant, we're told, of an ancient civilization. Libraries preserve knowledge which might otherwise be lost or forgotten. The British Library requires a copy of everything published in the UK, from books to advertising pamphlets, to be given to them for the historic record, making it this invaluable vault of human expression, including copies which have otherwise now been lost to history. In an increasingly online world where more and more information is digitized and subject to just being deleted, like these YouTube videos, libraries often go out of their way to make.
Can you imagine if YouTube
copies,
just got deleted?
Of ensuring
That'd
their
be fucked
preservation.
up, man.
And in the series, Wanshitong's library is primarily defined as a place where lost knowledge.
That would be a great short story. A world where YouTube just instantly gets shut down and deleted, and then all of YouTube content is just deleted. And then it's what do people do for entertainment now that YouTube's gone? Interesting to think about.
Can be found again, but you must deal with it delicately. And I love how, even if indirectly, the episode captures a lot of this, and yet the threat to our libraries only increases each year. Funding has been declining in many places for some time. Too often, many of the most important battles for censorship are not fought on the national stage in the eyes of many, but in the back room of a local city council barely anyone votes in. In the show, Wan Shi-tong sings his library down back into the spirit world dramatically, sick of people abusing his knowledge. But in our world, the main threat to libraries is not someone burning the building to the ground in a fit of rage. It's people who fear the power libraries have, stripping them for parts or to cut costs, and apathetic voters doing nothing to protect them.
Yep.
If they do sink into the earth and vanish from this world, it will be our doing. The gang, and especially Sokka, seek out this ancient library in hopes of finding some secret weapon or information to help them defeat the Fire Nation. To Sokka, knowledge is power because it is a tool to an end, something to be exploited, valuable in its utility. And sure enough, they find a weakness. The solar eclipse, which might disable all firebending at once. Knowledge is power, and the library is an arsenal. But this finds them at the mercy of Wan Shi-tong, who hates the idea of people using his library to violent ends.
From the beginning, you intended to misuse this knowledge for evil purposes.
You don't understand. If anyone's evil, it's the Fire Nation. You saw what they did to your library. They're destructive and dangerous.
You think you're the first person to believe their war was justified? Countless others before you have come here, seeking weapons or weaknesses or battle strategies.
He compares Sokka to Zhao the Moonslayer, Zhao the Invincible, who also sought out knowledge of the Moon Spirit's true form in this very library. And after all, the gang here discovers another celestial spiritual event which disables an entire nation's bending. The parallels are uncanny. To Wan Shi-tong, knowledge is power, but knowledge is also a sacred, beautiful thing corrupted by human ambition. This is especially relevant given the Fire Nation is the country of innovation. They are in the midst of an industrial revolution with steam power and tanks and hydraulics and the most modern technology, while the rest of the world is largely medieval. And the thing is...
And that's kind of how, like, the octopi who come from the bottom of the ocean and attack Garuda are. It's like this technology that comes out of nowhere, and they're like, what the fuck is this? Even though they have magic, it's still... like, technology is still super fucking powerful, right?
Wan Shi-tong isn't entirely wrong here. Our pursuit of knowledge is too often tied in our world to violence and oppression. Digital surveillance is both a technological marvel and an unstoppable leviathan. Engineers make jokes about hating weapons manufacturers until they see the salary on offer.
Yep.
Human ambition and laziness and lack of foresight does corrupt the knowledge we pursue. It changes the information we fund, that we preserve, that we teach in our schools. And a library should be more than an arsenal. But it's also never as simple as that. Wan Shi-tong's righteous indignation might seem like a kind of pacifism on the surface, a way of staying out of the circles of violence of human wars, but it's not. It's easy for him to say, oh, Sokka and Zhao are just the same, locked away in his ivory tower. In fact, the first image we get of the library is that of a gigantic lone tower, but Wan Shi-tong feels few ramifications of the war as an immortal spirit. He doesn't see the suffering of mortal people on a daily basis. Inaction can allow other evils to fester. And most of all, you could argue knowledge inherently exists in a moral context. Researching nuclear power doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? It intrinsically exists inside the likelihood of how that knowledge will be used, for power or for weapons. Wan Shi-tong holding on to Katara's waterbending scroll means that part of her culture can always be preserved. Even when they were nearly genocided, Katara is the last of her people in a way. The library, simply by existing, has moral value in the stories it protects and prioritizes. Likewise, the knowledge our public school and libraries make available, which stories they preserve and which they don't, inherently says something about our values. If we allow The Handmaid's Tale to be forgotten, it says something about us. And the series goes out of its way to show how violence is not the only route forward. Forgiveness and understanding are even more important, especially if you want to stop the cycle of violence. And that's the thing. Libraries are important for that as well. Reading helps us be more empathetic. Stories expose us to the realities of others.
Which is why plays, poems, and songs are super important in this book.
Just like ourselves more fully, meaning it's no wonder some people want to censor stories which do just that. You might miss it, but there's actually a question hidden in this episode. Why do we learn? Wan Shi Tong tests them on arrival. Why are you here, he asks. On the one hand, Professor Zay seeks knowledge for knowledge's sake, for the betterment of oneself, because knowledge is cool, right? While Sokka sees it as a form of power. Zay might seem naive, he's kind of played a little bit for a joke, his knowledge might seem useless, but it's valuable to him, and a sub-story in this episode is him fulfilling a lifelong pursuit. There's a wonder, a joy there, a rich and deeply human sense of fulfillment, and looking at Zay, it brought me back to an ongoing debate in public policy circles around what the point of education is for a child. Yes, I'm going there, talking about public policy. You know what kind of channel this is. Should we emphasize education, which prepares a child for their place in the economy, in the workforce, that sets them up for...
And that's kind of what Husai is doing with the guild, like I said. He's facilitating a place for the next generation to learn about the possibilities that are out there. And that's another thing, is like people like fanatics, I think this is like corrupting their kids, you know?
For a good life, right?
They crazy.
Or should it be about helping the child realize themselves, discover their own interests, and become a more well-rounded person? Should we emphasize STEM over the arts because that's what society needs economically? This debate has been going on long enough that I remember doing a speech about this at school 11 years ago. God, I'm old. The answer is, well, both, of course. But the debate affects the funding schools get and the shape our libraries take, what they curate, what opportunities we give ourselves and our children. There's the sense that knowledge which doesn't get you a job or earn you money is useless, and therefore should not be part of the school curriculum or not funded as well, at least. But there's a bit of a deception going on here. What kind of knowledge is truly useless? The knowledge which makes a person more fulfilled, which opens their mind to other opportunities, to new passions, which encourages their creativity, that fosters innovation. At some point, the knowledge we choose to preserve and curate and fund and teach shapes the kind of people we can be. A freer society is one where we can all discover our inner Professor Zay, and that's the thing. It was Zay's love of knowledge which led the gang to the library they needed in the first place. Passion and practicality are not separate spheres. Knowledge is power. Libraries are fortresses. But fortresses must still be defended. Use them, vote for them, protect them. My love of libraries goes back years, and I actually wrote a story recently
Feels like
which
a
starts
pitch
out
to
as the
save your local
Library of
library.
Ashurbanipal, thousands of years ago, one of the oldest libraries in human history. This bastion of knowledge is falling apart. It's
Like I said, if I could ever go back to the Library of Alexandria, you know what section I would go to? The fiction section, because I'd want to know what they thought at the time was fiction.
buried under sand at this point, and this almost death-like figure comes to hold a funeral for all the dying scrolls and books which will be forgotten. It's a story about the importance of stories, the power they hold, and the libraries that hold them. How we value these books, how we frame them, and what we do with them. And this death figure watches humanity's rise and fall over thousands of years through this lens. It's called The Funeralists, or Hate in 5 Parts, and I would love you to read it. It's in my book, A Catalogue for the End of Humanity, which has a ton of sci-fi and fantasy and other stories in it. Thousands of people have already picked it up and really enjoyed it, and make sure to leave a review when you do, as it massively helps. And if you believe knowledge is power, well, then you need to pick up my books, On Writing and World Building Volumes 1 to 3, in ebook or paperback or audiobook, all available down below. I have been trying to empower you as a writer and world builder for years now. These books are the culmination of that, taking everything we've learned and discussed, making it better with tons of extra notes, examples, and adding depth to the discussions. Every book is completely separate, and if you only want to get one, I say get volume 3. But Get the book which covers the topics you want to learn about, alright? From world building fantasy worlds to writing great dialogue, because knowledge is power. Links down below. Audiobooks, ebooks, paperbacks, all of that linked below. You guys are amazing. It is a privilege for me to be able to share this with you. Stay nerdy, and I will see you in the future.
Alright. Get some Reddit stories. This one sounds interesting. A lot of horror. Alright, we'll take these 3. There we go. And then we're going to do our short stories. So what are we going to do? What do we have on here? Okay. Beige Ninja. Paint Adolescence. And the road least traveled copy pasta. We'll start with this short story. Poor Mr. Pinch. TW death. Oh, that's trigger warning. Lord Hiltevest was delighted by the burglar's appearance. Dressed all in belts and layers of ragged clothes, Durnagog, Pinch, sat across the mahogany desk with a knife in his hand, a bit of a cabbage in his teeth. Silhouetted by the fireplace behind him, his greasy red beard and broken nose looked intimidating in the shadow. He helped himself to a mango from a bowl on the desk corner. You see, it's just the procural of one item that I'm interested in. Anything else you might find during the operation will be for you to keep. Lord Hiltevest said. So you said. Pinch sank into his chair and watched the moon through the tall, sturdy window. He rolled the fruit between his hardy palms. You know where he keeps it? Pinch asks. Hiltevest pulled a crude map from a stack of papers and slid it across the desk. Sailor drew this for us after a small bribe. Peeked in from a tavern window across the street with a spyglass. It's a small place, so you can see. Pinch held the map and nodded. Note at the bottom read, orb located on handkerchief beside bed. He removed his cap and rubbed the bright bald spot on his head. The risks? Negligible, and the reward is great. You'll be a hero for the nobility, with all the financial compensation that such a title is due. Pinch put the mango back in the bowl. Burglar stood, paced the room, and stopped in front of a portrait of the previous Lord Hiltevest. Family's strong nose and chiseled chin could identify a member of his house better than any wax seal. Pinch nodded to the portrait. Should have told the painter to fix that hairline. Lord Hiltevest's smile dropped. The rogue could damn well see that the two men were near and identical, give or take a decade, including the Lord's intellectual brow. I'm starting to forget why I called you here, the Lord said. Pinch turned around with his hands in his pockets and placed as he spoke. Sorry, I'm quiet, dude. I'm dipping in and out with work calls. Oh yeah, no worries, Eggy Mayo. I'm just do your own thing, man. It's all good. Don't feel like you have to chat. You want something that ain't yours, and you want me to stick my neck out for it. You won't tell me who I'm robbing, or why a chunk of black glass in a mud hut is worth more money than I've ever seen in my life. You want me to shut up, say yes, and take the money without thinking. I miss anything? Pinch looked down at the sitting lord with an eyebrow raised to almost comical heights. The lord's hand was on the hilt of his rapier, and his eyes were sharp. Soft rain pattered against the window behind him. Clouds covered the moon and glowed around the edges of her light. Is that a refusal? Hiltevest asked. Pinch took a moment before responding. You seem tense, my lord, said the thief. I'm starting to think your back must be against the wall. I've burgled the carriages of lords and slipped jewels from a lady's fingers, but here I am, in the finest home in the city, and the joke is that I was invited in. Seems too good to be true. I want the money, don't get me wrong, but the dead can't spend gold. Hiltevest rose from his seat, back erect, and spoke with the sort of voice he imagined one of his military officers might use on a new recruit. I would seek now to remind you of your station, brigand. I've made a generous offer. One such as you could live off this money until you're rolling in your grave. Accept it or don't, but to refuse me this, under the current circumstances, would be a treacherous act. A treasonous act. Pinch nodded as the threat confirmed his secret suspicion. So it's about the farmers' revolt, then. I thought it might be, but this person I'm robbing lives about as far from a farm as you do. So who am I robbing? The thief shuffled through the papers on Hiltevest's desk until the lord laid his sword over his hands. The blade rested along the first knuckle of each finger. Removing it, the lord revealed a line of thin blood across Pinch's hands. There's no chance of refusal. If you want answers, then here they are. The harbor mage. That is who you're robbing. Pinch licked the wound on each finger like a cat grooming herself. He rubbed his bald spot and left a pink stain atop his head as he took a deep breath. You know, I was worried about that. I've only seen him in passing, mind. But I always thought there was a foreign air about him. We don't know where he hails from, but we aren't taking the chance. We'll have more problems than we can handle if he sides with Tenok's blasted militia. Did you fight in the wars, thief? Were you at his side when he rained stars upon the Northmen? Pinch had to admit that he had not, in fact, marched before the terror of Metal. Hiltevest pulled a map from beneath his desk and laid it out before the thief. The farmlands surrounding the port city on all sides of the west stretched further than 8 or 9 times the radius of Queen's Echo. The farmlands, Hiltevest continued, are a beauty in war, a lovely armor around our city, the first to be occupied and the last to be freed, while we eat from our stores behind the safety of our walls. What then are we to do when that same armor becomes a besieging force? I think you might just tell me, said Pinch. We die, thief. We die. Our soldiers are speared by pitchforks and die useless deaths. Tenok and her men set fire to our supplies from within. We starve and hear death's soft footfalls stalking behind us like our own shadow. Now, since you are so very clever, you can tell me your part in the solution. Pinch rubbed his eyes. You're hoping that whatever's in there can solve this problem for you, that there's a magic wand capable of putting the peasants back in line. You want me to find it and bring it back. At worst, if you have it, which means he doesn't. What did I miss? Hiltevest had to give the rapscallion his due. Removing his hand from his sword, he gestured for them both to sit again. Pinch took his seat, along with a different mango than the one he handled before, a bit into it. You're meant to peel those, Hiltevest said. Pinch spat the skin into an empty bowl meant for that purpose. I knew that, Pinch said. He began peeling. We have a deal, then. Pinch took a large bite, then nodded. Taking the Lord's hand with his now sticky fingers, Hiltevest wiped the fruit juice with a handkerchief and allowed his business grin to return to his face. I would see you complete the work tomorrow. While the original owner is performing his obligations at the dock. Eccentric as he is, that would be any time past dusk. It's that sufficient time to prepare. Pinch thought on it, chewed, swallowed, and agreed. I imagine so, but that will depend on what magic expert tells me. What expert? Hiltevest said. Perhaps the underground knew more of such things than those on high. Pinch stood, tightened a few of his belts, and answered by the way of a goodbye. I need to have a talk with my grandmother. Baba Pinch, bless and keep her, was more than happy to spend the day drinking weak tea and telling old tales of wizard lore and spellcraft. Durnagog knew better than to tell her why he needed the information, and the old woman knew better than to ask. In the end, he made note of few recurring bits of advice. The first was to touch nothing other than what he was after. It would not do to turn out like Spiltstaff, the first mage of Roxo, who found his illustrious career cut short when it became ensnared within a rival's ship in a bottle before dying of thirst on the deck. The second was to be wary of entrances and exits. Little Barabon, a minor character in the legendary tales of Mastodona, took one wrong door and ended up 50 years in the future. Not a fatal error, true, but Pinch doubted he would still know where to fence his stolen goods when the old regulars were dead. Salt over the paths, according to the legend, would prevent such occurrences. Third lesson, and most crucial, was to be ready for anything. To Pinch's disappointment, however, it was always the least actionable. Baba Pinch suggested that if it were her in a mystical place, she would want a canary of the sort that miners used to ensure their tunnels were safe. Agreeing with the sentiment, but lacking any birds, Durnagog spent the afternoon chasing rats until a fat frog proved easier to catch. It squirmed in his pocket a while before settling at the bottom. Durnagog continued his diligent preparations by visiting the docks to take a look at the place himself. As luck would have it, he did some of his best business pinching goods in the alleys nearest the shipyard and knew the area quite well. Most of the buildings in the north end were in the process of sinking into creeping bog, and the buildings on the way to the sorcerer's home were no exception. As Pinch walked the city blocks, the road changed from cobblestone to dirt to a thick muck that threatened to suck down his foot and snap his ankle. Here he found the tavern that Sailor must have spied from. Even in the brief amount of time that it must have been since then, a sinkhole had struck. The second floor had become the first, and the first had become a basement. A neighboring architecture bent towards it, the other buildings being just close enough to shift on their foundations and lean. The mage's house was untouched, rather more a hut than a building. The mage's abode was the humblest dwelling that Pinch had seen. The wood of its walls bleached white in the sunlight driftwood. 2 windows stared out, and dried mud filled the cracks between its logs. The concave roof would be just above Durnagog's head. At its highest point, the smell of strange molds filled the street. By happenstance, the thief caught sight of the mage as the diminutive figure shuffled out. Pinch kept walking, keeping his mark on the corner of his eye. The spellmaster wore a tattered cloak of faded yellow that trailed behind him through the mud like the train of a bridal dress. His stature was small enough that the crumpled hood covered his head, and in its entirety, and the sleeves went well past his hands so that they too dragged at his side. It was difficult for Pinch to imagine this pile of cloth as an ally to a gaggle of revolting farmers, but it was possible if he really was from volcanic Ithilixtlan. Jesus. Words. Dernagog waited another hour before approaching the hut. By then, night had fallen, and the strange daughter of the sun showed her full face above. Peeking through the window, Pinch found that the interior matched the sailor's map. It was a single space whose only entrance was the front door. There was no true floor, only the gray mud of the creeping bog and a pile of thatch in the corner to serve as a bed. In the center was a fire pit surrounded by a circle of stones with an upturned cooking pot just beside it. Folded cloth on the floor of the back wall held a black sphere that reflected the moonlight pouring in from a gap on the ceiling. Dernagog started by salting the windows and door frame, pleased at how the white line showed even through the muck on the wood's windowsills. Then he next pulled the fat frog from his pocket and tossed it in. The little beast hopped once right inside and remained. Pinch allowed a moment, but then didn't seem the creature wouldn't burst into flames or twist into some unrecognizable shape. Dernagog took a high step through the window and felt the temperature drop as he did. He retrieved the still frog and found that it was frozen solid. Pocketing it anyway, he looked through the cloud of his breath at his prize. The orb upon its amber cloth was within reach. Jesus. Dernagog's feet were already sunk up to the ankle in muck and squelched as he pulled himself along one step at a time. In doing so, he lost his footing and clanked his knee into the upturned cook pot. Dernagog took it with him as he limped ahead and scooped his strange prize into the pot, cloth and all. Braced himself once more for some consequence, only to find none. In fact, he began to think that there had never been a job as easy or straightforward as this. He turned back to the window he'd entered by. In its place was a blank section of mud wall. Its twin, still open, invited a chill wind into the hut. First, Dernagog cursed the salt that failed to keep the window where it was. Then, he threw the frozen frog through the remaining opening and watched it shatter on a brick outside. So much for the wisdom of Baba Pinch. Dernagog raised a leg to exit through the remaining window, but halted and allowed himself to fall. The mage shuffled into view on the other side of the street and stood there. There was nothing that Dernagog did not curse. Baba Pinch would be struck with terrible joint pain. Lord Hildevest boiled in his own blood, and Dernagog himself dragged to the lowest depths by the most torturous shades of the world below. The sound of something soft dragging through the muck brought Dernagog back to the present. He crouched and made ready to leap through the window when the mage's shadow passed over. He'd grown up kicking, scratching, and biting his way through life. It was time to show where he came from. Instead, the slight scrape of cloth along mud grew louder until Dernagog was sure there must be 7 or 8 of him. He took it as a sign and leapt up, but his legs stiffened as the mage came into sight. All the world was yellow. Buildings and roads alike were tinted by the horrid cloth of the mage's robe, the edges of which crept outward like a slinking slug. The mage's awkward frame stuck up from the center of the pile of soiled sheets. There was so much of it, and it was getting closer. Pinch could feel the heartbeat in his neck. The cold, manageable before now shook his limbs and stole the cleverness from his fingers. What was a man to do? The tide of amber grew up the hut's walls, and rather than pour in through the window, hid the world behind it like a curtain. Convex lumps formed along the fabric as shadows pushed against it. Nails, or something very much like them, scraped just beyond. Dernagog turned his mind to his life. He'd come far and done many impressive things. There wasn't much more to want. Baba Pinch would be proud. Well, she'd be horrified, but she'd be proud if she could understand that stealing was a damn sight more honorable than driving spears into peasants. Maybe he should have run from this one. Maybe he should have listened to Baba. Not her damn stories about magicians and taking the wrong path and all that, but Dernagog's eyes snapped towards the front door. Was that white light around the edges? The wrong path was starting to feel like the right one. He pushed against the door with his shoulder, finding it reluctant to move. It hissed at the pressure. His ears popped, his nose bled, and the fabric at the window tore as something broke through. Durnagog didn't bother to look. The door flew open at last and threw him, screaming upon a white desert with stars above. Lord Hildevest felt that he had handled the situation to perfection. The portrait of his father looked upon him with grim pride as they both held their foreign wine and toast. Hildevest toasted the continued prosperity of his city. The painted man toasted nothing. There was no telling what time Pinch would return. The thief could be so frustrating to deal with, disappearing for days as he'd done, but he'd indicated via messenger that he'd be there that night. The moon watched and waited Lord through the night. The moon watched and watched, Jesus Christ. The moon watched the waiting Lord through the window. Lord Hildevest spilled his drink as 3 pounding knocks filled the room. His butler was meant to remain awake for this reason, but that was not the banging of his aging servant. It was a strong arm. "Please enter, my friend," said Hildevest. 3 even knocks responded. Did the damn thief expect him to get the door himself? Hildevest could afford to be gracious for now. His mind was filled with images of a holocaust of sky stones raining down on the riffraff of the peasant army below. The terror of metal would seem a minor thing when the farmers were back in line. A heavy thud came from the window just as he raised his arm to open the door. Outside, the body of Durnagog Pinch hung from a long run of amber cloth. Black veins ran over his face, paler even than death, and across his scalp a yellow curtain fell behind him, and a myriad of terrible shadows clawed and pushed and bit at the thin layer between them. Hildevest scrambled for his sword and held it point out in a fencer's stance. The tip shook almost as much as his legs. He kept his back to the door, ready to block it should anything attempt entry. A scything claw broke through the fabric. White sand poured from the opening to disappear below. Other holes appeared as horrific things ripped openings apart and allowed the sand to pile and grow until it covered and pressed against the window. Hildevest heard the squeak of straining glass. "I'm sorry," he yelled to the ceiling. "You cannot do this. People will know. The king will not allow this." "I'm sorry," moaned the voice of Durnagog Pinch. "You cannot do this." Hildevest pulled the coin purse from his belt and held it up. "Take this as penance. Make me pay no more, good wizard. That I will give you land, titles, and an audience with the king himself. You may marry my daughter and lay with my wife. I will hear the peasants. I will." "Penance," said Durnagog. "Penance." The glass shattered. Sand filled the office like a tidal wave and forced Hildevest to climb as it did. A sliver of the night sky appeared at the top of the dune and pulled books from their shelves as the wind howled. The painting of the old lord whipped over Hildevest's head like a discus. 3 knocks, loud enough to shake the pouring sand into new shapes, sounded from the door. Hildevest dug it like a frantic hound to unblock the door. Whatever was out there was better than what was in here. It had to be. A silver of amber fabric, no thicker than a twisted scarf, slid from the opening of the window. It moved like a snake over the growing dune and around the ankle of Lord Hildevest. He screamed and twisted himself in strange angles as he stabbed at the fabric with his rapier. It did no good, and when the cloth yanked him through the window, the sword came with it. The last that Lord Hildevest saw was the unobstructed night and the endless rocky desert of white sand before his breath ripped itself from his lungs. Damn! That was intense. Holy shit. Shattered Reflection. Another horror. This next one is an info hazard. If you care about that... Oh. Okay, this is the story. I'm like, is this a spoiler? Or is this like a trigger warning or something? No, this is the story. This next one is an info hazard. If you care about that, you can jump ahead. 5 minutes and 20 seconds. He didn't know what an info hazard was, and besides, the conspiracy theories had only been getting more ridiculous as the video went on. Also, he had always thought it would be awesome if he saw any evidence of the supernatural. Apparently, learning about an info hazard meant that the knowledge itself posed a danger. This one in particular was what some type of supernatural clown that could only target those that knew about it. Oh, that's stupid. It wasn't that late yet, but his sleep schedule was completely out of whack, and he would not be able to keep his eyes open much longer. He turned the computer off and tossed the cat out to make sure it didn't bother him. It hurt hearing its meows of protest, but no matter how much comfort the pet brought him, he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep otherwise. He wriggled into bed. Several minutes later, he heard a creak from the near of his desk. This happened pretty often, probably the wood settling or electronics cooling down. Then it came again and again. His heart began to beat faster. The house made random noises all the time, but this was different. He scrambled to grab his phone and turn his flashlight on, a trusty method for dispelling fear such as this. A shadowy figure sat on his desk, its white face grinning through the dark. It had one arm, which ended in a massive hand, the fingernails made of sharpened metal. A cold tightness spread throughout his chest and froze his heart. Instinctively, he pulled the covers closer. The figure's smile grew wider. "This is what you wanted, right?" It flew forward and rammed its hand through the sheets and into his stomach. He closed his eyes and screamed, expecting pain, but there was none. He did not know how long he lay there afterwards, unable to process it all. The sound of pawing at the door finally motivated him to open his eyes. Nothing. The room was empty. He slowly got up and made his way to the door. Outside was his cat, eager to get in. He would never put it out again, ever. It nuzzled his legs before moving into his room. He turned around only to see its flesh fall away in bloody strips, leaving only a rotten skeleton. He backed away, fear and sorrow both sealing his throat shut. His hand touched something soft and warm behind him. A naked woman stood in the hallway, a beauty of her body beyond any he had ever seen. Full curves, toned, midriff, perfect skin. The only problem was that she did not have a head. Her neck ended in a blackened stump. By now he was positive he was dreaming. With that thought came laughter, but he was not alone in his selfless mirth. A bubbling mass of mirrored reflections appeared beyond the woman. Countless faces within chuckled in ever-shifting expressions. Some of them were his, laughing along with the rest. This could not possibly be real. God wouldn't allow it. "He's gone. You failed him," the faces said in unison. He felt the surge of anger and ran past them towards the front door. Another figure was sitting in front of it. This one, deathly thin and huddled on the floor. Countless cracks in his pale skin wept streams of cruel words. It looked up at him, smiled a sad smile, and opened the door. The sky was a deep, dark red. There was no one outside, only the gentle wind. His head was hazy, and gravity had ceased to function normally. Walking felt effortless. He could no longer hear his tormentors, but he knew they were still there. They would always be there. The intersection down the street was to its right was alive with cars flashing back and forth in a linear rainbow of light. His walking turned into a weightless run towards the main road. He needed to find someone, anyone, to pull him back to reality. It was then that a staircase appeared in the middle of the street before him. Clean, white, marble steps led to a wooden double door at the top. Doors opened and a young woman stepped out. Her appearance flickered between many forms. Short blonde hair, a light blue dress, black hair and casual clothes, curling brown hair and polka dot blouse. She held out a hand, beckoning him to join. A sense of deja vu, unlike any he had ever experienced before, washed over him. He thought he knew her, but he did not know how. Or maybe he just wanted to know her. He reached the stairs and flew up them, feet hardly touching the surface beneath. Their hands touched and he pulled her into an embrace. It was as though every negative emotion he ever felt was drained away by her presence. He held her tighter and began to cry, whispering "thank you" over and over. It was all he could do. The last of his sanity shattered when she disappeared along with the staircase. The world beneath opened into a black abyss. He fell and fell and fell, grasping for a name that never existed. Damn. The Heart's Hidden Rooms. Inside his heart, there exists a world unseen by others, a world of locked rooms, endless hallways, and doors that remain shut. Every corner holds a story. Every story hides a face yet to be revealed. In one of these rooms sits the hopeless one, his eyes fixed on the ground, breathing heavily as if the air itself is too heavy to bear. He no longer searches for a way out. He no longer asks for an exit. He simply sits there waiting for something he isn't even sure will ever come. In another room, among shelves filled with unopened books, lives the dreamer. In the library of silence, where words go unspoken, letters remain unsent, and dreams never become more than fleeting thoughts, he writes endlessly as if words are the only window he has to let in a sliver of hope. But he does not know, is writing an escape, or is just another way to remain trapped. Yet beneath this heart, hidden in the darkest depth, lies a prison. Its gates are locked, its chains rusted from years of struggle. Inside, the chained beast awaits. His eyes burn with fury. His silence is filled with agony. He writhes in pain but cannot scream. He longs to break free, to tear apart this world that has caged him for so long, to end everything, including himself. But he is bound, not because he is weak, but because he fears what might happen if he is unleashed. And yet, one day, a window opens in his heart. Not a door to escape, but simply a window to change the air, to cleanse the heavy emotions that have filled these rooms. The writer stands in his library, gazing at the window, taking a deep breath, and asks himself, will I ever leave this place? But the real question is not when he will leave. It is whether he can leave these rooms behind. Can he destroy them? Can he release the beast without becoming one himself? Can he live outside this crowded heart? Or maybe the solution is not to escape, but to rebuild, to tear down the prison, not to unleash the beast, but to free him from this suffering, to turn the library of silence into a library of life, not sorrow, to open the doors, not to erase their stories, but to let light touch them after years of darkness. And for the first time, the writer stands before the window, not just to breathe, but to see what lies beyond. Yet, as he lifts his head, he realized there was not just one door, but many, all waiting to be opened. What will the writer find behind those tightly shut doors? Will he find forgotten memories, buried deep within? Or are there entire worlds he has yet to discover? Or maybe there are others waiting beyond those doors, just like he once was. Perhaps today is not the day to leave, and maybe not tomorrow, but somewhere beyond those doors, a new beginning awaits. Nice. Alright, I gotta go throw a pizza in because I'm fucking hungry. And then we'll read these. So I will be right back. Crazy Daisy. No, I'm gonna forget, so I'm gonna set fucking alarm so I don't burn my pizza. Pee break. Yes, I did have a pee break as well. And look at that, we just hit the 8-hour mark. We're doing good. Alright, I gotta get this ready. Do this. Turn this off for this purpose. Paint adolescence. The oozing and puffing of the paint bubble faintly raising above the canvas, allowing the opposing colors to run under and through this small speck of the true picture. It was a grand design, but it had been disturbed, molded, and left to its own devices. The bubble burst in a tangent of multicolored strings that morphed into uneven balls as they splashed across the canvas. The rainbow-streaked paint glinted off the light of the room, dancing shadows across the canvas. The deep blue that surrounded these specks of mighty, misplaced splatter lent a genuine touch to this otherworldly mixture. The clash of yellow on the border molding into the blue tinted green, ever so thicker as the majestic sequence of silence.
Finally! Jeez. Come on, Speedy.
Wow. He's really on there good.
Thank you so much for subscribing, Eggy Mayo. Bring it on, buddy. Here we fucking go. And the emotes actually worked and everything. Yay! Welcome, welcome. No worries, bro. Hell yeah, brother. This shit is insane, right? We're getting there. Fuck yeah. Throw out those emotes, brother. Just wait until, like, the other ones are done pending, because currently the only active GIF emote that we have is the lurker one, but the other ones are pending, so by tomorrow we should have, we only have 5, unfortunately, but, yeah. Other than that, you can just do the EM, but they don't pop up on the screen, unfortunately. The clash of yellow on the border molding into the blue, tinted green, ever so thicker as the majestic sequence of science perfected the balance of opposing colors, creating new rifts of excitement. Teal, indigo, and beige began to form around the pools of broken color, the magnificence of this outcome revealing itself as the paint seeped into the canvas, the fine lines of cross-etching forming as the perfect circles were scattered and split, rending a view of imperfection in the contrast of glory that was held by this element. The outer lines clashing, focal points pivoted against the strain that held it in place, the ultimate method of adaptation and adventure spent on this delicate piece. A feeling of incompletion seduces the paint, drawing the spark from its eye, glint and reflection fading like the sun over the distant horizon, the vibrance drained of effort stretched far too thin, seeping between the valleys left by the abduction of desire. The stalwart final guardian's vision dims amidst the suffocation of moisture, bringing eerie bundles of tipping towers to their peak. Every movement retracted, a strand of patience as it prepared itself for the final moment, brave overseers peer down upon the frozen moments of diminished growth, seeking the prime order of such a standard conclusion. Story 1. Beige Ninja. Are you streaming this weekend? Unless something like major happens, I am streaming every single day, no matter what, even if it's only 3 hours. Never miss a day. We will always be here unless, like, yeah, something bad happens or something, you know. But I'll most likely notify you, like, if I'm not streaming for some sort of reason or something. But there's no point in taking a day off for things that you like to do. Why would you ever take a day off of something that you loved doing? It's like, nah, today, you know what? I'm just not gonna do the thing that I love doing. I'm gonna do something that I don't like. Why do you seem a little sad when you play RS with Levi? Or are you just locked in? No, I'm locked in as fuck because I don't want to fuck up, because it puts me in a position where I am someone else is relying on me. And it's like I already fucked him over during raids when we were doing raids. So I was like, lock the fuck in. But then at the end it got kind of chill. I was just like still fucking up. But did I look sad? I was just fucking locked the fuck in, bro. That boss is pretty dope, though. I couldn't imagine doing that solo. That'd be insane. Beige Ninja. Sasuyo Migato, raise your head. You have completed your training bravely. I, Sasuyo Dojun, the first elder, officially induct you into the Aoi clan. As your first mission, you will be conducting surveillance of a meeting of the Beige. Here are your mission documents. Prevail with your heart, my son. The elder placed his hands upon Migato's head. Migato breathed softly as he rose. He clutched the folded scroll in his fist as he turned to exit the podium. He felt his heart began to raise. The smallest of tasks bears the finest of results, he said to himself as he walked towards the housing plot. Migato unveiled the scroll and began to read. Post V23V Post at V23W D31S. A barn lost in the grove of trees is to be observed at dawn. Return before the sun rises. Migato rolled up the scroll and walked to the edge of a small room and placed it upon a grill. He stared until every scrap was ashes. The darkness grew softer as Migato gathered himself. A creaking sound echoed through the grove. With his eyes locked on the barn, Migato concentrated and drew his target to him. It seemed as if he was standing directly at the door. He saw a flash of sparkling as the sky grew deep orange. The long beige hairs of the enemy sprouted from the door and disappeared into the grove. Migato dashed as quietly as he could, taking a slithering path versus a direct path back to the encampment, in case he had been made. He heard an unmistakable sound and stopped dead in his tracks. Sweat began to run down his face and his heart pounded. He slowly turned around but saw nothing. He knew it was not his imagination. No one could mistake that sound. He crouched to the ground and recalled the direction of the sound. He slowly looked towards it as a glimmer appeared in the distance. Is this how I die? Migato thought to himself. My first mission and not even combat. He let out a silent sigh. His ears perked as he heard a sound in the distance. He closed his mind to all but his ears and drew the sound to him. Master, a gargle of a voice. Calm yourself. Migito almost let out a scream, covered his mouth, and tears began to fall down his face. Father? He thought to himself as he tried to regain his composure. Before the sun rises, he said to himself, and bolted for the encampment with no regard for secrecy. Migito, you have returned, the head captain shouted as he ran towards Migito. What's going on? Migito asked, even though he knew the answer. All 5 elders have disappeared. The fort has been in disarray for days. Migito calmly raised his head to the sky. You wanted a challenge, right? He scoffed at himself. Gargalek, the head captain froze and looked at Migito's eyes. Please give me your katana. Gargalek nodded and slowly removed his sword, sash, and handed it to Migito. I have never heard you call my name. Prevail with your heart. He lowered his head. Migito entered the grand chapel, his heart and head on one goal. He carefully unsheathed Zangetsu and knelt at the altar, sliding the sword along a crevice. Silently the altar rose. Migito stepped into the passage and began to ascend the stone stairs. To think I would ever return here to kill you, not because you were killed, Migito whispered as he entered a glass chamber lit by ultraviolet light. Do you remember what I told you that day? Aoi in the ancient tongue means blue. The ultraviolet light of this chamber is the symbol of our clan. It has shined for 300 years under our family's trust. So I must ask, Sasuyo Dojin, are you the master of the beige? Dojin lifted his head and closed his eyes. There was once a time I knew I could not do this. Now I know. Migito jerked his head to the left. A small sting on his eyebrow proved his determination. A line of blood slowly trickled down Migito's cheek. He reached to his kunai and carefully tossed it. It bounced off the wall and collided with Dojin's kunai. I see you perfected your blind spot. Let's make this fun. Dojin flexed his fist and the silver knuckles of Sasuyo clasped around his fists. Migito kicked backwards and hit the hilt of Zangetsu, causing it to ricochet off the wall. It landed in front of Migito as he clasped his hands around it and struck it into the floor. He winced as he felt his left thumb break. He thrust the sword upwards, and to the right he spun left. The second flash. He thrust the sword upwards and to the right as he spun left. The second fist slammed against his blade. Migito was thrown backwards. He raised his right foot and it struck the wall. He used his left foot to redirect his momentum and stabbed forward. Dojin raised his elbows to counter, but Migito slammed his right foot into the ground, causing him to jump into the air. Dojin smiled as he thrust his right leg upwards. Migito braced and bent his legs as he hit the ceiling. How dare you! Migito shouted. Zangetsu Tensho! Migito flipped in the air and spun downwards. His heart almost stopped as his father clapped onto his blade. At least I went out with everything I had, he whispered. You pass! Dojin lightly placed his son upon the ground and released his blade. The far wall of the cloister began to open and the 4 elders walked out before Migito. Migito fell to his knees, tears streaming from his eyes. He realized Zangetsu. He released Zangetsu and punched the ground with his broken hand. The pain shot through him and he embraced it. I cannot understand how you feel, Dojin said as he sat down beside Migito. He wrapped his arm around him and pulled him to his chest. I have a favor to ask. As I said, there was once a time I knew I could not do this. Now I know. Will you help us save the Aoi and perhaps many more? Migito slowly calmed himself and wiped his eyes, sniffling as he looked up at his father. Prevail through heart. It is more than a saying or even a way of life. It is to be true to yourself in all ways. I feel as though the world is about to be dumped upon my shoulders. Migito pushed away from Dojin and stood up. I will do what is in my power, First Elder. The beige are not our enemy. They are us. Our enemy are the gray. The nature of our enemy is truly terrible. We do not know our enemy, for if we did, he would know us. To defeat him, we have to cast our own upon him. The nature of prevail through heart is our greatest weapon. Your mission is, as your acts today have been, to realize the corruption and hatred in the gray and fight against it with every part of your being. In the light cloister, just beyond that door, is a statue veiled in ultraviolet light. Once the light no longer reaches the statue, it will be visible. If you look upon it, you will know our enemy, and you will become our enemy. Migito turned to face the door. He nodded and walked inside. The door closed behind him. The blue tint began to dim, and a small statue began to appear upon the wall. As Migito looked upon it, his hand exploded in pain. He tried to grab it, but he was paralyzed. A darkness began to swell in his mind. A terror he had never known struck him like a lightning bolt, and he tried to scream, "Mine!" A voice in his head made his feet give out. He tumbled to the ground and struggled for air. A thick smog of darkness began to engulf him. "Live well, seek the light." The memory of his mother's last words sprouted from his mind and eased the pain. He writhed on the floor as his vision darkened. "I will make you proud," he said to himself, feeling a warm tear fall down his cheek and a faint smile on his lips as he fell into darkness. How much time is left on this shit? 4 minutes? Probably best to wait. Let's figure out what we're gonna do while we're eating. That's probably what we should do. Not quite sure. So let's see. What do we got here?
Elon, first of all.
Oh, damn. So this is a...
Start with this, I guess. Musk is going to fucking Mars, man. Musk is going to fucking Mars.
What a triumph.
Guess we can just start watching it. There's no point.
So yesterday, I didn't get a chance to watch this because I was in the middle of Assassin's Creed. But yesterday, we had the people from Splashdown right here.
Oh, it's rescuing the dudes. The astronauts that were stranded.
Splashdown. Crew 9 back on Earth.
I couldn't imagine being stuck in space fucking almost a year longer than expected.
Good main release.
Copy Splashdown. We see main chutes cut. Nick, Alex, Butch, Sunny, on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
That is crazy. Yeah, why does it look like AI? It does look artificial in a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah, I kind of felt the same way, actually looking at it for the first time.
Fake.
But anyway, so yes, that happened yesterday, last night.
Elon, first of all, what a triumph to the human spirit, human ingenuity, engineering. First of all, on behalf of, I know many people in this audience, thank you for what you did for those astronauts today. How were you feeling, you know, throughout the day? I mean, I know I felt butterflies in my stomach, and I rarely feel them.
Well, I'm actually usually a little nervous about these returns because there's always some risk that something could go wrong. But thanks to the excellent work of the SpaceX team working with NASA, the astronauts are now safely home. And so congratulations to the SpaceX NASA teams on excellent work. And a huge note of appreciation to President Trump for prioritizing and expediting their return.
You have been the chief engineer of SpaceX and remain the chief engineer of SpaceX. It is the first private company to ever make it to orbit. Walk us through the beginnings of that. It is not, it's something that nobody else has been able to accomplish.
Well, it's quite a long story, and there are some books that have been written about it. But in the beginning, we didn't actually know anything about rockets. So our first 3 missions failed, actually, of our Falcon 1 rocket. And
blowing shit
we
up.
almost ran out of money.
I'll be right back.
And just barely made it with the 4th launch. If the 4th launch of Falcon 1 had not succeeded, we would have failed as a company. So we just barely made it. So I have to say that I was not a very good chief engineer in the beginning, but I did learn over time. And I think we've gotten, at this point, to where the vehicle is very reliable.
Yeah, I bet.
We are going to be able to take astronauts to Mars. In fact, we want to take anyone who goes to Mars and ultimately build a self-sustaining civilization on Mars. That is the long-term goal of the company.
That's going to be nuts.
To make life multiplanetary.
I mean, that is a very...
That's a pretty big fucking goal, man. Like, that's crazy to even think about, right? Holy shit. Why does it look fake? Dude, I feel the exact same way. I do.
Bold vision. How long do you think that might take
It's because
SpaceX
it's actually flat.
to be able to accomplish?
I think we could do it in 20 to 30 years.
Mm-hmm. So
But the-
really,
but
in our
the-
lifetime,
I should say-
if God blesses me with a longer life than I deserve, right? I could always hope. I would love to be able to see that. That would be amazing.
20 or 30 years.
I happen to have a telescope, and I love to look at the stars in the sky and the planets, and I am amazed at the majesty of all of creation and the idea that we even look at the moon and we can go there and come back, or a space station, or you launching the hundreds of satellites you have. I want to ask you this question, if I may, and it's, you know, every aspect of this rescue had challenges and danger. The launch, we start there. Then the rocket landing. I mean, we showed. I couldn't believe you were able to land the rocket that fell off perfectly where.
It's crazy to see her without her hair up like that, you know? Like, bro, she had hair like Marge Simpson whenever she was at the ISS.
Where you wanted it to land. The docking video when they actually connected and got onto the space station. Then the taking off earlier today was a 17-hour trip.
Well, it's not good for you to be
leading
up in
to the
space all the time.
splashdown that all of America watched
Yeah, I wonder how
today.
fucked they get from being up there for a fucking
Every single
year.
aspect of that has danger and complications. Walk us through the dangers
very much
of
so.
each phase.
Well, on the ascent phase, there's always some chance that either the first or second stage will blow up. In fact, I find it's
pretty
actually
bad.
remarkable when you see a rocket. I mean, when I see the...
See, what he means to say, it's surprising whenever the rockets don't blow up, but if he says it that way, it might make the investors upset. So he has to say it in a way where it doesn't sound like that.
Yup.
But yeah, it's surprising to me too. Like, wow, it didn't blow up this time.
Damn,
Holy
sweet. How are we
shit,
gonna
that's
get?
Crazy.
Who bet on 10,000 feet?
I see a list of all the things that are wrong, all of the ways that it could go wrong and potentially fail. So you could have a first stage failure, a second stage failure, a stage separation failure. The Dragon could fail to separate from the rocket. The trunk could fail to separate from Dragon. There could be a sort of an engine failure on the spacecraft itself. When it's coming back, it's coming in so fast, it's a blazing meteor. And if anything happens to the heat shield, the whole craft is going to disintegrate. So it's remarkable that humans can actually go all the way to orbit and come back from orbit, given the immense amounts of energy that is required to get to orbit and the amount of energy that must be dissipated upon return.
I've noticed that. I was thinking of that myself. Like, whenever I looked at that fucking massive rocket that's like the size of a building going up, is like, think about how much like power and energy you need in order to make a big piece of fucking metal like that go up in the air super fast. That's nuts.
Fucking crazy.
And then the parachutes have to open. That all has to work.
Power? Yeah, exactly.
Now, long term, we are going to be doing, not long term, this year, in fact, we are launching the Starship rocket, which I recommend maybe doing a piece on, because that is truly a revolutionary rocket. Starship is the first rocket that has the potential to make life multiplanetary, to make us a multi-planet civilization for the first time in the history of Earth. And that's truly profound.
What was amazing, and I studied a lot of this because of my need to cover it, at one point going 17,000 miles per hour, going through
That's insane.
3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. You have this thermal protection system. Now, we do know that the Boeing Starliner, you know, we know that it had problems. So these problems that you talk about, we can't take them for granted or get complacent. Explain how you get up to 17,000 miles per hour. How do you withstand 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit and the thermal protection system that protects that capsule? And then the launch, obviously, of the parachutes, which were critical to slow it down for its splashdown.
It's all fake. Illuminati. It's all fake.
Perhaps we should do a longer segment, because I'd be happy to explain it in detail. I'll do the, I don't know, the 2-minute version here.
Yeah. Okay.
The Falcon 9 rocket takes off with 1.7 million pounds of thrust. So.
Jesus.
So you can imagine something that has enough thrust to lift an office building off its foundations.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was saying.
And it gets to orbit. It gets to roughly 17,000 miles an hour in 9 minutes. So from 0 to 17,000 miles an hour in 9 minutes, and then it's just when it comes back, you've got.
No, it definitely sounds fake, guys. I think it's fake.
Like I said, you're
I don't
coming in
trust
like
it.
a blazing meteor. And
It's fucking
hardly
fake.
anything can survive that
Space
heat.
is fake.
And if the heat shield fails, you just get vaporized immediately. So it's we're really testing the very edge of human
That's
ability
bad.
here, the very edge of material
See,
science.
that's the reason why I wasn't that worried about going to space, because like heat shield fails. Oh,
Yeah, you just blow up and you're just dead. You're just fucking dead.
okay. Yep, takes like 3 seconds. You're done.
And
Cooked,
it's
literally.
amazing that
Yep.
humans can do this at all.
Yeah, you wouldn't even know. Yeah.
But hopefully this gives, hopefully for people out there, this is a moment of optimism about the future, a moment of excitement about the future, and it portends great things for
No, it sounds like it's time to key another Tesla. For
America
sure.
and
Throw
humanity.
another
in space.
swastika on another
I'm only going
Tesla.
to ask you one political
Fuck.
question, just for clarification purposes only. I
Uh-oh.
don't think this should really be a political night. I think this is,
Right.
you know, a moment where the country should celebrate the fact that you were able to
Fuck
rescue them, that it happened
politics.
successfully in spite of the difficulty, the challenges, and the danger. But I just want to clarify on the issue of whether or not you had offered to send this rocket to space to rescue these astronauts sooner to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I heard somebody earlier today say, in fact, that didn't happen when I believe it did.
No, we definitely offered to return the astronauts earlier. There's no question about that. The astronauts were only supposed to be there for 8 days, and they've been there for almost 10 months. So obviously that doesn't make any sense. SpaceX could have brought the astronauts back after a few months at most, and we made that offer to the Biden administration. It was rejected for political reasons, and that's just a fact.
Do I think they would be willing to reject it and put these astronauts
Yes.
in harm's way in order
Yes.
to have a higher probability of winning the election? Do I think
Yes.
they would do that?
Yes.
Yep.
True.
Yep.
True,
I
brother.
think they'd do it. Now, he could be lying. And this could be not true. But I believe it.
Yeah. You know, I followed this from the very beginning. Did America and the world make a mistake by slowing down, going to the moon and to other planets? Was that a mistake on our part? I mean, don't we have so many scientific and innovative breakthroughs every time we go?
Well, I think we'll have
diminishing
tremendous
returns.
breakthroughs if we
go to Mars.
Well, when we establish a city or a base and then a city on Mars, because we'll have to overcome so many challenges that it'll serve as a forcing function for the development of new technologies that will have tremendous benefits to people on Earth.
Yeah.
Necessity
No,
innovates technology.
This should be investigated like a motherfucker. I love space, but 10 months on the ISS is insane. That's what they should do. And like, if he really, that's a good point, because like, if there's actually communication and they can prove that this happened, which they probably can't, let's be honest, they should be expressing this to everybody, because the moment that, like, you know, yeah, we're gonna leave the astronauts up there so we can not make somebody who's aligned against us look good, like, that is just totally fucking indefensible. So yeah, the astronauts didn't care though.
I don't know about that.
I think they probably cared. Yeah, I bet they probably did care. Are you sure they didn't care? Like, I mean,
8 days, 10
who
months.
decided they didn't care? Who said that? Did
Fucking
you say that?
retard.
I guess you were the one that decided that. Okay.
Fucking
There you
retard.
go. Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, what a great conversation. Shit in Turkey I was just telling y'all about, or y'all are trying to tell me.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Turkey's
sorry
going
about that.
fucking insane, man. So many places in the world are going fucking insane.
Damn. So this is. Oh my God. Jesus. And apparently they put a political candidate in jail. Turkish president Erdogan's rival Imamoglu is detained. His diploma is annulled, and Turkish stock market as well as national currency has been taken a serious hit, while popular social media applications have been unavailable for hours. What the fuck? The U.S. authorities have detained 100 suspects, including other politicians, journalists, and businessmen, as part of an investigate. What the fuck? Major platforms, including YouTube X and a messaging app, have been subjected to bandwidth throttling, significantly settling down access. So why is this happening? And these are all the sources. So the guy that the rival got arrested before becoming a presidential candidate? Huh. Turkey's a dictatorship? Yeah, I mean, this is scary. I would say, like, if I was in Turkey, I'd be a little bit stressed out by this. This sucks. Yeah, I'd be very stressed. I wonder why this is happening. Holy fuck. What are they protesting? More government corruption? Honestly, I think that, and I wonder, I bet it's probably corrupt fucking everywhere. I do. I'm not a big fan of riots, right? I don't think this is a good solution. But in a lot of these other countries, the thing is that in America, you have more of a representative democracy than in a lot of other countries. Many of these other countries, they don't have the same rights and privileges as Americans do to being represented. And that's why you have these riots. You have these riots because in a lot of cases, or at least not in a lot of cases, but in some cases, you don't have a democratic alternative. Or you had one, but then they put him in jail. Sometimes riots are necessary. Well, here's the difference, right? Is that in a democratic society, you should go through the democratic process. But when that democratic process isn't being respected, or it doesn't exist, like in a monarchy, for example, the only way for you to have any form of protest is by doing something like this, right? So while I disagree with this happening in the US, because I think people do, you know, they're being represented, in Turkey, I don't know what their government's like. Check out Turkey inflation, that's why people protest. Yeah, it's in the Balkans, what do you expect? Is Turkey a Balkan country? My understanding was that it wasn't. Is it technically considered that or not? No, okay, I didn't think so. Yeah, this isn't Serbia. You're thinking of Serbia. This is Turkey here. Oh my God. Wow. Jesus. In a nutshell, Istanbul mayor for 5 years is one of the main opposition to Erdogan, and current president of Turkey. One requirement to run for president is to have a high degree. Erdogan imprisoned him and then the order university to cancel his diploma. I feel like that's kind of rigged, right?
Just kind of. Just a wee bit.
Holy shit. Oh my god, look at all this. Czech lira to USAD. Lira is their currency. Lira to USD. Over the years. Okay, hopefully Turkish lira to US dollars exchange rate. Okay, and let's look at over 10 years.
Holy fuck. Oh, that's 91 fucking % in 10 years? It's fucking damn right. Jesus Christ, this is worse than Ubisoft.
This is worse than Ubisoft. Holy shit. Oh my god. Look at 1 year, 14%. So it was really this massive drop in 2023 is what really caused it.
Jesus.
Well, they had multiple apparently massive drops. There's another massive drop in 2021 as well. Holy shit, man. That's incredible. Look at today.
What the fuck happened there?
Oh god. Oh jeez. What the fuck?
Buy the
this
dip.
is insane.
Buy the dip.
So these are some of the videos about it then. What happened there? I don't know. Oh my god. What is this? Is this another protest? Okay, it's another protest video. Holy shit. Isn't it crazy? So Turkey is probably like, and I'm measuring this from a very, very strong frame of reference. The r/place, every single time that r/place, the Reddit thing would happen, the Turkey flag was always the biggest flag. Every single fucking time. And people would try to build over it. You could never, like, you could build over almost anybody else's flag, but not the Turkey one. They were not going to have it. And well, there was Germany and France. Those were two other really big ones. And then also you had Brazil. Yes, Brazil. And so anyway, look at all these flags. This is so much different than again, this is so much different than American protests. So everybody here has a Turkish flag up. Huh. Wow. You don't see this. How about that? Holy shit, man. Look at all this. The world is going absolutely crazy. When the coup happened there, I watched some fucked up videos. A tank ran over somebody. What are they protesting about? Apparently, apparently there was a guy running for president and they just put him in jail and took away his degree so he can't run for president anymore. It's like it's basically like you're playing Halo against your friend on Xbox, like split screen, and he just unplugs your controller.
Yep. 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Nope.
Like,
nope.
Just unplugs the controller. Like, what
are
the
you
fuck?
gonna do? I won. Bitch. Fuck you.
Skill issue. They tried that with Trump. I think a lot of people probably feel that way. And if you go back to what I said about that 2 years ago, I said if they didn't succeed at putting Trump in jail, it was going to make him a martyr and he would have won president again.
Yep,
that's
exactly what happened.
Because
brother,
if you do this to somebody, you have to be like, you know who did it right? Oh God. Okay, right is not the best word that I can use for this. You know who's effective in doing this?
Very effective.
Stalin. Yeah. Stalin and Putin were effective at doing this. So yeah, the Russians know how to fucking do this. Go decrack yourself? Yeah, yeah.
No person, no problem.
This is crazy. Oh my God. Weak ass nation, always a dictatorship? I think this is one of the really great things about having the worldwide internet, is that a lot of people and the guys from Turkey can see what it's like in other countries, and they can see, you know what, maybe it doesn't have to be like this. And I think this is the case with a lot of places, whether it's in the Middle East and also in America. Some people in America see what it's like in other countries too, and they say, you know what, it doesn't have to be like this. This is why I'm such a big advocate of like us merging our culture, and like the amount of like things and like media that's being in like the Middle East and Saudi Arabia, is that I think this is going to be an uplifting force for everybody in the world. And I think that, yeah, obviously like we'll understand their culture better, but I think that they'll understand and appreciate our culture better too. And I think this is, I don't think things like this would be possible without the internet in a lot of cases. I don't. And I think that the access to being able to have a global conversation about things is one of the most beneficial and transformative things that we've had in the last 10 years. El Globalist, it's not it's no. It's not about removing the culture of.
You know what's kind of funny about that? It's like I was like at work the other day and I was talking some lady freaked out because we only have one cashier and they were going on break. And she was like, oh, they won't help me. You help me. And all this shit. And then I was like, you know, got into a conversation with her about, you know, because she's like talking about jobs and stuff like that. And like, you know, oh, I refuse to use the self-checkout and stuff like that. It's like stealing your jobs and stuff like that. And it's like, well, not really. It's like, no one wants to do this job. Just wait for universal basic income. And then it's like, as soon as you say universal basic income, she retorts with, oh, so you think that doctors should make the same amount of money as, like, cashiers? And I'm like, no, just that everyone should have enough money to be able to live, and if they want more money, and we're talking, like, basic, like, a 10 by 10 room, and, like, rice enough to live. Like, nothing fancy, nothing nice. Just the basic necessity to exist. A room that is your bathroom, your shower, your kitchen, and your bedroom all in one. Because, you know, and if you want, you can work and make more money and upgrade. But, like, working your ass off to barely be able to survive is like fucked, you know. It'd be much better if, and I don't understand how people don't have that idea. It's like people who are against unions. It's like, so you're against us standing up for ourselves in a group because they know that if all of us come together, we're more powerful than them, but they don't want us to know that.
Of
so,
these
like,
countries.
whose side are you on?
It's about these countries looking at elements of their culture and then changing it because it could be better.
Mm.
It's
Take
about
the
giving
good
people
ideas,
a
get rid of the
choice,
bad.
Not choosing for them. Yeah, it's positive growth. Yeah, Asmon is global gay. No. I don't want China to be like America. I don't want America to be like China. But I think there's certain things that China does that maybe we could take on, and there are certain things that we do that I hope China would take on as well. And I think that's a reasonable perspective. And that's, again, you have like, you know, trade of materials. There's also a trade of culture. You missed the Greece mega protest? Yeah, I know. I heard about that. I haven't been able to look at that. So what's been... Oh my god. So what's... I wonder why these are, like, happening as a cascade. Because, like, it was Turkey. Sorry, it was Serbia. It was Greece. It's Turkey now. This is incredible.
The CIA. Obviously, it's a black flag.
What are they saying? It was England a few months ago. Dictator Erdogan. Erdogan dictator. And that's the thing, right? Is that when you establish yourself as a dictator, you effectively take away the population's ability to democratic change. And if a population doesn't have the ability to democratically change government, the only way that they can change government is through things like this. That's why it's so important to have democracy, and that's why it's so important to have elections, is so you prevent this becoming a necessity. You switch from autocracy to dictatorship. Balkans got to one-up each other. Well, apparently people are saying this isn't a Baltic country. The mayor and several others have been held on suspicion of extortion, money laundering, and irregularities considering tenders and procurement, among other crimes. Yeah, maybe it's true, but maybe there's also the people... Oh my god. This seems like it's a movie. Okay, never mind. This is from, I think, a while ago. I'm not even sure. Wow. Your neighbor Mexico was killed, has had 30+ candidates killed last year, yet you used Russia as an example, really? Yeah, I do, because the fact is that, like, Stalin and Putin are much more well-known than any sort of Mexican, like, official. And also, like, Mexican government, I don't really know anything about it, honestly. I'm sure that Mexican government has its own problems, too. I'm just not really educated in it, and I don't really know the details. Everybody knows Stalin, everybody knows Putin, right? So it's easier to talk about. I understand you're trying to tone police me for some random reason, but it's just it's just being like normal. That's all. Mexican government's totally corrupt. I don't know. I'm not sure. Russian bot detected. Well, I mean, I don't have anything against Russia. Like, it's not Russia's fault that, like, Stalin did something 50 years ago. Yeah. Damn, that's a lot of fucking people, too. It's actually crazy to see the size of these protests. Because, like, if I compare it at least to a lot of the U.S. protests, this is like the U.S. protests are, like, microscopic compared to this in a lot of cases. Not in all cases. I mean, sometimes we do have really big protests, but, like, this is really, really big. Turkey has a lot of people. Yeah, this is like MLK March. With the way, what do you call it? With the way elections are over the world, you would have to have corrupt, you would have to be corrupt to finance your run. It's really bad.
Bro is in chill mode when the Asman comes out.
Wow.
Yeah, man, I just digested my food.
Man.
This shit is crazy, though.
This is huge.
You think of, like, the and it's like,
Turkey, right
gives
now,
me the idea
the
for, like,
streets.
different protests for the way that people protest inside of the tree. You have the fanatics, and then you have, like, normal people that are like, hey, we don't like the way that this is. We're not getting enough representation. Maybe we can create another part of the government that represents avians and insectoids, right?
These people actually believe in their protest cause. Our protests are paid for by NGOs. We've got a really fucked up culture. We do. They have no First Amendment.
I'm IP banned from Reddit.
I mean,
I'm banned from short stories because they thought that my short stories were AI. But my AI short stories are still on Reddit. What does that say?
Countries have, like, some form of, like, you know, protection for expression. But
Yeah.
there's like usually a lot of
Yeah.
like asterisks and fine print there. That's what I've
fucked
observed in a lot of cases.
I posted 4
It's curious how
stories,
no
2
stones are
AI,
being
2
looted.
non-AI,
Yeah, I mean,
in the
maybe there's
fashion
stuff
that I
that's getting
do.
broken, but,
and they
yeah, I don't
deleted
know.
the 2
This
that I
seems
wrote,
pretty
kept the
fucking
other
insane.
2 up,
Alright,
and then
this is the last
banned
one I'll
me.
watch, then we're gonna look at some other stuff.
And I was like, but those ones are the AI
this is
ones, you
nuts, man.
retards.
Did you notice there's not one bald person in the crowds?
Bald.
I think actually you're right. That's the worst part, is I think that you're actually right. Holy
All the
shit.
youngins.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we'll find out. But yeah, this is really, really bad. I had no idea about any of this happening. If this is a dictator, why do Democrats keep calling Trump a dictator after the Democrat regime tried to detain Trump as well? Well, the reason why is that, and this is why I find it to be so funny with like American politics, is that American politics always try to use like, oh, this is like, it's like a dictatorship. Oh, they're taking away people's right to vote. They're doing all this stuff. You don't even know what that actually is. And it's crazy for me to see people that are in these other countries that like, they live in like, you know, China or Russia or like one of these countries where like there's a corrupt government, like apparently Serbia, right? You don't even know how bad it can get. You don't even know how good you have it. The rhetoric must be hilarious abroad. Yeah, it is. And yeah, they're using Nazi. Yeah, it's a super privileged perspective. It's massively privileged. And I can't imagine telling this to somebody, oh, Trump is the same way as this, while this guy takes away the guy's degree and puts him in fucking jail. That's nuts.
World's a crazy place. People are crazy. Alright, we got one more story. The Halloween copy pasta. OP. Has anyone ever been down the old back roads of T55 on the township of Homer, Saskatoon? I believe the roads are 115 Ave to 123 Ave and 234th Street to 256th Street. Cannot find the roads on Google Maps. Can anyone confirm this for me, please? Response. I'd never heard of that township before. I live around 84 Ave and 278th Street. I've lived here my whole life, and I think I know of the old roads you're talking about, but I don't think they're drivable anymore. At least for the last 30 years. Well, I have this really strange story about that place from last week. I'm a delivery driver, and I was delivering a pizza to an address. I don't want to dox the person. It was late at night, and the road I turned off on T55. I can't remember the name, and I can't seem to find it backtracking my steps, even with GPS. I delivered the pizza to an elderly man who was wearing what you might call a vampire costume, like a 1980s style. He even did the classic, "I want to suck your blood" line. His house was all set up with Halloween decorations and appeared to have clumsily put up, some half falling off the trees they were strung to. It looked a bit ominous with it being in the middle of the night. The man was very polite and gave me a decent tip. On the drive back to my work, I wound up back at this dude's house. I checked my GPS and all the roads were unregistered. I thought it was odd because that's how I had gotten there in the first place. For some reason now my GPS and phone just didn't seem to work, as if it had hit a dead zone. I continued down the road once more, this time paying more attention. I immediately noticed the song on the radio. Since my phone was not working, I had no music playing. This fog then began to roll in, consuming everything from sight. I again wound up at the old man's house. This time he was standing in the driveway with a pillowcase. It appeared to be full of something. I waved out at him and turned back as quick as I could. There was something very odd about that picture. My heart began to race and strange thoughts began to go through my head. I shook my head and looked at my phone again. It still did not work. I was starting to get shaken up, so I once again, this time even slower, took to the road. I once more heard the song on the radio, and it stole my attention. At that point, I was starting to get more worried about my work and less worried about the old man. As soon as the song was over, I noticed that I was already driving up the old man's driveway. I was freaking the fuck out by now, so I turned off my car and tried to get my phone to work. It had no service, but I thought to myself, they should check my dash cam app and see if I can see where I keep going wrong on these roads. It has to be a trick with the fog and a circular road or something. So I looked back at my dash cam footage and there seemed nothing out of the ordinary. I then sat back, took a few breaths, and walked out of the car at the old man's house and knocked on his door. He opened the door, his face a large smile with old wrinkles. He rasped a smothered, "Are you okay there, son?" "I am, just having troubles finding my way off the side road back to the highway. I don't know what to tell you about a highway. There isn't one all the way out here in these parts. If you follow the road off the driveway and go about 3 miles, there's an almost hidden turnoff coming from this side. Perhaps that's where you went wrong." "Okay, I'll keep an eye out for it. This fog doesn't make that easy." I kind of chuckled as I walked away. How dumb had I been, and freaked out by this weird old man taking control of me, and a simple solution lay before me. I managed to get back to work, and the strangest part about it was, according to the clock, I'd only been gone about 25 minutes. Not the over an hour I'd been there for. I still have the dash cam footage, and I showed people that the time doesn't add up. People called me obsessive, and I decided to drop it IRL and post it here to see if anyone else has any ideas. Thank you for listening to my story. Hope something can come from this. If you want to look at the footage and even come out after work and show the ticket times and compare it to my dash cam timer, which freezes at 11:59 p.m. for about 40 minutes. Weirdest thing I've ever seen. Alright, now, before I forget, let's change the category to Monster Hunter. Change the overlay. Put up Steam. Oops. So that's what I want. Alright. Look at that, we're almost at 9 hours, boys. We're almost at 9 hours. 1 hour to go. 1 hour to go. I told you we'd do a 10-hour stream. I wasn't lying. I just needed a little bit of prep. Oh, of course, there's a frickin' upgrade for the filters. Shaders. Reshader everything. Shader. 2 more to go. This one's pretty easy. You know what? We're gonna use heavy bowgun for this one. Just because. Why not use heavy bowgun? Can I upgrade to a better... I guess I'm already on the mission, so I can't, right? Maybe I can? Heavy bowgun. And what's this? Spread ammo. We can make this, though. I don't think that's any good. It's just spread, flame. I feel like this one's better, but still, they both kind of suck, so maybe... What about light bowgun? Same, it's spread, 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 spread. Pierce. Gracium and Fusium for Ore Tree for Pierce. What does Ore Tree for Heavy Bowgun look like? Pierce 2, 6. What else does it have? Freeze. There's a light bowgun. Has same, but it has rapid fire. Whereas this doesn't have rapid fire. Fusium and Gracium. We want Geologist. So let's actually abandon this. And let's go make a really good gun. And we can get those materials here. That is not what I wanted to do at all. 55 minutes! Hell yeah. You got this in the bag. Yeah, we do. Icium, not Gracium. I need the HQ version, which is Gracium. Gracium! Nice. Okay, we got the Gracium. Nice, and we got even more Gracium. Where do I get Fusium, though? Ruins. Yeah, okay, it is the fireplace. Just give me my fucking map back, damn it. So I can see where the hell I am. Okay, I kinda remember where to go here. Jesus, Tempered Rathalos? How do I get up there? Doesn't seem to be anything down here. Okay, that's back to the camp. Where the hell is the rest of the mining? back to where we were before. Have we been up here? Yeah, we've been up here. Okay, this is ridiculous. Fuck am I supposed to go? I know there's like a big mining plot somewhere. I feel like this Fusium ore doesn't exist. Ooh. Okay, here we go. This is more like it. Double patch. Where's Grace Fusium? What is this? Oh, there we go. 2 Fusium. We need 2 more now. Complain and it shall be mine. Come on, come on, come on. No. Do an entire other rotation, why not? I feel like there's still another one around here somewhere. Yeah, up there that I can't get to. Okay, well I didn't want to do that, but okay. Seven minutes. Oh. Yeah, no matter what, I need more Fusium. This one has rapid fire though. Not having the game crash again. I'm fucking saving. Wait, this is rapid fire Pierce, but this... Oh no, never mind. They both have rapid fire Pierce. It's the other one that doesn't. It's the heavy bowgun, not light bowgun. Two minutes and 8 seconds. So much time. Oh shit, I spent all my money. Oops. That ought to be enough. Anything else we have an exorbitant amount of? We should have made enough money and killed enough time. Can we get it? Wait, we only got one? Oh, come on. Fusion. Ugh. Struggle is real. Oh, it's not ready yet. It's almost ready, but it's not quite ready yet. Okay, how do I get up there again? Is it this one? No, this is back where we were. So it's a different one to get up here. Well, I think it was back up there, but... Well, here's something. So maybe we'll get lucky. Yes, we did! Fucking hell, alright. Jesus! Alright, we're there. Now we get to blow some shit up with the funnest weapon I think possible. Light bowgun with rapid fire. Friggin' hot in here. Hell yeah. Triad shot. Interesting. Alright, I'm ready to fuck these guys up. No more farming. Okay, I didn't expect him to shake like that. Uh-oh, I'm dead. Oh, thank God. That was so clutch. Thank you, Happy. Jesus, almost died. Oh my God. That charge is so annoying. Oh my God. Fuck. No. What do you mean no? Don't tell me no, Happy. Is he like double fucking roar? What the hell? Did these things not hit their wounds? It's like, giant wound, and then he runs away. So here's the wound on my head. Oh wait, no, you can't hit it. Nice. Finally. Finally, I escaped that freaking move. Oh, he's limping. Nice. Fuck off. Never let you carve in fucking peace. 13 minutes, so close I can taste it. Nice. Is it really that close? Damn. Oof. Oh, that was bad. You ever get a weird crush on some of the weird... You ever get a weird crush on some of the monsters? The octopus guy, New Urda. Jesus. Woo! What a day, boys. What a fucking day. Crushed tube. Under rank 45! Did they ever set one of these in Europe? It doesn't, like, Monster Hunter really doesn't have, like, a storyline or a timeline or a world or anything. Everything's just kind of fucking thrown together and it just adds on new areas each time. I don't know if there's, like, a canonic, world for Monster Hunter. Because they don't want to make a map. Yeah, it's 100% Japanese. 100%. It's just westernized. Westernized to have like storyline like it does. But let's go see if we can get some more Fusia more before we hit that 10-hour mark. Them Japanese love making monsters fight each other. Yup. I wish there was an option where you could do like PvP and someone could be the monster and you could have people like you know, someone's the monster and then you have 4 people fighting that monster and it's like PvP, or like monster versus monster, and do like a MOBA Monster Hunter where you play as the monsters. But you know what I'm really waiting for? I don't know what it's called. Dino Blade. This game is gonna be fucking so good. Yeah, no, this game looks fucking amazing. Looks so good. Who knows when, but one day it'll be so fucking good. Give it 6 years, we'll be playing fucking Dino Blade in VR. Chainsaw. Chainsaw dinosaur. Chainsaw T-Rex. This is what it's like when modders make games. I'm waiting for a Muscle Mommy Mud Wrestling VR game. The Scythe, I'm definitely playing the Scythe. 100% playing the Scythe. That would save me hundreds of dollars a month on the real thing. Yup. Nice, Fusium. Muscle mummies are cheap. It's the mud that costs ya. Nice, we got enough. Nice, and we got even more. Now that we don't need it, we're getting tons of Fusium. Goon. It's EM Goon. Kappa Jet. Ah! Attack of the emotes. Attack of the emotes. The emote is strong in this one. There you go. Except it doesn't show up on the screen, which sucks. Damn it, I'm right back where I was. I fucking hate this map. I have no idea where the fuck to go no matter how many times I do something. I just don't understand this map. The map is so weird and complex without offering good gameplay. Yeah. Like, okay, now I'm on the other side, so there's like, I can't go this way. This isn't a way to go. I was like, maybe there's just some other way that I have to go that I haven't gone. But I just don't understand. Monster Hunter maps are always like this. But once you, like, know, then it feels really good once you actually understand what the map is. But having something that auto-runs sucks, because then you just don't pay attention to the map. Because you're like, oh, I don't need to pay attention. Something will run it for me. And then when you go to, like, gather like this, it's like, oh, fuck, I have no idea how to get around. Like, I think it's this. Yeah, it's too annoying to slow down and stop. Yeah. At least, like, there is this part of the game, which is the grindy part of the game. Where it's like, alright, we have to go out of our way. The elevation changes are weird and clunky. They really are, and they've always been with especially with maps. And it's just always an experiment. They always try to do something new. So there's always stuff about the game that feels weird and clunky and odd because it's their first time ever attempting to do it. But the fact that they continue, even after like 12 games, to still try to do new things is what's so great about Monster Hunter. It's like, you may not like this, you may not like that, but yeah. And eventually they hit a fucking gold mine. And it's like, oh my god, this is such a great fucking idea. I'm like, I feel like, yeah, there's something there, but I don't know how to get to it. Wait, is this how? Fuck. Because I knew there was just one off somewhere that's like random that I've never been able to get to. Boom. Now I can. Nice. Just taking the time to freaking go around and do it yourself. Check out these bone piles as well. But we have enough fusium to make another iron ore weapon, so that's good. There's a lot of bones around here. Blame Canada! I fucking love it. That's great. Oh man. Well, as always, guys, thanks for watching. It was a blast today. We had a good time. We hit the mark. Unlike yesterday, we fucking prevailed. But anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. I loved it, bruh. Hell yeah. Rest up and God bless you. Yeah, we see, we're technically still not done because we need to do the after stream shit, which is Bannister quote. All the raiding and you could say marketing that we're doing. I don't think I've like ended this late before. I don't even know who's on. Oh, Visceral Vocabulary is on. Who else is on? Anybody else? Looks like Visceral it is.
This one is though. I'll think about unlocking it once I get to about level 30, because at that point it's worth investing.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, boys. Get in here. Give our buddy some love.